Yeah. And my two or three pick is where the other one GG legacy. Oh god. Wait. Three of them are already fucked, no? Oh no, wait, hold up. So I really need these teams to qualify right here. Uh, guys, I ain't going bronze, bro. I ain't going bronze. And the scary part is, some of these teams may qualify that I have right here, like Cloud9, as a 3-0 qualifier. Imagine, bro. And then you're like, oh my days. I thought they changed that. In the last pickings, you were fine if these teams 3-0. Put advanced. Oh, yeah, yeah. Boys, should we check out the matchups real quick? Um, again, every team plays twice today. It's the most important day of the first day of the first CS2 major. Yeah, everyone will remember the first major CS2, the big one, the historical one. Tattoo guy. Ooh, you want to see what it's told you? You go the whole book. You go the whole book. Let me quickly explain again for all the people who joined in late what day we have today, apart from the major. Because today is a historical day for things as well. There's a very interesting thing playing out right now. Yeah, this is a post that I did in 2019. That was 4 or 5 years ago. This is a very famous trade by the account that has 300k worth of category stickers on it. 300k in 2019. That's millions now. We're talking Titan holders and so on. Like, we get purchased for account and opened all 300 games as capsules, which are now 20k each. There will be 6 million in fucking EMS capsules. If they're well opens. Because I opened the best now in Stefan. Now the account just sold again. Its new owner confirmed you're able to trade again on the 17th of March 2024. Boys, we have to change the calendar. 17th of March 2024 is today. Alright? Um, this is the guy. He's a Turkish bloke who bought the account for like 5k, 7k. Can't remember how much it was. And it has a bunch of holders. These are just the holders. These are all the stickers that the account holds. Cattle 14 to the max. We have multiple Titan holders, multiple Iber Power holders, millions, literally millions. So, I messaged him, he messaged me. So, what does my man say? Because the question is he actually going to get unbanned? Is he going to be able to sell those stickers? Kind of crash the Catapult market for a little bit, to be honest as well. Yeah. It wouldn't crash, but it would have an impact for sure. This is his other account. He has two accounts. This is the account. I will show you afterwards. So, he messaged me because I said, can I ask when I'm done exactly? Would love to watch and see what happens. As far as we can see, the trade ban will not be lifted. Only the market ban will be lifted. We cannot use the items in barter, I think we means trading, but we can sell them in the market. We are thinking about how this will work. We will probably craft it, aka apply sticker, sell it in the market and transfer to other accounts. Leaked? Oh god, now people are going to try to snipe those. But there's a problem. When Catapulting buy orders are full from 1 cent to $2,000. We cannot sell it directly as stickers, otherwise someone else will buy it. Just we can buy on Steam Market any weapon, and I could go craft later, I sell weapon. This works. This way we can transfer it without using it to anyone. Yeah. Yeah, fair. Of course, we don't know what we can buy valuable for crafting in the market right now. We don't know if we can sell holders to the new release pages. A lot of research, it will take a long time. Interesting. So only the market will get you will only get access to the market again, no trading, which means you can't cash out on the marketplace, but only on Steam. And on Steam we have a maximum sell limit of what 2,000 per item. You can't sell a title holder for 50k on Steam. And of course it wouldn't be cash either. You want cash, that's what you're gonna do, buy fucking game. So problem is you can only use the market. Maximum listing limit is far below what the stickers are worth. We have a sticker that is worth $70,000. We can only list it for $2,000, and you can't get cash over it. What it's trying to do, apply the sticker, try to retain the value, apply 4x on the desirable gun, then list those skins on the market for max and buy it on another account. Yeah, interesting. Probably the best approach. Wait. Does it expire, blah, blah. Brother, outside now? Really? We can talk later. I call Captain. No fucking way. He's outside the minute he's been waiting for on this account. No fucking. This may be a sign that maybe it didn't get. Oh shit, outside on the day. After 5 years of waiting. After having paid 7k back in the day as a long-term investment. Oh shit. Interesting. Let me see. This is the account right here. I think it will still take right now. It's right here. Don't have to go. Very interesting. Very interesting. Yes, this is for long time. Like, no time. That's what's up. For real, for real. Wait, also what? Show inventory. Translate to one to one. Yeah, to one to one. What you can maximum get, some items you will for sure lose. Like there will be some mistakes along the way where he makes a trap, lists it for 2,000. The gun itself, because he had to apply points out of our orders or something, is worth itself fucking 30k, and then aftermarket bot is still getting it before him. You'll probably lose some tonight. And you will of course lose money on the client, like minus 50%, minus 70% on craft. Doesn't know how the market works. Bro doesn't know how to transfer skills to market. Oh my god, are you one of these guys who I know what you don't know?
Ya hilang.
I think I know what you mean. I know a trick. Is it with currency? If you have items before, instead of only certain to sell it, buy it from it, maybe then do a buy order with a specific price. I don't think that works. Isn't it how buy orders work? This is the eternal discussion going on. This is the eternal discussion. Some people think buy orders work like this, some other people think it works like this. But to my understanding, buy orders, if you sell an item on Steam way underpriced, it goes to the person that has the buy order that would fill the price or is higher than it the earliest. You understand? Whoever sets it the earliest. So how was the first to put Jimmy out? So if the AK Inheritance just got released day one, right? And then I put a 1 buy order.
Hmm. DC di situ teh jadi hilang momentum anjir. Momen apa? Momen piece-nya siapa tahu lu pas DC dapat piece bagus gitu-gitu kan. Kalau DC-nya kelamaan itu hilang momen gitu anjing. WS apa? Mantap. Lu yang nanya. Boleh lu. Apa? Spesifiknya gimana lu? Anjir. Boleh lu. Hah? Oh iya anjing, lupa gue cok. Kan major ya? Kenapa kita nggak nonton anjing? Bukannya kita kalau nonton dapat souvenir ya? Iya dapat souvenir boxan, kalau nggak salah. Nonton live di dalam. Oh, udah nggak lagi. Souvenir package no longer drop at random for user watching the major. Ya, udah enggak anjing. Ya, udah nggak drop lagi ngap. Anjir, gue gara-gara nonton Onepixel buka boxnya ada M4A1S Welcome to the Jungle, gue kaget anjing. Itu loh, M4 yang ada gambar ular, tau gak sih lo? Yang gue bilang mahal banget. Ada versi souvenirnya anjir, GG juga. Ini souvenir Welcome to the Jungle, GG cok. Non souvenir yang mahal banget 20 juta apalagi souvenir ya. Biar lo kalah lah. Di didos lo ya anjing.
get my
Pimp, we were talking about it already, but in terms of kind of Brazil being RMR, and then the question what they would do here. 3 wins on the board, of course. Really interesting, and I want to see how that evolves.
Yeah, I agree. You know, they did, and we were questioning whether or not that was, you know, locally they could perform at that level, or if they could come into the major. You saw on your screen have been looking somewhat decent, I would argue. They've established themselves as a decent European team, so for them that's a massive win. I would agree with you, the way the Brazilians have played so has only been one round of best of one, so I'm not...
Of course not, and what is really cool is that now we'll get to see those teams who have made those initial impressions on us, and they could win again and then be one best of 3 away from getting into that next round. In a second, we'll take a look at the matchups that on the A stream, but I think overall, how do you feel the crop fell in terms of the matchups we were given for the second round, Maniac?
I think so, or seen coming, I'm gonna be real with you. It feels like the contrast is pretty stark and clear, but
Ini
also
baru seru, erep
I have a feeling
anjing.
that every now and then, you know.
Deluna turun Korra anjir.
And it jumps out intuitively. You talk about Mongo. First degree, just my brain is... But then again,
Deluna 4D.
I think Ecstatic did a very good
Sultanet
job.
akhirnya ada yang
Allow
turun
me to
di
say that, even
Korra,
though they lost against
yes.
Cloud9, they came back into the game from an 0-6 sort of deficit at the beginning. I know I have nothing for Amcal, so...
Tadi nonton bola. Hah? Enggak. Thank you.
Actually, you know what? Maybe just Ecstatic can be the...
I would argue they have a decent chance against the Mongols. They also did not play well against Eternal Fire in that opening game, weren't on the server whatsoever. Like, yeah, out of all the games right here, I would agree with you, but the one where there could be a potential upset learning would be the Ecstatic one.
Yeah. What about Fury or Lin Vision?
Far back
I'm not. I just
down.
heard you in your last segment, and I really love the assessment that you made. You said this doesn't change anything; it just makes it worse, and that makes me afraid, especially in the light of kind of a lot of the new blood on the other Brazilian teams that we've seen so far.
Well, listen, other teams have taken the risk of welcoming fresh green members in their ranks, and it's...
Boleh minta tolong nggak? Kok gue lapar ya? Ada nasi nggak sih? Masih lama kan expire? 24. Turunnya terus. Kenapa nggak 17? Enggak. Ada nasi nggak sih? Hah? Enggak ada nasi apa enggak? Aku nanya doang.
Is Gamer Legion kind of going through
Hello?
well, we were separated as a couple, but now we found something to rally
Sumpah gue
behind
tahu nggak?
together.
Gue
So let's
kirain
do this.
daging babi.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird one to assess, right? If you do the analogy, it's like you're
Iya, aku
on the way to
lupa.
separate from someone, and then you get like a free 1 week paid
They were just
vacation.
Dan kita udah juga
on a
rasa
break, you know, they never separated.
Justru
which is
karena
on
kita
a
udah
break
lama nggak
round.
makan,
Yeah.
aku jadi
We were on
lupa.
a break, calm down.
Absolutely.
Lu tahu nggak kita kan komit tidak makan, anjing?
I would slightly disagree with you on the Eternal Fire versus Pain. I think it's going to be as easy as the Mongols one. I think Eternal Fire are cruising to the 2-0. I have them as a 3-0 anyway. They're a slam dunk
Justru
here.
itu tahu nggak? Tadi
Yeah, we've. I think a lot of people
Iya,
have had
tadi-
that thought because they were so close. I think even
Nggak, aku
they
justru
really
nggak-
skipped RMR. We have
aku
to
tuh
say
nggak
that as well.
expect kalau
Even
itu
their match
daging
versus
ini, karena kita
G2
udah
was
lama banget nggak
super
makan kan
close. It
semenjak
really
tante
is that
pergi kan
that
kita nggak
feeling
pernah
is
makan
there, and
lagi
sometimes
kan.
they're even kind of already through it.
Soalnya kalau
Well,
bukan tante yang
there's
masak kan
only
kita nggak akan
8
pernah
teams
makan
that's
kan.
beating EF right now. That's the
Nggak akan
FaZe
pernah
and the
beli
G2.
lagi dan makan.
These are the teams that beat Eternal
Karena
Fire.
kita sudah
I think
komit,
currently
tidak
are playing.
makan daging
Last time I checked,
anjing.
Pain is not part of that category quite yet, although they've been impressive. So
Ya,
Eternal
ada
Fire are
gimana
poised,
gitu.
very
tahu?
well negotiated their
Gua
entrance
sama
at the
Sony.
major.
Gua
Plenty
makan
of
daging
teams have
babi
failed in this
kemarin,
first
gua
step,
bilang
you know,
gitu.
taking it maybe a
Si
little
JJ
bit
langsung
easy
bingung
or having
katanya
some
kan.
jitters. Not the case at
Daging
all.
babi
We
katanya.
know that Woxit
Lah
is
iya,
the
gua bilang.
winning system, but when this is the Woxit that shows up,
Anjing
what
itu.
are we gonna do?
Pas aku ingat lagi kulitnya. Lah iya. Goblok. Gue udah pede banget lagi anjing ngomong goblok.
got this.
See, that's the scary part for me. We spoke a lot about Wycadia during our
Huh?
Katowice. He was
Jangan
the breakout player. He was the new
Udah,
guy
udah.
coming in. He was the talent doing well.
Yeah, kayak
All
udah
of a
buat
sudden, he's
bapak
at
dah.
the bottom of the scoreboard, and then it's
I'm good,
Voxy
I'm
taking
good,
over.
I'm
This
done
is a
lah.
player that if you're watching
Mi aja dah gua, mi dah.
5 years ago, you'd know his name. You'd see him playing mouse sports. You'd think, wow, he's one of the greatest all players out there.
Bikin kawin
Maybe never
sekalian
the
dah.
best, maybe never a top 3 guy, but definitely
Yeah,
up
mi
there in the
goreng ya.
conversation. That
Mi goreng,
hasn't been
mi
the
goreng.
case the last couple of years. He then
Nggak
came
usah,
back
nggak usah.
into Eternal Fire, and he's slowly but surely finding his groove. That
Enggak.
is right there. Sure, it's a best of one. We talk about consistency, but if that's the Voxic we can expect at the major, then they become a very dangerous opponent.
Listen, we were going to follow on this Friends metaphor because I feel like this roster being put together is finally Ross and Rachel getting together. Like, we wanted for so long.
Are you going with
We
the Friends
wanted it
analogy
so
the
long. We
whole
wanted
way?
Voxic and Zataras and Calix and Major being there. It's finally happening. We've been patient for years. From the Space Soldiers days, we're waiting for that to happen.
Oh, for so long, but it doesn't always work. Even if it's like the thing that was written in the stars, it's not always the thing that works. And I think this is why this major cycle is so incredibly important if we look at the trajectory that Eternal Fire has been on for a while. Also, Wycadia, as you say, his very first major cycle in that regard, and to see how he can be activated now that it feels like, Pimp, everyone is very comfortable in their roles, and they have would you say they have a pretty complete package in terms of kind of aggression, but also the by-the-book CS that they are able to play, etc., or not?
I think so, because I think a year ago, you'd look towards Eternal Fire, you'd think that's just chaos, Whenever you're
That's
joining the
fair.
server, it's chaos, it's all over the place, and you can never really imagine them finding any sort of consistency. They've changed a little bit. I think they've gotten into a place now where they seem, to produce consistent results. They're playing some good Counter-Strike. It's not always about taking the duels and making it, chaotic on the server. I would also argue that, with Wycadia coming in as well, that's sort of like that untapped potential. We know what Voxic can do. We know what Centaurus can do. We know what Calix can do for that matter as well. But Wycadia is still the one player that we don't really know where is at yet.
He's fresh.
He's
still
fresh.
very
We saw him in Katowice have good games. We saw him crumble a little bit under the pressure. The first one right here at the major wasn't great, but you're winning 13-4, so it doesn't matter. So that's still the one question mark for me. How good is Wycadia, and how much can he help this team to become a real contender for the playoff?
Yeah, I really think we shouldn't shy away from giving praises to Major for the Counter-Strike they play. Because
Okay.
you can very easily get sucked into the Zentares void, talking about like how incredible he is as an individual. You can talk about Voxic and his peaks.
Thank you.
But I think it would be doing a disservice to the Counter-Strike that they play. Because fundamentally, it is good. And you hear about Major in interviews, he says, I'm talking every single day on WhatsApp with the coach. We're trying to come out with new ideas. You can see that. You can see they're not just resting on their laurels. They're trying to be innovative with the CS they play.
Absolutely, realizing what they have and what they want to do with it. We take a look at the performance as well, no slouch. And as said, a lot of the work is done off the server as well when you are in that position, right? As an IGL.
Yes, and also you have to realize this guy was given and then taken back and then given
Gila,
again the
patchingnya
chance to
seram
win it all
banget,
fire.
Son,
It's been
anjir.
complicated, it's been back and forth, but now you feel like
Lihat
he's
mau
earned
perangnya
that
gila
respect,
anjir,
that
masih
trust
bilang
from the
RF
Counter-Strike that he
Yes,
wants.
let's move on to
ACC
their
cok
opponents as well and
bangsat.
contrast that to what we have seen.
Mentalnya
in-game
aja
gaming then,
cok
or I
nunggu
think-
Sultan ini
let's start
baru
with the Big
perang
Azar story because I think it
anjing.
is so beautiful ever since the qualification and the road he's been on and choosing to do it and having to do it with some new blood, which is a completely different skill set you have to
Mampus di
apply
kompon
than
hilang,
working with
bolong
super
langsung
experienced players.
goblok.
I would say it's easy to feel a bit sorry for Big Lucero. It did feel like he was, left in Brazil with the leftovers,
He was
so to
robbed.
speak. He was robbed a little bit of his best players. He didn't necessarily have the guys around him that you thought could be the game changers for him. As an in-game leader, as a player, I think he stepped up massively, not only from an individual standpoint, but also in leadership. I saw him during the Americas Arma, some of the answers that he was giving in interviews as well.
Yeah.
Very well-rounded, reflective, and knew, okay, these are our conditions. This is the player material I have to work with. Let's make the most out of it. And so they've done at the major. They won the first game. The man himself had a fantastic showing on the first map as well. I'm very positive when it comes to paint gaming because on paper, you can't really allow yourself to have too high expectations.
I agree with you. You say he was robbed of his best players. I'd say he was robbed of his entire career. He should have been in a much better team for a long time. It's been at the very least 3 years that he could have been an interesting signing for people looking to have this new
Furion,
IGL.
yeah.
I mean, he was right there. Not only having a good cause, as you mentioned, but just individually being strong. And he remains strong, even though he's having these duties you're talking about. So great for him to sort of reap a little bit of reward from all these efforts and sweat he's put into that paint jersey. More than 5 years he's been wearing it right now.
It's crazy. He's kind of synonymous with pain now as well,
Back.
right? And he's spoken on that. And it's really funny when I saw, or it's really interesting rather, we had that famous quote from him after the RMR about like the piano being on his back and then it fell off. And after their first game today, Lux, I believe, said to HLTV, he's really like a father to us in terms of what he can give. And I found that so interesting to contrast it with kind of when we think about Brazil and Padre, we think about Fallen, right? A lot. And it's just really cool how Big Zera is also that for these young guys.
But I think that's an excellent, point you're bringing up, right? Because with all due respect to Fallen and Art for that matter, and Cold Zero now coming in, they've been gatekeeping that spot as an in-game leader within Brazilian cars, right? You spoke about it, 3 years where he was for the taking for Furia, 3 years where he was for the taking for what was supposed to be the second best Brazilian team. So it's a guy that time and time again have shown that he has the abilities not only to elevate himself on the server, but also make the players around him better players. And I think that's a great example. NQC is another one coming into this team. He was within Legacy. He was playing with Cold Zero, couldn't really find his footing. Technically speaking, as an AWP player, I've seen stuff from him on his stream, highlights, etc. He's very skilled. He's a mechanical, very gifted player. Now, slowly but surely, he's now getting into a rhythm where he can actually produce results on the server as well. And as much as I want to give NQC credit for that as well, I think it's down to Big Zera. He's helping him, he's becoming the father figure, and he's making sure the players around him is getting significantly better.
Is there, or is it there, you think, lies the biggest challenge then for Pain coming into this specific matchup versus Eternal Fire on the opposition?
Yes, again, as I said, when you look at the team, when you look at the player material he has to work with, sure thing you can make certain players better, but there's also a ceiling to Pain Gaming. I must admit, I don't have them as a team who's making it to the next stage. I'll be honest, even though the first showing right here and the best of one was great, it does feel like there's a ceiling to how good they can be right now.
Did you have Furia going through?
Yes, I have Furia going through.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, Furia,
it's okay, you're not the only
on
one.
paper, is supposed to be a better team, and I think that's the difficult for Pain Gaming right here. You're going up against a team who I think have more firepower on the server, and who I think in Major, that head-to-head duel between the two in-game leaders, I don't necessarily think Big Zero is a much better in-game leader than Major. So where are you looking for the win conditions when it comes to Pain?
Yeah, it's pretty complicated to draw this picture. Also, because of the Eternal Fire that we saw against Mongols, right? I think you would be remiss to think that Eternal Fire now have set their sights on the FaZe games, the G2 games, the Vitality games, because that's seemingly the ceiling that they're fighting us against. But they are not losing track of what they need to do to just dispatch of whoever's gone up against them. And that is a great quality to have as you're trying to make that step from T to Tier 1. Major said, I want to be in the ocean with the best teams out there, but you cannot lose that game, for example.
Yeah, and ideally a bigger fish as well. I think this is something you brought up at the top of the day as well, right? When you're a team that was hanging between that Tier 2 and Tier 1, and now you found yourself in a position where you can be very close to a higher level, then all of a sudden these best of ones do become a little bit more dangerous because you're now expecting to win them, but you're saying they are staying very realistic and really focused on what is in front of them.
But that's also what made them in the first place, right? That's EF, playing all these online qualifiers, playing all the open qualifiers, playing all these different tournaments where best of one is more of a normal thing for them to occur compared to some of the Tier 1 teams. So I think when you're making the move from Tier 3 to Tier 2 to Tier 1, you're also being made up in a scenario where you're used to playing those games. So I wouldn't necessarily worry on behalf of EF going into a best of one. If anything, I think they're comfortable playing in this scenario.
No, I'm right there with you. I think it takes a certain amount of mental energy and clarity, and this is where the coaching staff has to come in, to at the same time work on why are we not able to win these FaZe G2 games, and also just make sure we keep ahead of the pack, we keep ahead of the teams that are trying to catch up with us. They seem to be able to do it right now. This Eternal Fire, I have to say, since Pro League, and that was the last CSGO event, haven't exactly given me reasons to worry about playing below them, playing against teams that are worse than them on paper. They've seemed very authoritative. We are going to a little bit of Anubis action right here. Wait, what is the map that Pain played against Apex? Didn't they play Anubis as well? It was on the B stream. I have a doubt for a second.
Vertigo.
It was Vertigo, so don't mind me at all. I'll be here all day spewing lies.
That's okay. I've got HLTV.
Yeah,
don't worry about it. I didn't remember.
With Pain Gaming, right? They're playing Anubis quite a lot, and they're doing it against domestically teams from Brazil, and they're losing quite a lot. So one thing is playing the map a lot, but when you're losing against teams that you're supposed to dominate on a map like Anubis, you're then coming in against EF, who, let's be honest, they've only played it twice the past 3 months. Once against FaZe, which they won at IM Katowice, and one against Na'Vi, where they got absolutely smashed. But we do know Na'Vi is a different beast when it comes to Anubis. So for my money, I'm not worried on behalf of EF at all. Again, they've only played it twice, but they've already shown us they have high quality.
And the context of that loss that you mentioned against Na'Vi, if I'm not mistaken, was the last map of a best of 3 where EF, they ran out of gas. Quite literally, just they didn't have the energy, the endurance. The loss of the second map kind of took the wind away from their sails. And that is the next step, if you will allow me to use that term. We are not in this scenario right here at all. We're talking about playing one best of 1, you had a little bit of time to relax, and now you once again have to go on a sprint. It's not a marathon. You're on your tactics bike. You're going maximum speed for an hour. That's all they have to do right there. And I think they are much more than equipped for it. They're going to cruise through.
Oh, you're not on camera. It's too bad. He's making the most insane moves, Chad.
Yeah, see it.
I didn't know you could move like that.
I'm just teasing the crowd.
Yeah.
You have to look at the desk when you see me move.
I have seen you on the dance floor a few times, and that does compute. But what I gather from you is that there is actually a lot of faith into Eternal Fire. I think also when you look at, the RMR, they qualified, you know, quite quickly. They had more time. The RMRB was after that, and then here, if they would be able to go immediately to a 2-0 in terms of kind of looking at the other teams and looking into that best of 3 they should play, it would be great for them. But crazier things have happened, in fact, just an hour ago. So
Yeah, just an hour ago. That's true. And the Brazilian players so far have shown that they're coming in shape as well. For my money, if Pain can make this game competitive, I would be happy. I have EF winning. I'm thinking Pain is good enough to make it up to 9, 10, maybe even 11 rounds. Really apply pressure to EF.
Ooh.
You're not with me, and I get you because
Okay.
EF have been looking great so far.
I respect. He's giving Payne a better fighting chance than I do. Personally, I think EF is 1, 2, or 3 leagues ahead of the opposition.
okay, let's see if they make quick work then of Pain Gaming, or if we get another upset and another win for the Brazilians. Let's find out who will move on to 2-0.
Boleh pakai nasi.
Let's find out indeed.
Lu kayak lapar banget, Kak. Nggak tahu kenapa.
Eternal Fire taking on Pain Gaming.
Iya.
Eternal Fire on a bit of an astronomical rise right now, looking lights out. It feels like, you know, it's only really top 10 competition that looks to take them down a peg. And on the other side, Bigazera's boys in Pain Gaming surprised us all with that opening win over Apex. But is this, you know, where they get brought back down to reality, Hugo?
You'd like to think so, right? Their biggest task yet. This is a team underrated mainly because of their RMR run, Harry. Beating 35 in the world, 50 in the world, 51 in the world. It wasn't an impressive run, but an opener over Apex. Well, now anything's possible. We'll see if Pain can seize the moment. Eternal Fire on the T side of Anubis, not a regularly played map for this squad,
Suara
but
pahala.
still one with a big scalp over phase. They're going to run it down mid into B.
Kau lagi nonton Major.
Already up and into Temple. Wakadia leads the way. First man he's going to go running into his Lux, who will open up, but there's Wakadia head on his swivel. Antares helping out from back at main, and that bomb is going down. Pain left a man down in the retake here.
Yeah, Antares, great reposition as well. Plays that bomb late from main. Doesn't need to die in the site for no reason. The advantage is heavily in the Turkish side.
Gazera's been able to get out. His teammates moving in behind him. But they're not being given a single fight here, and instead it's Maja in with the backstab. Ooh, will be being held.
Nice flash.
Picks that up. They're able to pressure Zantares, but they're not able to deal with him, and that might be the downfall of the round here.
Oh, you
hang
sure?
on a second. Zantares gives them the fight, and the bomb, it's not open here. You've got to move in. Woxic tries to close the gap. Oh, he gets off the defuse. Woxic will secure the round. And that's a little bit of madness to open up in the pistol.
Yeah, getting off the bomb. I mean, there's no way you're getting the kill and you have time to get back on the defuse.
Woxic was missing,
Yeah,
man. He
you're
was
playing for the
missing
frag
hand.
at that point, and you just got to hope at this level. You got to hope they whiff, but it's so rare. It's so unlikely, and that's with sure. Eternal Fire playing all single positions, all individual positions, but they get wiped out, man. That felt like it was right there for the taking for Pain Gaming. It's close. It doesn't cut it. And Eternal Fire come through with a pistol round. Man, a little sweaty to start. And hey, if you're going off of officials, sure, Pain do have more experience, right? The depth is a question. The head-to-head on players is a question, but the experience is far more so in their pocket. Eternal Fire, this is their least played map with the exception of their Instaban.
They've gone for the attempt to get out here in a B, but a force back from Pain Gaming. Still leaves a bit of intrigue on this round. Oh, that's devastating. Smoke spam.
Nyalain
Lux
lampu.
rings out with one from down in dark. He's got a 1v1 here right now, but not able to win it. If he gets that kill, it gets very
Thank you,
exciting.
Dick.
They knew that Calyx was over towards A, so maybe that one still had some legs on it. But we're not here to talk about maybes. They brush aside the force by. They deal with it.
Yeah.
Comes at a bit of a cost, but still, they get that 2-0 on the board.
And I'll say this nice and early. I was saying it in the green room. I stand by it. Eternal Fire in the form that I expect to see them in this tournament, and what we saw glimpses of across Wycadia's debut back at Pro League last year and at the RMR. I think this is a top 8 team at the major for Eternal Fire. I have an expectation they're making a run to those playoffs. I hope we get that level throughout the competition, but a requirement to me is just this clean 3-0, especially with favorable, opening game over the Mongols, a game they have no excuse to lose against Pain. I want to see Eternal Fire 3-0. I want to see them in the top 8.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's kind of, I feel like we talk about this whenever we cast this Eternal Fire squad. But you and me, man, we grew up on a lot of the old Space Soldiers games back in the day, right? We were always kind of fans of these guys, and it was always like the forbidden fruit of Turkish Counter-Strike was being able to have Woxic, you know, teamed up with the kind of core of this Eternal Fire squad. He was stuck in Dark Passage. They were in Space Soldiers at the time, and then they bring this band together, and then where it gets really juicy is that inclusion of Wycadia, right? Is that now young, capable fifth gun within the squad? It's very, very cool. And so I do like that we have, you know, expectations. You saying how you think that they can be a top 8 team and how that's what you're envisioning. And it feels like they are bridging that gap into the realm of top 10. I mean, hell, they're sat at, what, 11th on the rankings. So, yeah, hot on the heels of it.
This is a core that we're only one match away from making it to the top 8 of the major. That was Boston 2018 for Xantares, Maja, and Calix. So they were so close, Harry. But this might be the time for Turkey. We'll have to see. Gun round coming through for Pain. Got everything they need. NQZ on the AWP.
What you're saying is it's kind of like Christmas.
Yeah.
Time for Turkey, man. Here we are.
Nice. Tuck in. Who's hungry?
Hang on then. Look, Pain Gaming coming through with their first proper buy. Now, there is a big gap over here in mid, and Eternal Fire, they spread out. They play a bit of a default here to open up. But over time, they're piecing together where this gap exists. So Xantares, you know, taking all this space over in middle. Ooh, Bigazera playing the little pixel angle. I was worried he'd crashed there for a moment, but then I realized.
He's spotting a pixel so he can reposition, drop the smoke. And the reason he's turned is so his head is difficult to hit there. He still has the FOV in his favor, and you can't headshot him.
They won't go through mid, Hugo.
Just
this B exec. But that is where 3 players reside for Pain Gaming. That's like your upside to leaving mid open. Sure, you're a little more vulnerable there, but you get to leave more resources over here towards B. Some of those come out now. There's a smoke in main that Eternal Fire have got no choice but to go through at this point in the round.
Not again.
There's the openers from Woxic. They don't know about NQZ on this ult, but I don't think they're ever going to get the chance to find him, man. It's already a done deal. My voice just cracked.
2 smoke shots for Woxic.
Woo.
Pain Gaming had everyone here. They knew what was going on. Kawes even made a nice move to get ahead of that smoke, but he didn't commit. The flash pushes him back. And Woxic, 2 smoke shots has won the round. This is a formality for NQZ, just trying to escape. But I do enjoy how passive Eternal Fire start these post plants in, right? 5v3, no one's even in the sight, no one's even facing. NQZ would have run away, but he's expecting more resistance. Eternal Fire are not overplaying their hand in these post plants, favored or not. 4-0, dominant start. Remember, this is the one map in the map pool that we could say solidly T-sided right now.
It's sick that it's Woxic to do it as well, right? Doubling up through the smoke on the entry. I think he's a super interesting talking point when you look at this Eternal Fire squad and the kind of journey that he's been on.
Yeah, because this was a team that wasn't even sure they wanted to play with him, Harry. He came in, he left, Emor came in.
It was the hokey pokey. Now you're in, you're out, you're shaking it all about.
And now I don't know how that song goes, but they're doing the hokey pokey, Harry. And Eternal Fire, it's turned around. That is what it's all about.
Yeah, wow, there you go. There's the link, it nailed it. No, it is very, very cool.
Yeah, but for Woxic, right, last 3 months, highest rated player, eclipsing Xantares. A lot of that was the RMR, a lot of that was Katowice, as well with the play-in looking dominant for Eternal Fire. So, Woxic, higher rated than Xantares, if that keeps up, man.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we all remember how good Woxic was in that Mouse squad, right? Like some of the peaks that he reached there, that was like the best team he was ever a part of in terms of the achievements that they were able to get. You saw the heights that this guy could reach. And then past that project, you know, he had that brief stint, in Cloud9 that was, I think, so forgettable, you know, like the whole reason he's bought in there is because you remember the peak that this guy was able to reach. And it didn't feel like he could ever get back to that. But since the release of CS2, since joining this Eternal Fire squad, it feels like he's really started to up the ante. You can see there's a lot of effort going into this. And I think that's all showing in the stats and the numbers that he's able to put up. And it makes you think, man, like, you know, if he's able to outperform that form that you got from him back when he was in Mouse, you're blessed. You're onto a winner.
I mean, his ratings last year were higher, or this year rather, are and while we're early, are higher than they were across, the peak in MAUs in 2019. Obviously, that's with the caveat that, in CS2 ratings are a little inflated, so it's not a huge surprise there, but essentially it shows that Eternal Fire are finding success, and Woxic is a huge part of that. He finds a crucial mid pick in this round that extends Eternal Fire in through mid on an A split. They've planted their hunting. This round was only half and half Pain. But it's been a hunt for Eternal Fire that's come at a bit of a cost. A couple of kills on the exit. Still a 5-0 though. Numbers are good for the Turkish. Running away with things right now. We need a response out of Pain.
Yeah, we've been hyping up Eternal Fire a lot. That's with the 5-0 scoreline. I want to see a bit of that grit out of the Pain gaming squad. I want to see Big Azera cook something up here. He is kind of the one of the big draws of this Pain squad.
For sure. He was the only player left in that we were really interested in, right? This team felt like it was ready, the old Pain team felt like it was ready to make, deep runs of tournaments, or at least have players taken into bigger and better rosters. But with the exception of Skulls, those pieces kind of faded into nowhere. Zevi, players, Hard Zao, going to Red Knids. We never had these Pain players upgrade into tier 1 teams where it felt like they had the chance to. Because as the desk we're talking about was a huge piece of that, could have been a replacement or at least an addition to Furia. There was a conversation there, but we're ready to write this team off, Harry. We're ready to call their RMR run uninteresting, but a win v Apex in the opener, we've got to have our eyes on Pain here. So can Big Azera stand up to when they need him? He did in that opening matchup. He'll need to again today.
Eternal Fire have done a lot over here towards B at the start of this game. You might see a bit of a different look now. The bomb's still left outside of this B site, but there's worlds where they can change this. Eternal Fire lobbing a bit of early util, hoping to instill a bit of paranoia over here towards B. Now they look to take middle.
Just no info. It's no idea for Pain what's going on the map. They've got A main. They don't even have dark, really, so this is super uncomfortable. They are in the dark. Eternal Fire are going to be able to set up on this A split, and a lot of utils getting lobbed in from Calix.
He's kind of teeing up Eternal Fire to go and take this mid space, and even though there's some counter util from this, just to try and hold them back, it's not going to stop this A play. Calix nails this in with the flashbang and some missed shots from NQZ, and that will seal the deal on the round. You're seeing a lot of this right now, just a couple of kills in the right place, and the round is over.
And that's not like Pain didn't know what was going on, right? They opted to give away mid completely, but it's not even like a full A split. Calix doesn't even take A main. He stands outside, he throws great supporting util, Temple smokes down, and then the key is, as they come camera, he completely flashes Nissim out of the round. That's the one fight that essentially wins it for Eternal Fire, and once again, they go hunting.
Yeah, I hope that the way that this round, because in the past, whenever mid's been left open, Eternal Fire have just execed onto the bomb sites, right? It hasn't been like a big issue yet. I hope for Pain that the loss of this round can at least lead to a bit of adaptation here, right? They spot the problem over in mid. Now they know that Eternal Fire are aware that there's a bit of a gap there. And so I hope either we get a bit more going on in the mid fight, but it's quite hard with the util that Eternal Fire are throwing, or we get Pain pressuring the extremities, right? They've had 3 players over towards B in the bulk of these rounds. There's ways you can look to open up fights there. You can do the smoke out towards, B main and take that control with flashbangs. You can try and nade open the dark smoke and pick players on the cross. There's a good few little gimmicks here, and so I would love to see Pain pull out some of them now, because they've been flying blind in these first 6 rounds.
Yeah, it's something you don't want to do immediately off of spawn. You don't want to just be calling B rushes on CT, but when you hit that mid round, when you realize that Eternal Fire have numbers in middle, you've got to take something. They didn't even really have A main, and Calix wasn't even fighting them for it. Pain can't afford to play scared right now. Matches not. He's running in through with a flashbang, and finding a 5-on-4 like that is a one-way attempt. Calix denies it. This ain't go. He sends Lux home for a 5-on-3 for Eternal Fire. Attempts at moves getting made, all denied by Pain.
The rest of the round just feels like a formality here for Eternal Fire. They walk into B, and it's theirs.
Done and dusted. Pain with another save, and this only feeds into the confidence that I have for Eternal Fire. Sure, this is definitely a team they should be beating, no questions asked, but I think this team is finally ready to take on Tier 1.
Yeah,
and that's the difference for me.
I mean, you know, when you actually go and look at like the teams that they lose to, and this is something even echoed by the desk, you know, it's G2, it's FaZe, it's squads like that, you know, they're very tippity top best in the world. And even then, oftentimes they're willing to take them the distance, right? Back in the RMR and the BO1s, they had that OT loss to the G2. Then they had an overtime versus FaZe as well, only to get blown out in the second map a little bit more. But, you know, we're seeing those improvements versus the very best. So a performance like this, when it's a matchup that you're supposed to be coming out on top of, is super reassuring. And they even knock out that AWP right at the end.
Yeah, there's money. Really, at this point, the economy isn't playing a huge factor for Pain in this game. They are getting hunted a lot. They can still buy the orb. But right now, it's just about how clean Eternal Fire look. And you know, that was a different phase. It was Pain coming in, trying to make some plays, trying to rely on some individuals. And, well, both come up in favor of Eternal Fire. It's not much to do.
I'll say this, even though Pain was certainly moving around the map a little bit more, that initial play over towards main was just Magic, like holding W and getting the opener, right? That wasn't really Pain making the move there, even though they were set up to do so. And then the reaction through Dark was just that. It was a reaction. So now in this round, look at this, right? Nissim has gone deep all the way out through A main. They're collecting that info ahead of time.
Doesn't matter.
But it might not matter because Wycadia running through B main has put a stop to this. The aggression dead out towards A. And so Pain, they made some nice moves in this round, but the individuals just shine through it for Eternal Fire.
Oh, and he missed the timing.
He should still get it. He'll, you know, this is fine. There's no way, if Calyx is ready for this, Eternal Fire are winning the major. Thank God.
Wow.
All right, there we go.
Turkey hates you now, but they're loving this game. 8-0, another save for Pain, and yeah, explosive double entry. Woxic did it, Wycadia's done it. And as you said, that aggression was nice. It was info gathering, but it feels like this game is already slipping through Pain's fingers.
Bangsat.
Oiled up.
Yeah, I think the problem you're going to have
Di
now
Feralife
is,
langsung
sure,
pada
the info
bacot
is
anjing.
great and whatnot,
Pengen
but you've kind of
CRT
lost the
anjing.
respect of Eternal Fire,
Bangsat.
right? They're not playing slow enough.
Ada
for you
streamer
collecting
ACC
that info
namanya
early
Vera.
to actually get to play into the round.
Orang Bandung
They
gitu.
took it super aggressive out through B main.
It's off the back of that A-stairs smoke, which always feels like
Ya, lumayan cakep lah.
It's nice to
It
take
telegraphs
space.
the A play.
but it
Anak
really makes it
ACC.
clear. That's why Eternal Fire rush B, because they just see, oh, they've done an A main A-stairs smoke.
Lucu anjir.
They're at least one, if not two, pushing A main. We know we have room on B. Let's explode. And you know, when you're 8-0 up, you're believing in every call you make.
Iya, anjir.
And they're certainly hitting the headshots to back it up. So Eternal Fire, some great calling for Maja has been a lot of this team's success. And when you add in the firepower pieces, man on your screen, Santaro's not even needed yet, Harry. 4-4. Not been a problem, not been required. Save him for later.
7-2 on Woxic. Yeah, man. I mean, just all across the board, everyone's looking solid. And like you say, the kind of usual danger men haven't even really had to rise to the occasion yet. Arcadia had that really nice round in the last one, right, with a double kill out through B. But other than that, it's kind of been the rest of the guys like Maja and Calyx getting involved. Calyx has been cool as well. I think he's got some really nice util up his sleeve. He'll often kind of get left to his own devices, and I think he's very capable there. All right, Payne. Just keep throwing things at the wall and hope something sticks.
Here we go. Do they flash it? They're just going to walk this
I like that contact.
Yeah, go on.
Straight out. You don't telegraph it this time, right? That was what let them down in the last. So now, Eternal Fire know that B's been taken. They flash it like they want to try and retake this, but you can tell this has caught them a little off guard, right? Now they're going to try and flash back in for that re-aggro, but they don't get past Cowes. Missed shot from Woxic's AWP. This is looking a lot better for Pain. They've locked down a huge piece of real estate here outside of B. They've restricted Eternal Fire's movements, and now they start to free up some players on the rotate.
Important shuffle, just sending players back to middle where they know Eternal Fire are re-aggressing. Flashes will make this very clear. 1 minute and one headshot. We said we'd wait for him. Well, he has arrived. Zantares finding that entry. 4-on-4. Do they really go back to a B retake? knowing, reading, guessing maybe that Pain have repositioned back into the bomb site. It's the AWP leading. That's how confident they are. Arcadia taking it. Xantares putting on a bit of a fake in middle, but that smoke has signaled it, and Bugazera's rotating beach.
Oh, and life might be a beach here for Pain Gaming, man. Like, they've just up and left this double hold. Now it's only NQZ and Arcadia donning the AWP. Deals with him swiftly. Oh, Pain, they were nearly there. They nearly had something going. But once more, they're looking down the line and they're saying, boys, we've got to save.
And you know Eternal Fire will come hunting because that's all they've done every single round. They're already getting ready for it. Leave someone here, but yeah, go punish that money. They have so much they don't need to think about their own finances. Staying group for now, ensuring this round is theirs, but there is no problem presented by Pain in this game. A nice entry kill on the B push. Eternal Fire read the reposition perfectly. That's what I mean when I say it's great calling, right? They don't get scared of the B main the whole round. They know Pain can't commit to 3 players sacking B main for the rest of the round, and they'll probably make concessions on the B bomb site. Eternal Fire sneak right back in. 9-0.
Plus, I mean, you know, you touched upon it already, but like the moment that I think it was Bugazera drops in that smoke over towards A, like, you know, in the minds of Eternal Fire, they know they're getting the reaction they wanted out of that mid lurk, right? Like, it's just these little snippets, these little droplets of info are more than enough for Major and the gang to know what they're doing here. And just think about how this map started with the pistol round coming down to that almost like sick recovery from Pain where they're on the bomb and they just fall short. You imagine, even with a handful of rounds, this could be a lot more competitive. This is a two-sided map after all. But it's not gonna be that way. This could end up being a crazy
perwakilan gitu ya.
and I shudder to say it, but maybe even the
Berarti lu kan
30
salah satu tim terbaik kan yang masuk major kan. Bisa kena 9-0 di awal tuh gimana anjing rasanya,
on the side of the smoke. Calix finds his back in heaven, stuck alone as NQZ. Where can he go? What can he do? He's fired off a shot. Xantares is not hurrying on this mid lurk. He's still looking at Temple side, but he needs to group with this team. A minute on the clock, and Eternal Fire running back. They're going to leave him here for later.
I mean, with Xantares here, he can control the rotates. They're still freaked out about middle. And so even as these footsteps come back, Xantares really trying to play with the hearts and minds of Pain Gaming. Now he hears them leaving. He hears a rotate out of that first man. And as he gets involved over in middle, there's even more doubt in the minds of Pain. They're going to hear the bomb. They're going to hear this rotate at least. And they catch Woxic. Eternal Fire don't go overcooking this one. They're split up between B and A. 2 players inside of the B site. Arcadia and Madra have got to get this bomb down. Xantares a long way away. Xantares will not save them here. 2v3, and there's Arcadia's AWP. NQZ responds. He finally had a chance to get involved in this round, but now Xantares is here. Quick as he arrives, he's nearly deleted by that nade. NQZ looking over his shoulder at all moments. They don't know where Xantares is. They don't know that he's down in dark. That's where both players are. And they'll go swinging out. And then it becomes all too clear, only to snatch that away. 10-0.
They got a little cooked in the mid because Xantares is saying, guys, I have A, I've got this entry kill, I've heard them rotate, come to me. But then that spam comes through in middle and they still commit to it. But, you know, Pain hear everything on the rotation down in water. So it's a little awkward there. Eternal Fire could have just committed to B. They knew there was max 1, and in fact there were 0 players there. But it doesn't matter. They don't overcook it. They commit with their gut. They commit with their initial call, and they keep it clean. 10-0, double AWP, whatever you can do at this point is enough for Pain.
Yeah, at this point you're just saying, like, okay, like whatever we need just to try, you know, salvage anything here, buy an AWP if you're not feeling it, try get the ball rolling, lock out some of these angles and try to deny that map control.
Oh, that was a nice angle, but Xantares wiggles his way into it and gives you nothing. NQZ getting smoked off as well. They might go back to what the pistol was, a fast Temple play through the smoke.
A nice counter util here out of Pain Gaming at least. Smoking off Temple does slow down this pace out through middle.
Calix doesn't know. Not for sure.
Holding on to this from CT, but low ammo in the M4. Only good for that first kill. Here's that second AWP, but ooh, that's just an ugly peak.
Leave them running your way. Whitecadia looking for more, nading the smoke. Woxic cutting off mid. It's just everywhere. Eternal Fire, they're in your nightmares.
I mean, you can see the paranoia that Pain are under, right?
Yeah.
Like every rotate, you've got to do a full 360-degree clear of mid. You know you're not winning the game. If that's where the mindset's at, if that's how far you've kind of lost grasp of the cooling at play, the macro.
Now there's a kit, there's a smoke, and Eternal Fire love a hunt. Harry, I'm sensing something scandalous from Nissim. He's sneaking in, they have no idea. He needs to get on it quick, jumping the bomb.
It's not
he
live
might
for
have
anyone.
got it.
He's got it. He's got it. This is a ninja. He's on the bomb, and they're too far away. They're suffering from success, man. Eternal Fire. They get that one wrong.
Laugh it off. Laugh it off. It shouldn't matter. But that's a lovely round to make you feel good. You're first in the map, and a sneaky.
Good way to get on the game. But is it too late? I mean, if you're a Eternal Fire, you were really not expecting anyone to have like the balls to go with that all rounds have gone. Yeah, it's a little thing out. But now Eternal Fire looking to their heads on now. All right. Last round, we will not run ever again. We are sorry.
Get defuse in the smoke. I can't blame them. Oh, that's a good way to get on the game. But is it too late?
I mean, if you're Eternal Fire, you were really not expecting anyone to have like the balls to go for that with how all these rounds have gone. Okay, so maybe that brings it back down to earth a little.
Yeah, reality
Eternal
check.
Fire are going to screw their heads
Done.
on now. All right.
Full
Last
focus.
round, we will not hunt ever again. We are sorry.
Oh yeah, now they have no reason.
13-0 is ruined. Courtesy of Nissim.
Oh yeah, blame him. Lurk Smoker B getting deployed for Magic. They're gonna take middle, it seems. It's keeping attention on this side of the map. Dogfight coming in. Pain even making a play. I like this, making a push. Nissim gets his shot off. It's Calyx up top dropped. 5-on-4 for Pain. And they make the mid-round move. This is what we wanted to see 10 rounds ago. They're going to get a lot of info, and they're going to get the fights they're looking for. Maybe too many fights.
Yeah, this might be more than they bargained for here. No kills out of Big Azera, just the dink. So that brings us back into a 4v4. Nissim, I mean, he's like, well, you know, I want to surround with the A aggression once, so why not try it again? He's already up in rugs and coming in on the backstab here.
Great timing.
Now, Santaras is ready for this. Eternal Fire are winning the major, but
Not
of course, back turned. Nissim plays the trigger discipline for a moment, clears all this out.
Clean.
And it's a kill. Woxic will recover. 3-on-3 now as they explode out into this A site. One man here, NQZ, puts up the first. Is there any more from him? It's just the one and done. Woxic and Whitecadia in the post plant. This is not good for Pain, and Woxic's just going to farm them up as they move in. Eternal Fire are going to do good on a dominant half here. 11-1. They lose one to the Ninja defuse, but other than that, everything comes up Eternal Fire.
Yeah, this was always meant to be the case for Eternal Fire to win this game, but the way they're doing it is the best aspect, I think. It's dominant, it's clean, we're excusing the one round because everything else has been very well put together, and yeah, the stars are shining. Centaurus on your screen, the king of Turkish CS, looking for that crown here in Copenhagen. And Eternal Fire doing everything we wanted to today. Starting their day off, looking for a 2-0 lead, leaving them only 2 more maps from that elimination stage, Harry. It's essentially halfway there.
Yeah.
And even further,
The
maybe.
math checks out.
Of course, it will be a BO3 in that 2-0 deciding game. But right now, making this best of 1 quick and clean. Pistol round for Pain. Is there anything left in the pocket?
Well, you can't win T-side with a Ninja anything.
Especially not in pajamas.
No. No, then it would be done before you even get there. So let's see what they've got on this little B exec. Util coming out. Woxic in at the back of the site. Will get flashed a handful of times here as they just stream in over the top. Xantara is blind, still good for 1, but that leaves the B site with just the 1 kill. So all he's now retrieved for Big Azera as he posts up down in dark. He's going to have bodies coming his way, and he is able to deal with them. Arcadia sent out of there, and this one looks to get away from Eternal Fire with Maggia dead on the flank. They know where that last man is, and Big Azera will finish the job. Pain Gaming this time get the pistol.
Something to celebrate, finally, right? It's been few and far between in this map. A map that Eternal Fire, I mean, they've got a great map pool. Obviously, one insta-ban on Ancient, I think it is. But if you're going to be pulling this through their least played map and looking this good, that's just something else to rely on in this major. Of course, a Force at 11-2. Can barely blame them. That's going to give Pain the weapon advantage for now.
That's really all the util used right there for Eternal Fire. Two players over towards B. Well, they've lent a little heavier over here towards A. That fifth man over in middle, swinging between the two right now while the freedom is there.
This could be nice, but they back out just in time. There's another, though. Ooh. Guns jumped. And Aiming taken back. Pain. They could flash their way back in.
I like that, though. Good awareness from Maggia, right? He chases it down as much as you reasonably can, and then he sees them holding it, and he's like, okay, well, there's no point giving them the opener. You know, compare that to Pain's kind of holds over here towards main, where they were a lot more die-hard in these fights. And oftentimes, it would be a hard death for him.
Eternal Fire with one smoke have dragged this round down to 30 seconds without a kill. Like, Pain should still win it from position. They're about to split B, but this is already a good show of restraint until the backstab comes in, and now they know what's up.
Everyone in the right place at the right time. Woxic now responsible for main as Dark has given up. Big Azera and Cowes kills a piece. MP9 at range keeps this one even. There's the backstab, and there's one more where that came from. Wycadia tucked in over at Ivy. Not to be known about from Lux, who goes back to grab the bomb. And with so little time left, it's a done deal. They do it on the Force Buy. Eternal Fire run away with just the pistols and those SMGs. And they move on to match point here and now.
That's a Pain Gaming who is scared, Harry. They're scared to play. They're scared of their opponent, and they let the clock decide it for them, forcing a plant in a one-on-one. Around Eternal Fire had no business winning, even with a Force Buy. No util to block that play. A couple of flashes at the perfect time, and Pain play themselves, set up to close in quick succession. Eternal Fire 1 round from 2-0.
I mean, they just have such a good read over, you know, how this game is flowing, the timings that they need to hit. When it comes down to the individuals, you more than trust them there as well. Over towards this B site, Zantares has been brought down low, but he's going to fall back, try to buy a bit of time for his teammates to rotate in. Foxy gets caught down in dark. 3-on-3 as that bomb plant moves through for Pain Gaming. But more chance spam out of Zantares looks to tip the scales back in Eternal Fire's favor. Pain Gaming at one flash, but they don't go peeking with it, not yet. Out from behind the pillar, it's a one and done from Lux, and so NQZ, a lot to do here, and swinging it wide was not the answer. Eternal Fire, crazy dominant to go up 2-0 after day one of the major. They've got their eyes set on securing that elimination stage, and they want to do it cleanly. They've made a real case for that there, with their two opening games both being dominant wins.
Yeah, smashing the Mongols, a team that, you know, many have had high expectations of coming into this tournament. We'll have to see more from them later. And the same for Pain, who have already come through impressing, but not in this game.
Indeed, and I feel a bit bad for Hugo and Harry, who started off the game by so many superlatives about Eternal Fire, especially Hugo in terms of where he wants them to go, this tournament, etc. And then they just had to repeat it over and over. And I feel like that's kind of what we also have to do on this segment, which is, of course, fantastic for kind of the goals that Eternal Fire have this major.
Yeah, if we don't want to overblow the situation, this is still the beginning of the opening stage, but if there ever was to be an incredible run from Eternal Fire, this could be the start that you want to. Like, a lot of authority, super serious about any games, not disrespecting or underestimating opponents, playing full 100%, good calls for major, good individuals showing up. Like, that's the whole package so far, at least on day one, Jake.
Yeah, you couldn't really put a finger on anything Eternal Fire did in this game. Sure, they lose one round, you know, to a ninja defuse, which is unacceptable. Sorry, unacceptable. Yeah, in a close game maybe, but they were having fun with it. They could laugh it off, and then of course go back to winning ways afterwards. For my money, there was no competition right here. I know I said that I thought Pain Gaming was going to be able to make a fight out of it, and I guess you have to be an idiot to think that, because that was not the case at all. Pain Gaming seemed to be, yeah, well, I guess a bit, but it just felt very flat from the get-go. The pistol round was a great example as well. The very first round in the game, it almost felt like when Pain lost that, where they were supposed to win, it was just game over them. There was no resilience whatsoever.
No, and you do think now that Eternal Fire moves on to the 2-0 pool, they're going to have those best of threes to play. What are you looking at?
Yeah, it's just the scoreboard. Look at that. You know, the amount of kills coming out from no one within the Pain Gaming camp is a bit rough.
No, and I think also in the terms of Eternal Fire, just very efficient in what they did in terms of killing the rounds very, very quickly.
Yeah, listen, just handling the map, like the calls for major, and I'm not just talking about like what strategy he chooses at the beginning of the round. I'm talking about understanding where in the map are dangers, where can we retake information, what is our opponent most likely to do. They were a step ahead of Pain Gaming the whole time. Like how many times we've seen the Brazilians trying to go for information, trying to have a little bit of proactivity, and then you would have someone from EF or the pack just retaking that part of the map, slap in the face. They did that a couple of times. This wasn't a competition at all. EF strolled towards the 2-0 as we put it out, and a fantastic display of performance.
Nice.
Yes, and here we have it displayed. Oh, Maniac, you're so great. But look at it. Isn't it absolutely beautiful? Of course, very high quality metal posters. I'm sure you've heard about it before, but listen. Would you not like to have
They pay you a lot of money on that for Twitch, you know, the ASMR section is pretty good in there.
Would you not like to have a poster of your own choosing, whatever you want? Also really important, I rent, and you can't really do a lot to your walls, so this is really, really nice the way you can mount these. What do you think of this one specifically?
No, I was just thinking about the sounds. It took me back to South France, the cricket, you know. At night when you're enjoying a little glass of rosé, Provence, you know.
Yeah.
That's the sound, yeah?
Yeah, you never heard cricket?
Heard a cricket?
Yeah, but not a cricket that sounds like that.
Oh, okay. Anyways, as you can see, you can take it off quite easily, put it back on quite easily. This is, in fact, the first time that I do this. I've been looking at these a lot specifically because I have nothing on my walls, and there's a couple of movie posters I want to hang up. There's so much you can choose from, by the way, but most importantly, if you're watching this broadcast, the deal with Counter-Strike, so you can choose whatever you want in terms of the game as well. If you don't want to have a team, it can be an AK.
Yeah, also one made for all the noobs out there, you know, so you actually get to learn the spray transfer of the AK-47 with your disc plate. So there's a bit of educational content into that one as well.
That's how I was supposed to spray.
Yeah,
that's what I was doing wrong.
Exactly.
I wasn't doing
Yung
the
pera ito.
I was doing the other thing.
That's why you're here, not there, you know.
Yeah, well, you're next to me, buddy, so...
Well, that's
Yeah.
problem as well.
You know what I mean?
Anyways, you
Yung
you
Brazil
can choose
ito,
whatever
yung
you
gusto
want.
ko,
If
no?
you don't have a lot of room, hang this one up one
bawa
way,
acara yung
another way,
Brazil.
another one, depending who you have over for tea. I don't really care. You can choose whatever you want, and also
Oh,
most
come on.
importantly, you
Para,
can use
anjing.
the discount code PGL. I believe you can click on the
Ito
banner.
yung
and you can just
bilang,
go over to display.com
apa?
slash
Brand ambassador ng
PGL
MIBR.
rather, to get your discount
Ada may
code.
enter.
Of
And
course.
then you can get cracking.
I'm gonna
Is
get
that
used to
even-
that. You should stop about it.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Anyways, we'll be going over to the break right now while you can take a look at the wonderful catalog of the displays, and we'll be back with Heroic versus Imperial.
Jesus.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victory
Berapa?
is one expect.
30 ya?
Level up your gaming space
32.
with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them
Si
whenever you like.
Carolina,
Get
siapa?
official art from your
Aguero,
favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas.
Coachnya
And choose
OG
from
anjir, tetep
thousands
paling
of
cakep cok.
posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade
Tahu
is
nggak lu
here.
coachnya OG Son?
Shop now at displate.com.
Anjing coach CS cakep banget anjir.
The grind continues for Heroic, and they're now
Coach
entering the
CS?
major here for the first stage. Kicksan's joining me.
Yeah,
And
what?
I want to touch on this grind you guys have been on, because I look at Heroic, you're always entering things, you're always playing
Vladislava
officials.
siapa namanya?
How's the energy coming into the major itself?
I think we have good energy. We've been playing a lot recently. We also had some online tournaments after the RMR.
No, anjing apa kagak cakep. Sampai pada follow, si Ripki follow, si Arsa follow.
We have good energy right now, I would say.
When I see Heroic, I always see you guys together. I always see a strong, united team for sure. Is this something you've been trying to focus on and work on? Because it's such an interesting mix of players and personalities that have come together.
Yes, I would say that we've been working on it a lot since the first day we founded this team. And I think we've been doing pretty good when you look at the mental part of the game and how we behave outside of the server. I think even in some rough moments when we were losing games or even tournaments, we were still, nobody got tilted or... I think we've been doing good when it comes to the mental part.
And inside the game, I want to see how much you are learning and how much you are trying to adjust still, and how much is set in stone, because I know you guys will have the fundamentals worked out, how you want to play and how you want to lead this team, but how much is still, because you are a new team, I need to change this a little bit, we need to do this. How are you going through this whole process?
I think in the last few weeks we've been changing some little things. So I think we have like a good base or a good idea of how we want to play, and then we just adjust few little things depending on the opponent, on the way we've been playing the last few games. So yeah, I wouldn't say that we changed too much, only some little things that can sometimes decide games.
And in terms of deciding games, the major you'd need to perform, but Heroic as an organisation, before you were part of the team, had a lot of success when it came to majors. Deep runs, playoffs, right? Do you have the same expectations for this version of Heroic, that like, that is where you guys should go? Because when I hear, like, I've seen Nertz's interviews, we can win this event, we can do, like, it's very confident, but what are your realistic expectations at this stage?
We're trying not to think too much about the end results. We're trying to take it game by game, but I think we haven't been a team for a long time, but I think we already showed that we can beat some decent teams and do some great runs at tournaments. So I would say making the playoffs is like a minimum for us.
And what's that like for you, right? 'Cause your first major, you hit top 4. Now, I would say you're coming in with a stronger team by looking at the names and the players. How do you personally feel about that? Like, I need to do this again? Is there a mentality change on it?
Yeah, I think with the experience we have in our team, I think we shouldn't worry too much about it, and if we just keep playing the way we want, we will do it.
A lot of people are thinking, okay, 3-0s in the pick'ems, Heroic are through, there's no problems at all. Do you feel that confident?
We feel confident, but at the same time, we don't want to underestimate anyone, any team, because we saw, for example, in the online games, we lost against OG, for example, and I think, for example, in that game, we didn't go too serious, like always, so that made us play a bit worse. So I think for the major, it's important to just respect every team, and if we just play like we always do, we can beat anyone, I think.
And what would you say for you as the IGL is the one thing you haven't had enough time to do with this team, the one thing you haven't had enough time to work on to get you to where you want right now? Because we have to be, yes, we're looking at the name value of Heroic, but we have to be honest that it's only been a few months for this team.
I would say maybe the map pool. We didn't have enough time to prepare all the maps like we would like to have them. But even the map pool, I think it has been getting better lately, especially after the RMR. So it's still not perfect, but we can do much better than this.
Do you feel like it's actually good that you guys are going through this first stage? Because the officials you'll get to play and getting used to this whole scenario again?
Yeah, I think it's been good to play a lot of officials and also some online tournaments, because I mean, I have some experience playing some online tournaments before this, but some of the other guys have only played LANs recently, so having these online grinds and playing different kind of qualifiers, I think helped us a lot, and we've been improving and learning a lot from it.
But do you expect the same? Do you think it's beneficial you're starting here in the opening stage and not the next stage, for example? Do you think it's good for this team?
Yes, I think so. If you get through this stage, you'll get a lot of confidence going into the next one, so I think it's important for us.
Well, let's hope that confidence comes through for you, man. Kicksan, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, as we're going to dive into Heroic versus Imperial, who had both had a great start, I think. Of course, we're immediately thinking back to ENCE versus Imperial and all of the overtimes, but I do want to start with Heroic, just because we saw that wonderful interview with Kixan there and Banks, and where he says, of course, for his personal expectations, if we think back where he got to in Paris, I can understand it, saying playoffs is a goal, and anything less than that would be a disappointment. What do you guys think of that statement?
I think that's fair, you know, to say if you're a player of his caliber. I also think it's a fair statement given how well they've been playing early on in the season. When they first came together, I think a lot of people, including myself, were looking towards Heroic thinking, what is this? You know, what is this lineup? There's some interesting pieces, you know. The Cisss and Cisss being the leftovers from the old original Heroic. Then you bring in Nicodas, who's always been a player that has never really fully broken through after his Copenhagen Flames days. And then Kixan, you know, an in-game leader that was emerging to be one of the top dogs that potentially could have joined better teams as well. And then Nerds, breakout player of 23, at least one of them. So for my money, it was a team with a lot of potential. Where I'm surprised is that they gelled together so fast. What we saw in Katowice, what we saw at the RMR, what we see now as well, it's a team that is actually delivering Counter-Strike at a high level already now, and I expected that to be 6 months into the process.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think it's a make or break
Meta
for
biar
most of
langsung
these
level
players
12.
at a very important level. For Nerds, you're talking about the rookie of the 2023.
Sekali menang berapa buku sih itu? 6 human lupa gue 5 ya? 5 apa 6 sih?
I think he is a topic of conversation. What he did with Apex in Paris, you could have labeled it a fluke, you could have labeled it a one-time, it's never going to happen again. And now the sort of success he's already finding with this mixed match of a team already, his credit score is just
nanti ujung-ujungnya
it's a pump. It is a pump. You gotta buy the stock.
Bisa 6 kuda, 6...
Also, yeah, this is not financial advice. Please be careful with your money.
Apa
But
tuh
the
yang
stones
attack
of
speed?
Kixan, they're going high, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's cool. It's also such a different story than when you look at Imperial specifically, right? Where you had, of course,
bisa
and a lot of players around him, where some people might have said, what is this you're doing? There was a lot of chaos in putting together that roster and a lot of unproven talent. Hell, even people that were just streaming and then got into their first competitive LAN at the RMR specifically. In Norway as well, an unbelievable first game here at the Major.
Yeah, you said it, Matt, you're right. You're starting to like him a lot already. I would agree with that. The player on your screen right here, he did fantastically well at the Americas RMR, and he continued that trend in the very first game at this very tournament. Again, we don't really know with these players when they're coming into the first tier 1, tier 2 experience, how they're going to cope with the pressure, how they're going to cope with being on lane. But as you said, he didn't seem flustered whatsoever. Very sharp, very assertive on the server. Even when it got into the overtimes where you may get a feeling that some of these youngsters would feel hindered, you know, and feel a bit pressured by the situation, he was showing no weakness whatsoever.
Let's talk a little bit about those overtimes, though, because not just kind of one overtime, multiple on top of that. Kyler got an ace.
Lu salah satu tim terbaik di dunia.
I mean, to withstand
awal-awal udah kena 10-0 apa agak jiper,
there were many occasions in which you would think that Imperial is out of it. That is it. They're never going to come back from this. They've squandered the occasion. They've gotten ace through smoke by Kylar. Like, what else do you need to give up? And they haven't. And I really think that this roster that I wasn't exactly really familiar with prior to the RMR has sort of been met at the perfect intersection, which is on one hand the promise of tomorrow, and that's No Way and Decenti, and it's trusting in new players, and at the same time some veterans that refuse to be washed, refuse to wash away, and it is an actual term to be used. The Phelps, the Henny of the world, people that were at the top of Counter-Strike 5-6 years back, we're thinking that's the end for you guys, you know, just ride into the sunset, and then they just meet and then they find success together again, and there's something about it that I appreciate.
I mean, it just goes to show that sometimes the puzzle has to be rearranged many a times. I think specifically in the Brazilian rosters we have been seeing that, right? Vinny also has played with some of the best legacy-wise in that region, but now that he has this puzzle, it's working out more. So let's see if they can also win this one. Kixan said the only thing that I definitely still want to work on is the map pool. This is, of course, only a best of one.
Yeah, and that's fair. And listen, this is one of the critics that we can allow ourselves to do or to make towards Heroic. The playbook isn't extremely deep, and the map pool is yet to be built. But that is sort of acceptable for the team and where they're standing right now. And best of one isn't exactly where you get to challenge that. Case in point, you go to Mirage, a map where I would deem Heroic to be already expert and very efficient on early days.
And one of the reasons why they are is that they remind us a lot of the old Heroic, constantly moving around, especially on the CT side. They love to be aggressive. They love to take ramp away from their opponents. They love to take middle away from their opponents. They always love to push B-apps in the middle of the rounds as well. So if you're Imperial coming into this game, you gotta be aware that when you're on the T side of Mirage, there's gonna be constant pressure somewhere on the map. And that's what made the old Heroic, the Danish version, so feared on a map like Mirage, and I think they've adopted some of that same playstyle. You're looking towards Cisss, you're looking towards Cisss. I think they've instructed Kixen in how they used to play Mirage back in the old days, and they're doing that with the new roster as well. It's a dangerous map for Imperial.
Definitely is, and then Cisss and Cisss, of course, who are left on that lineup, and are not just left on that lineup, right? They're doing what they need to do in terms of what we've seen Heroic build towards already as well. I just want to have that clear. So in the first game, you were unequivocal about Eternal Fire and how convincing it was going to be. Do you have a similar thought here for Heroic, or is it more dicey?
No, I think it's way more dicey. On account of Imperial and what they've shown us against Ents, I have no reason to believe it's going to be any different here. And even though I have Heroic as favorite, I do expect a very cool game, a very tense and close game. I wouldn't be surprised if both teams make it to double digit at the end, so I'm strapped in, I'm ready for Counter-Strike.
Look at Phelps for this map. He's the highest rated player for Imperial, a 1.35 on average when it comes to Mirage. He's firing on all cylinders. If Heroic can shut down Phelps, I think that's going to be enough for Imperial to lose this game. If not, then we have a game.
Okay, we have a task ahead of us. Let's see what happens. Heroic versus Imperial for a chance to move over to that 2-0 pool with Harry and Hugo.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Heroic taking on Imperial, and I mean, this one I think should be a lot closer than that game that we just had, right? We saw one set of the Brazilians fall on down just now to Eternal Fire, but this one I think there's a lot more intrigue on. I think we're still trying to figure out exactly where this Imperial level is at, because even looking back at their RMR run, it was fantastic. And then they come here and they open up with a win, admittedly a long drawn-out overtime win over Ents, but I think if anything, that's more impressive. Ents are meant to have the edge in those OT games.
Yeah, they were down, 0-3 in multiple overtimes and still managed to take that dub. So very impressive start. Can it go on? We'll have to find out. A pop for Imperial into the site sits Nikodos behind Triple, and they've got to find out the hard way. No way, dead immediately. The bomb is getting stuck, and Nikodos can do nothing about it. Great shot for Decency. It's going to be a 2-on-4 though in that post farm. Not an easy position for Imperial to convert.
Not by a long margin. 3 from CT, but it's this big flank out of Cisss that really looks to seal the deal, and it will. Him and Shush, 2 OGs of Heroic, managed to lock that one in right at the close. And so the pistol round going to go their way to open up.
Yeah, the Imperial story is so interesting, right? And this is the second most played map. They have a lot of experience on it, but this is without a doubt the best team that Imperial have ever faced on this map. And it should show. I'd like to think it will show for Heroic, even though Imperial are punching maybe above their weight with that win over Ents to start. Heroic are a roster that came out of the gate swinging, and that's really cool to see. A new team with a couple of pieces put together with very little synergy between the majority of this roster you would expect, with the exception of Cisss and Shush, but they've come together really well.
I think one of the things that was so cool there is it wasn't a team that showed up to those early events going, yeah, we're just going to see how we do. Like, no, you had guys like Nerds giving interviews where he said, like, I think we're going to make, playoff runs happen. He was very, very confident in this team from the get-go. That, to me, I think probably speaks to the strength of Kixan's leadership in this roster, right? The fact that he immediately was kind of on side with the Heroic camp is a very good sign of the times.
And Kixan saying just in that interview earlier, like, we want to go top 8. We should be going top 8. And yeah, with the caliber of players, I don't see that being impossible. A Danish core in home soil. Heroic hit hard. Imperial with another pop, and well, their bubble, exactly that. Already a 4-on-1 and done. Heroic make it look easy in A.
A clean start in spite of the force buy that comes out against them. They only lose 1 player, so Heroic are right where they want to be.
And no plant either, so they've got to accept their fate, Imperial, and take a little eco here. Let Heroic build up early in this game. And yeah, like if you look at Heroic's run, it has been solid, especially on this map as well. Wins over Vitality, Gamer Legion, Astralis. So they've got the experience without a doubt recently, and it's only going to get better before it gets worse. Nerds, Mirage veteran in middle, spraying through that window smoke, and they are out under. He's heard them though. Heroic not stressed.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a good deal of attention as well put onto the AWPers in this matchup, right? Both of them with very high ceilings. They can step up and dominate games, but occasionally go missing.
Yeah, Henny has been known to be streaky, but his potential at the top, well, it was incredible. Like I said, refusing to be washed on these Imperial legends. And, well, last time we saw Henny at a major, he was in a grand final, Harry. So you've got to keep that in mind. It's been some time, though, for old Hen 1. But he was the highest rated player of the whole America's RMR. And what's cool, actually, is 4 of these players were the highest rated players at the top 4 exactly at the America's RMR. And that's, you know, partly because Imperial stomped everyone they played. They didn't drop more than 5 rounds in a map. They beat 2 North American teams, and then they, you know, took away a BO3 at the end easily versus the Brazilians. So, yeah, that was a very impressive run. Came out of nowhere, I think. I don't think many people were expecting that to be so clean. But the question is, what can they do now that they're here in Copenhagen when the battle truly started?
The guns are out now, and Imperial going fast out towards ramp. Gonna have first contact here onto Cisss as he tries to avoid capture. Out in mid, Vinny will fall. This one looked like it was going to go back and forth there, but they just can't get these trades out through the connector. Decenty does what he can, and what he can is a hell of a lot. 3 kills all of a sudden, flips the scales of this one as that plant's coming in. Decenty's not done yet. Going to get flashed into the connector for number 4. On for the ace is Decenty. And it's all on Cisss now to try put a stop to them. Heroic thought they had this round in the bag. They thought it was done, that they'd done enough getting rid of this mid-play. But one man has uprooted everything, and they don't even catch him on the cross. Decenty wants to start this with a bang for Imperial. And Cisss looks like he's heading for the hills. He can't win this anymore. Sure, he denies the ace, but the round is Imperial's, and it's all on the shoulders of Decenty on that A play.
Phenomenal work, and he wasn't even the star of the series earlier against Ents. He was at bottom of the board. It was all no way. The young gun, but Decenty joins him in that vein, and he shows up in a big way. Nice 4K, some great flashes, and that was after Heroic actually skirted past Imperial mid. Cisss got behind players at top mid. The whole time they're chaining flashes over stairs, pushing Cisss all the way back in connector. He still gets a kill, and Decenty goes on to quad up in a fantastic work for the young'un. And it's this veteranship of Imperial mixed with this young blood that makes this team so exciting. We've already had a taste of it.
I mean, you know, I think when you talk Brazilian Counter-Strike in the current day, you always end up bringing it back to Furia in some way, shape or form, right? And obviously, you've got Vinny, one of the ex-squad mates of that Furia squad for the longest time. But on top of that, you know, Decenty actually coming from Furia Academy in the early stages of his career.
Yeah.
And so I always like it when you have these academy players, you know, the part they're kind of always that they were a part of there, look further afield, and then they end up being sick. I always love that. It almost feels like, you know, you kind of had a diamond you didn't know you had.
Gua nonton lu Flash plus Major anjing. Di YouTube lu suara Majornya masuk anjing.
Keep building. Phelps flashed into Con, but won't get past Nerds.
Flash has been so good, though. This is the bomb. Oh, Henny had to hit that. Crouched in by Kixon. And that's the bomb gone in a round. That's a faraway position. They don't know, though. Decenty is crept out. He might have multiple kills on offer. He takes the shot.
Itu harus dipisah-pisah lagi tuh gimana soal kayak gitu? Enggak, maksud gue nanya doang.
30 seconds, he needs to find Nerds. He's also getting wrapped in spawn. It's a good grenade, but this AWP is here to play.
Yeah, that mental timer isn't kicked in yet. Oh, he's just considered it. Just considered it now. But Mykonos, nice angle for him to have. No way, 1v3, 20 seconds. Bomb dropped over towards ramp, and Heroic are protecting it with the flank from Cisss. There's no way back into this.
Yeah.
And the 1-on-3 will fall on deaf ears.
Yeah, no way he wins this. Oh, get out. Want to keep it going. Even a wallbang could be a problem there. Don't love the position, but crouched below. Flusher's not in the server. You're safer now. 4-1 for Heroic. They put a clamp on it. Just that kill at ramp does a lot of work, and Nerds as well. Full blind, spraying in connector. You know, you're seeing the experience for Imperial. You know, the maps played, officials logged on Mirage already show just with how nice the util they're throwing is. But Heroic very active, as the desk was saying. You know, moving around the map a lot, especially on CT side Mirage. You're going to see Nikodos floating, you know, playing his spawns, maybe going for a boost B, a pick window, rotating through CT, just using that back line like you would on ancient CT side to constantly be switching your position, getting an AWP shot, being on the other side of the map 10 seconds later. And Nikodos, you know, you mentioned flashy, streaky AWP as I talked about Henny, but Nikodos is the same vein.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was kind of the reason why I say we should be keeping an eye on them, right? Is that I think both of them have that ability to step up and take control of the game, but both of them also, equal measures, have the ability to go completely silent. I think, you know, one of the things that's sick about Nikodos in this squad is that he's kind of been given that second chance, that shot of redemption, because, you know, you saw the heights he was able to hit. In Flames, he looked good. Even in Fnatic, he would have moments where he looked decent.
Oh,
so we want to see the rebuild of Nikodos as a bit of an all powerhouse.
Nerds should not be allowed to leave there. That's a big blunder from Phelps. He had him trapped, not even considering the kill or the angle, but he lets him go. Nerds gets fishing in middle. And he didn't put it back in the ocean. 5-on-4. Big problem for Imperial. They've got this gun, that's about it. Run boost out mid for the rifle.
Main hebat.
A nice bait and switch setup at B, but it's got to come through catwalk here, the bulk for Imperial if they want this site. Be a boost up with the rifle on a late lurk. Going for a kill boost instead, and that's not going to find them anything because Heroic aren't playing window right now. Nikodos edges his way in. Oh, but not enough for a frag.
40 seconds, Imperial. And they're not being gifted any of these fights. Instead, Nikodos might take some good routing to find this down here in mid. Oh, Phelps. A lot of noise made there, bud. And so that one's free.
This is huge. It opens up the path for the bomb to go cat. They've got to go now. They've lost their B player.
Yeah, that's a bit of a disaster. Now as Vinny looks to move in, I mean, one kill on him and the round is over, but Tessa's just repositioning into the market. Decency will fall, and now it is just Vinny left standing. He was hoping to get a bomb plant, but not today, not into that double hold over at B. Heroic with a nice clean one, and I'm not sure if the strat of Decency or Broke is going to cut it here for Imperial. They do need some of these other stars to start performing, and that could either come from No Way or from Henny. I'll take either at this point.
Anyone. Phelps will do too, but yeah, it's a bit of an ugly round there with only one rifle, just very split. And when they get a backstab, it all comes a little too late.
All right, Vinny, come on. Give him a good talking to.
I mean, it's cool to see Imperial take that big opening win over Ents, but I think, again, the newspapers will read Heroic. At the end of the day, they should do, and I think it's very cool that we've got, you know, another Danish core and Danish soil here at the Copenhagen Major. Of course, Astralis not making it was a big talking point, but ecstatic. Come through with a win over Mongols. They're here to play. Heroic with a core, despite losing their full Danish lineup, or at least the majority of it. And these are the only remaining Heroic players who made it, Harry. No Cadian, no Yabi, no Stown. But still Heroic, still Danes. Oh, they don't know.
One from Vinny. They look to isolate Nerds out in top mid. Good awareness there that a player could have crossed. They're able to flush him out after just the one and done. So Imperial sit in a 4-on-3. Best chances they've had yet. Kills didn't have to come from Decency either. Said it's Vinny and No Way forging a path in this round. Shush in window, trying to regain a bit of ownership over middle. Even then, as he goes peeking out, he knows they can still be behind the boxes. He knows they can be under the window. There's limitations to how much info he gets there.
It's gambling wrong. It's all on Nikodos.
And Imperial, they just sit back and wait, trying to gauge the reactions from Heroic, see if they are given anything for free.
I like the patience, but they don't want to leave it too long. They can pull No Way back to the apartments, and they can go for a 3-man B hit. In this position, that should be enough. But I think they don't overcomplicate this. Nikodos would have to put on a highlight reel, and with a player coming up cat, that complicates matters. A nice smoke on A that's going to stop Shush as well, so Nikodos now has to care short. His triplet has been smoked off.
Missed that first timing as well. Decency's far deeper than Nikodos is ready for. Quick reposition, sees him at the back of the site, but it's one man, one AWP to try and make the difference. First kill connects. Nikodos trying to buy more time here. There's very little left on the clock, and if he can find Henny, that would be the round. Vinny had to get that kill. Will Heroic give this one a go? That kill from Kickstand certainly will tempt them. Nikodos buys enough time, and they're able to deal with these players on the extremities, so a 2v2 now. It's Vinny and Henny to try and keep the hope burning for Imperial.
Site, smoke's available. Even a molly picked up, but these players are sitting on the bomb in the middle of the site. And a shot from Henny, but he's got a chance to reposition, buy time, and set up for the baited boost player. It's Vinny waiting to win the round, and the time should be expiring. Heroic know it. There's no chance to win this one. They even get the kill on the exit. What an impressive display of trust from Henny to believe that Vinny had his back. With 10 seconds, he's hiding behind backside, waiting for Vinny to come up catwalk and cut down Nikadoz, who he was so close. He realized either multi-kill or win it to the clock. But Vinny with the backstab sets Henny up for success. That's a very tight round. I also love the smoke. We didn't see it thrown, but they threw one on triple, which as Cisss rotated CT to A, he's trying to watch Cat. He's trying to help Nikadoz, but he gets smoked to triple. He no longer has that con line to short, and that allows Imperial to get up Cat, which wins them the round. What a well put together call from Vinny.
I do like how much faith they have in him. He's really down to playing this in like the final few seconds. By the way, if you think about where he came from as well, like the kind of leaders that he had to look up to in ARM on the other side, right? It's a very different style of gameplay. All right, Heroic, this is some nice early aggression right off the top, trying to take ramp control, but Decenty is watching it. He is ready for the Heroic tricks. And so that opener comes for free. Very little work went into getting it, and it doesn't give Heroic a lot to react to either.
Stumbling and bumbling out from underneath. Cisss getting caught looking the wrong way, given a second chance, but he won't take it. He's committed and connected to fight with his teammate, and they turn Imperial into mincemeat. Oh dear. Blink and you miss it. This round is over. Or is it? Decenty and Henny, the two stars. 10 kills for Decenty, 0 for Henny. He's in the bomb site calling for support.
And he's still a long way out, and the rotate's even heard by Cisss in top middle. So at this point, Heroic know it's the A play. They know where both players are. Decenty's been able to get pretty deep up into the jungle. This was where he saved the day with that big 4K in their first rifle round. This time, though, it's no Heroics. Kixan shuts him down, and that leaves it all on Henny. 1v4, got to get the bomb planted. He's being flanked through ramp. There's players in CT. Henny can't win this one. And so Heroic will salvage that round. They lose Nerds early, but every move past that point is perfect from the Heroic squad.
Yeah, again, that's the danger of going slow on these T sides, right? Against a team like Heroic, they're going to find their gaps. They're going to make risky plays that, yes, sometimes will feed defaulting players kills, but often, other times, will find you big flanks around the map. So we've had, multiple times Heroic have come through on ramp from the B apartments and backstabbed Imperial in A. Some really nice active gameplay from Heroic at the moment. And a couple of glimmers of hope from the Brazilians. But right now, Heroic on CT side Mirage are making this map theirs. You talk about the in-game leaders that Vinny is played under as well, Harry. It's not just, it's Fallen in this very organization as well.
I mean, when he originally joined this squad, right, after departing Furia, the deal wasn't, Vinny, you're going to in-game lead. It was, you're going to get to play under Fallen. But
wow,
look at how it's kind of ended up, right, with him having to undertake this journey to becoming a leader. I think it's very interesting, and I like that he's been able to cook up some good results for the squad. It is a cool journey for Vinny to be embarking upon.
Bringing up the next generation, raising them like his own. Got a Palace pop here, but still a mid-take first. Imperial are drawing a lot of eyes off the A site. It's only Cisss here right now. It's a nice re-smoke for Nikadoz, and he gets set up in time. They're coming through silent.
It's just a raw contact play through the smoke, but it won't work out for them. Henny's Tech-9 delivers a double. Some of the best results they've had from Henny yet. He finally gets on the board. Are they now going to deliver the goods?
Iya, pakai Tech-9 juga.
3v2. Over towards the connected. Nerds lies in wait, but he's low on ammo. Has a chance here as Decenty hops up onto the bench, but back turn, that one's free. Nerds locked out of the round. It's all on Kixan. And he is far removed, trapped on the other side of the middle hole. He'll come through it. But he's got a lot to do here. A 1v3, smoke in his face. And a round that many players wouldn't even look to attempt, but he still floats around for it. Kickstand walks through and does, I mean, you thought that was going to be the kill, but Decent, he's looking lights out right now. He's been like the one kind of shining piece of the Imperial puzzle.
He's won the 2 massive rounds on this A site already, with big multi-kills. And Imperial will take it however they can get it right now. It's the inverse of what we were having earlier. As I said, even in that win BX, he was not the guy to look out for. It was, no way leading the show. Henny having some great AWP rounds. But Imperial, however you slice it, they'll eat it.
I like that Henny as well finally gets a chance to be involved there. I think that's like the perfect round for it, right? You're running a Tech 9. You've kind of been getting wrecked so far, if we're being honest, right, poor Henny? But that one, the pressure's off a little bit more. You got a Tech 9, you kind of have nothing to lose, so he just takes an aggro stance through the smoke, doubles up, and that's the double kill that even gets them to that position in the first place, right? So that's like a high-impact round from someone who's been struggling in the game. And if that can cascade across, if you can get a bit more mileage out of Henny with the game that we're getting from guys like Decency, this one still has some legs on it to get interesting.
Sure. We'll give it time for Imperial. And at this point, doubting them would be silly, right? Already a multi-overtime win over Ents.
And he's smiling. It's over for him.
I'd be in trouble now. Heroic Henny.
There we go. Pick. There we go. It's over.
Finding the first kill in the last round, and now on to 3 already. Just close ramp smoke right now. They can spam him. Flash goes over, rather smoke, setting up this execute. Shush. This gun can take off heads in close position, and it will do exactly that.
Damn, all right. Deletes Decency. Oh, kicks Sam with one more. All right, Henny. Now's the time, out through ramp. Imperial look to make their move. The scout domes Vinny. He is deleted. And Nikodos wants even more. Tries to swing it wide, but not quite dealt with yet. Shush, still on the UMP. And he's putting it to work. Now it is just Henny. Started the round with 1, but he's got to do so much more here. Just under a minute left to play with in a 1-on-3. Henny, the only guy to get kills in this round. And he might have to head for the hills. He's going to go clear the flank. Heroic are a team that love to come in on them. Quickly repositioning towards Palace. They know that Shush has been up here. This will just be the save. Henny goes no further. That's a Heroic move only onto a 7th, and that's on a low buy as well, right? 2 kills from Shush's UMP is pivotal in the outcome of that round. You even had Nikodos with his scout kind of swinging it wide from the spawn side, locking them out.
Yeah, it's a team that just seems very calm, right? It doesn't feel like you have any big tilters. The exception Nerds, who seems like he is very invested and have definitely seen some death slams from the guy. But with the exception, a very good head on the shoulders of this Heroic roster. I think it's a great project to see right now. Opening up with a huge signing of Nerds, you knew there was going to be something to follow. And I don't know, maybe I underrated Nikodos, but I think his redemption has been really, really solid. Given another shot at a tier 1 opportunity and seizing it with both hands. And has had some very strong games in the Heroic jersey so far.
Yeah, and I think, even as and he tries his hand at that opener again. We'll revisit this one in a second, because over here in mid, Nerds deletes Vinny on that attempt to get across, and with that smoke in the apartments, this one ends in a stalemate. They just got to back away, look elsewhere.
Nerds is just taking every fight he can right now. He just knows he is the best player on the server, and he is here to prove it. Keeping the pressure on the middle. Almost over the smoke. Spot that bomb, but he has a second chance as he comes through. Cisss sees it coming, but he can't stop it. A spray through the smoke might be enough. Henny almost taken down, but Decency provides cover, and Imperial the pathway into the B site.
Clinical from Nerds, second kill in the round now, and he's only just getting warmed up, man. Henny moving in, missed opportunity onto Kicksand. Shush with a big flank all the way through T-spawn into middle. And they've got Imperial in a box right now. Imperial don't even know it. They don't know just how trapped they are. And it's about to dawn on them as Shush rounds the corner. There's the double teed up. And sure, he only gets out with one, but he's done a lot of damage. Phelps left up in this one, all alone. 1v2.
Alah itu
He's
sama
going to
lu.
have the
Lu kan ada
chance
anti
for a
magic
plant,
nih.
but can he take
Sama
it
anti
any
fisik.
further than that? He gets his first kill of the game in this round. And now he's expected to cook up what was a 1v3. Here's the footsteps. Little bits of information for Phelps to pick up. He's going to dodge the danger of that nade. A good bit of bomb time ticked away already. Heroic moving in. Will they anticipate the CT plant? Nerds looks to clear it, and on that jump, he's managed it. So Phelps is never even given the chance to get the ball rolling. It's just that bomb plant for Imperial as Heroic continue to find success.
Yeah, what can Phelps do? He's just gambling that, you know, they read it wrong. He doesn't want to play hyper aggressive with 10 points of health, so he hides out and hopes they overlook him in that close position. Great check for Nerds, and Heroic just keeping things clinical right now. 8-3. As I said earlier, we've had glimmers, we've had sights of success for Imperial, but nothing they can reproduce on this T side. And with the exception of Decency popping off, the rounds have not come through for the Brazilians. Heroic looking to make it a 9-3 defensive half. Another mid-take coming in. Lots of utility. But Heroic are here to fight for it. And even Imperial are hesitant in this position. And Molly's nice. It buys more time. It means the top mid smoke will expire before the Molotov does. So Imperial walking out into the unknown. Soon to be, there's no AWP here. Nikodos has reinforced the A site. Right place, right time it seems, with Decency up in Palace. Imperial relying on the young star once again to find more opening kills.
I mean, they've got the real estate in mid they were looking for. These round losses have often just kind of petered out for Imperial, right? Kind of came to a bit of a weird halt where they get some good map control, but then they can't actually break through. It's not been punchy. It's been lacking that spunk. That's what they need, Hugo.
Where is it, Harry? 30 seconds. Got to throw their load into this site now. That's their last smoke down. Nikodos plays ahead of it. He's confident. He's here to kill. He's here to take the round away. Quick orb shot, flicks back. Got him trapped with a missed shot from Nikodos. They break their way in. It's a final second hurrah for Imperial as they look for 4.5.
Yes, that's from the spawn. He might have to be the saving grace here for Heroic, but he's locked out as Decency finds him and kicks out. I mean, we've seen him attempt one of these 1v3s already. Gonna give it another go as he moves in, but he's been heard by this player up close in con. Decency even a full reposition all the way through T-spawn. And so Kicksan's hope of winning this should be out the window now. One spot on the player at Tetris, but doesn't know about Con, and that will be his undoing. Phelps finishes the job as Imperial managed to salvage a 4-round T-side.
It's not awful, to be honest. They get something. It was just a shame they could never get a grip of the half. They could never win back-to-back rounds, break Heroic's economy, put them on pistols. They could never get comfortable. It felt like Nikodos had an AWP every single time. And because Heroic are in control of that entire half, they're always making moves. They're always proactive. They're always flanking. So that was just a really nice half for Heroic. But Imperial, without a doubt, have enough to make this game interesting. Throw in a pistol. We know what ML12 is like, Harry. These BO1s can be cutthroat. So I don't think Heroic should get ahead of themselves moving into their T side. But they do certainly look like they're here to play today. This is a 1-0 game, of course, on the A stream. Looking for teams to sit a BO3 away from that elimination stage, the top 16, where some of the best teams in the world are waiting. And Heroic want to be in that conversation. They feel they deserve to be there. And more.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that their expectations of themselves is high, right? Yeah. And that would be reflected by being able to say you had a nice clean run through the opening stage of the major. Looking to accomplish that goal here and now. And I mean, it's spearheaded with some great names here for Heroic, right? Nerds sitting up top of the board. Those are the performances you want. Those are the performances you expect from the guy. Rookie of the Year for a reason. Alongside him, Nikodos, looking good, having one of those games where the shots are hitting, where it's all feeling fine and slotting into place nicely.
Kickstarter has been the most interesting part of this roster with, I don't want to call him an unproven in-game leader. This is a top 4 major player, but at the end of the day, a short history of Kixon, but still very high heights, and getting to prove it again in a different roster, and so far delivering, right? This major will be a huge, deciding factor in how we will talk about this player, but already the expectations are so high because of Paris.
Yeah, I think the cool thing is everyone in this heroic team kind of has something to prove, right? Nerds gets to prove that it wasn't kind of, this like flash in the pan, hot start, really good out of the gate, but then someone who started to fall down. He gets to keep his name up in the conversation as like a top player in the world. Alongside him, then you've touched on Kicksam, right? Someone who had that run at the major, but I think some people would have looked at it early on, like in isolation, and said, yeah, but it could have been a fluke, right? It could have been the one-off.
Not even just for Apex. There were talk of fluke runs in Paris, right?
For lots of teams. Then outside of that, you have Nikodos, who's kind of going on his redemption arc, trying to rebuild himself as a very capable AWPer. And then you look at the 2 OG heroic players, and I think that their thing that they get to overcome is this idea of, we can become a big stage team, a team that doesn't choke under pressure. Because how cool would that be if this heroic squad go on to make these deep tournament runs and actually look good when you get them on the big stages?
And not even just the angle of like, oh, we're not playoff chokers, because in that old heroic team, the expectation in those big games did come from players like Stown and Yabi, and those were the players who dropped off in comparison to their group stage performances. So the limelight was always on them. I think more for Cisss and Cisss is that we are more than what that old heroic roster just was. We are not just Cadian's boys. We are not just the supportive elements to Stown and Yabi. We are talented players in our own rights, and, well, they're the only ex-heroic or current heroic players in the major here in Copenhagen. So there's something to say for that, and they want to say more, Harry. They want to be some loudmouths here in this opening stage. Right now, heroic just sitting a few rounds away from that 2-0 spot. What a comfortable place to be. BO3 from elimination stage.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? 3 whole chances as well.
Who could lose that?
Yeah, you feel like it's impossible, right?
Well, we've seen the inverse. We've seen exactly that. And hopefully we're going to see the second half soon as headsets are going back on for Imperial.
Yeah, now as we've had a little bit of kind of a extended downtime here, we'll catch you up on what happened in that first half, right? It was 8-4, heroic, able to come out the gate swinging, had a couple of rounds in there really provided on the shoulders of Decency alone, and then down the tail end, Imperial able to break right back in round 12. They cook up that A play, they managed to lock that one in. That leaves them just 4 rounds apart between them and Heroic. So this pistol round is very important. If Heroic pick it up, they feel like they're cruising. Like they've already won the game as far as they're concerned. For Imperial, it can be their lifeline, their way back in. So this one is weighted very, very heavily. And early on, triple lean over towards the A site with 2 players tucked in. Kind of a cool idea here. With Henny spotting back from the spawn side, you might not anticipate this many bodies inside of the site. You're going to have a lot of crosshairs able to chime in and help out in these ramp fights, but it's not worked out swimmingly to open up. Good damage onto Decency up in the apartments. Phelps getting weird over at the connector. Knows about a second man. Hasn't been able to deal with him yet, but that's at least info for his team to react to play off of Nerds in the hot seat, but only good for 1. And that leaves it on Nikodos, who can't stand the test of time there. It's 3 from Phelps and a pistol picked up for Imperial.
Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly what was going on there. A lot of smoke shooting, a lot of awkward fights with the dualies, but nice active play from Decency and Palace. Gets a lot of real estate there, which makes that round very difficult for Heroic. And then Phelps going on to find another multi-kill, trying to warm back into this game right now after a very slow start in the server. Some of the, people were saying, if Phelps isn't performing, this is Heroic. Surely running away with this game, but maybe he can make a recovery on the CT side. Right now he's looking for some stats to pad against pistols. Can you blame the guy? Deagle waiting top mid though. Don't feed Nerds, not in this form. And this could be a big mistake if you go too far, but it's a good setup for Imperial. Henny's covering from window, jump checking lower on timing, and shouldn't be a problem for Imperial to get rid of this round.
Yeah, this is basically how much can Nerds' Deagle do?
Do they jump for him? Are they even ready for a close play? This is very close. Phelps timing misses. Run boost is perfect. It will offset the crosshair. Nerds might have this frag. He gets body blocked. The Deagle denied from the window, and Phelps makes it look easy. Just about. Only Shush gone as well. 5 alive is all it ever had to be for Imperial.
All right, there's smiles all around on the Imperial side of things. They're feeling content with how this one started. And I think, you know, it is pretty significant that Phelps is at least, you know, building back a little bit of confidence here. I mean, the devs touched upon it. Usually on Mirage, he's like their go-to kind of point man, the one to keep an eye on. So getting him activated, getting him switched online, someone who's no stranger to the pressure of majors. You want a good output from him, and over these last few rounds, he went from having 0 kills all the way up to 7. So if he can rebuild into the game, if it stops feeling like a 4v5, Imperial can be in with a chance here. Rifles are now out for Heroic, and they want that immediate reply up against the bonus round. They don't want to get bogged down and having to keep playing, you know, pistols armor in the early stages of this one. That's how Imperial very, very quickly closed the gap. And this would go from a game that you felt like was in the bag, was already done, to one that is all of a sudden up in the air.
Hey, we've seen Imperial upset before. Today already against a new but proven battle-hardened squad. Heroic fall in the same category. A B split though. Look at this setup. There is just no one here. It's only Vinny, bottom performer of the server, on the site on his own with an MP9. Feel like Heroic are poised for success if they commit to this setup. 3 in the apartments. Teslas comes through on catwalk. Imperial making a gamble, and it won't pay off.
Yeah, they're even completely conceding the B site. Vinny's playing ahead of this short smoke, and so he really needed that kill. We'll find Nerds somehow, some way on that lurkout through the connector, but how much further can they live to take it? Noise made by Phelps, still going to collect the kill. Maybe this one's got legs on it yet. Bomb plant coming in for Heroic. Imperial are far removed. No way, only just beginning his rotate away from ramp. So Imperial are going to be a little slow on this retake. That's not really what you want with SMG still in play, but Phelps can be that point man, that first man in, trying to tee up the rest of the gang. Because they're slow on their way over, they've even got to clear out the market, make sure no one's deep, but the molly does that fine. No way dead. Zikados back at bench, trying to deal with him as they move up through short. Will get dealt with. Decency finds him. Shush on this angle though, and Imperial, this one's gotten away from them. Even though they've got a man in the sight, they can't win this round. There just isn't time for it. And so Heroic will find success in that first rifle round. It's labored, it's not clean.
Yeah.
But they get away with it.
It's surprisingly close considering if you pause that in the 5-on-5, you go, there's no way Imperial can make this interesting. And Vinny gets entry'd as well. It's only the con kill, and Heroic get a little bit hungry in the post plant. Some awkward covering, but kicks him with a crucial trade on the market player, and Heroic make it happen. So doesn't matter how you get there, just that you did. And Imperial's first buy round is pushed to the wayside. It's more of a bonus. They can reinvest. They got a clean anti-eco, so that's comfortable at least. And it's fine to make a gamble like that when you're playing 3 deep in A, considering that they'll have full M4s now, but it does feel like a breaking point to win this rifle round.
Yeah,
otherwise 11-6 is inevitable.
Yeah, you know, the last one was kind of the stage being set for this round right now. You know, if you were Imperial, you went into that knowing you were on a bonus, knowing the odds are kind of tipped against you, but it was all with the goal that even if you do fall down, as long as you find damage, you can set Heroic onto that back foot again when you come through with this buy here and now. Henny donning that AWP, won't have an AWP to go up against on the other side. That gives him a bit more freedom to get involved here.
They're just going to go for a flat A.
Sekarang apaan Son? Keuntungannya Son main itu Son.
One top mid smoke to feign something in middle and just instant execution into A. Imperial bring the fight, but they don't see through the Molotov. They still find that kill. No one had vision through the embers of the
Twitter jadi 2 gitu.
Heroic set of their smokes, but already a man up are the Brazilians.
Ada Spectre nggak di ujungnya?
No way, gonna need even more from this, but there's that Henny.
Di bintang 5 ada Spectre gak?
Always swings out on the back of the contact. It's only Shush left, and they hear him in the molly. They send him packing. And so around the Imperial had to win. The celebration is big because of it. They know with that and the damage done in the round prior on their bonus, they've given themselves a major leg up in this game.
Yeah, what a fantastic opening move, just double pushing Ramper, set up, you know, seemingly guaranteed for the trade, but it doesn't even come that far. The Tracers give away Cisss' close position, and that was a fight, you know, you're rolling the dice on that, but Imperial will come up with the numbers, and then they back up into a nice setup. Decent even gets one more kill from the balcony in the Molotov. Fantastic work, Heroic throw themselves out ramp, at least Nerds does, but he's taking a beating, and Decenty's heard that tick, he'll remove him quick. They know that's the lurk, another B hit is inevitable.
He's got a lot to do there, they're dropping into his sight, the Tech 9s get lethal at close range. They overrun Vinny. Nade goes in, that can find you a kill. Instead, everyone else falls around it. The util is so punishing. Heroic never get comfortable as they break down the defense at B. They're never allowed to get set up. They're never allowed to get that bomb down.
Some choice words thrown across the wall here as Imperial win yet another round in a row. Something they couldn't accomplish really on T side.
Tapi harus 4 itu aneh baru dapat ya.
Brute force attack on A through the ramp Molotov.
Tinggal lagi apaan sih, lupa. Selain Spectre.
By the way, is 22 and 12. His next best is Henny at 10. 3 players not even in double digits.
Tapi lo berarti ntar pakai Wizard.
Round behind Heroic.
I mean, Nerds was kind of stealing the show in that first half, even though Decenty was looking good, but now the numbers aren't even close. Decenty has pulled ahead in a very big way.
Yeah, I don't think Nerds has had a kill in the second half.
You can see the confidence that Decenty is playing with right now. I mean, even just hanging out on an island there at the top of the stairs. And, well, that's what that gets you. Nika does his deagle. Opening kill secured. Is there anything else, any more from Heroic?
I shouldn't like it. It should be clean now for Imperial, right? One audacious fight on stairs, but everyone else positioned well. Slurk from Kixon could be a problem. No one's actually covering the connector as we speak, but turning around after Henny hits his. No way is they're right in time. And Bombplant is optimistic. They won't overlook this position either. No way going for the clear. And Imperial, 9 rounds on the CT side, level with Heroic now on the favored half in a BO1. Harry, Brazil is the most represented country at the Copenhagen Major, and now we're starting to see why.
Yeah, I mean, this is really spicy, man. Heroic came into this one as the heavy favorites versus an Imperial that looked impressive to get here. A good run through the RMRs, a stellar run at that. Even a nice win to open up. A labored back and forth game. Ended in many OTs versus Ents, but this was meant to be one step too far. If they're able to turn this one around from being 8-4 down with really no one stepping up to the mark other than Decenty, that would really legitimize this Imperial squad.
Hot hands for Imperial, but the same can be said for Heroic. They came in, dominated the Mongols as well. So right now we are in a predicament for Heroic. Can they stand the test of time? Or will Imperial set themselves up 2-0 in Copenhagen? Helps. Side of the smoke. Body blocking Nerds right now. Don't know if he knows it, but he is right beside the enemy. Oh, Nerds, surely. Oh, he gets the kill.
That's fine. Out of all the ways that could have gone, you'll take it. They learn about the danger man up in window. Vinny's taking liberties, and guess what's down at the end of this hallway? Guess what's now creeping into Vinny's view? Look at that little light in the distance. Vinny now has the bomb under his control.
It's too good to be true. It's too free. There's no one here. Under's clear. Vinny's got the world in the palm of his hand. They'll consider it, but they can't know for sure. Although Cisss is in the B site. Alarm bells are ringing. Heroic in for a trade! And it's denied by Vinny. Double kill off the spray. That has thrown the round into disarray now. 3-on-2, and he has the knockout blow. If Nerds was going to go through the hole, Cisss needs his kill right now, but Vinny's so much closer. He is not ready. 20 seconds, unwinnable position for Nerds. Left lurking. And Imperial, off the back of the bottom performer, the captain, puts double digits in this game.
He will hold their hand into the lead here. Vinny lights the way as he finds that bomb deep in the apartments. He runs away with a daylight robbery round over Heroic.
It's one thing to go, yeah, Imperial. I mean, this was the best team of the Americas RMR. They went 3-0. They had the four highest rated players in the roster. You know, they didn't drop more than 5 rounds. But this is a different level of competition, Harry. This is a different stake as well. Not just taking down Ents, but now in the lead against Heroic. You can't say this is what we expected today from Imperial. They are playing above and beyond the level. And that could not have been better for Vinny. They even realize, like, getting B for free there when you know Vinny is the anchor, you have to realize he's on the bomb. And still he doubles up. Final tack for Heroic.
Oh, that's how you know they're feeling the spice. They're feeling the pressure right now. Last timeout called in.
Hey, OT grants some more, but we know Imperial are the overtime merchants. A Heroic buying what they're selling. It smells like an upset. Again, nuts. Hero buy for the Heroic Rifler, but has yet to make any claim to this T side.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's trying to play with that same confidence he had in the first half, but it's just not sticking. He's largely been away from the pack. And so in this round, at least, he's going to be with the rest of them.
I don't think the name on the kill feed might be enough, right? It's just popping out Palace before this B hit, or in fact, he's late lurking. They're throwing everything in. The bomb might come back down under here. It's a fake on the B bomb site right now, unless Nikados joins Kixon, who's solo in the site. This is really weird. They're still out under. The bomb's up in B. They've lost the control. Nerds has found it.
Finally, some impact from Nerds, but he's got to take this further. Can't just be the one and done. Cisss will secure that kill, and so that gives them a serious leg up here in the 3-on-3. They lose Cisss back in the connector, but Nerds is still floating around. The bomb, by the way, up in the apartments. Nikados walking it in. He's just been spotted. That info's just been given over. And Phelps is not going to give this kill away for free. Nerds has now got a very tricky rotate ahead of him. Does he go through the murder hole?
No.
That's the red carpet rolled out as Vinny dies in rotation. Nerds with another. We've been waiting for him to step up, to show up here. And he's looking to do it. 3 kills deep, hoping for number 4. Phelps is running low on ammo, and the backstab is right here, ready to arrive. Makes it into the site, tap on the bomb. 3 bullets in that M4.
Doesn't bite.
3 shots. Gonna get the reload off. Phelps tapping. Nerds gives it a little jiggle, but he's just getting the info, collecting the info. Nerds, the mastermind, finally arrives on the T side of Mirage, right when Heroic needed him to.
It has looked a little baity up until this point, right? He's been dying in connector, like getting traded in window smokes, lurking out ramp or palace. Finally, Nerds performs as we expect. 4 crucial cut-down kills and staying cool in the clutch when his opponent can just stick the defuse. Nerds does everything right in that round. It was about time. 20 rounds into this map. Woo, his heart's got to be racing after that one, but the job isn't done. 8 stack and connector. They read the double orb, but it's not in the positions they expect. Vinny back at B. And he's starting window side, and despite a nade stack, it's back to the A smokes. Well, Imperial fast flank mid. If they see these smokes, no way to just go for a quick T-spawn take. That could be great in a post-spawn. They're hesitant for now. They haven't seen the execute. How telegraph will this be for Heroic? Not at all by the looks.
One flash, that's all it is. That's going to get them out onto Tetris at least. They lob out a bit more util. You've seen a good chunk of this starting to come through. That's now, what, 3 Molotovs out towards A. That's a good deal of info for Imperial to work with. And you see Phelps embarking on that flank. His teammates able to thin the herd. Right now, Heroic looking to get in, and it's them securing the openers. Decenty dead. That's the top performer for Imperial, knocked out of the round early.
That's more where that came from. Phelps is on a big flank, and they have no idea. He's taking the long route round.
And they've got to put a lot of faith in this flank from Phelps. 1 kill from the man, and now it's telegraph. Now it's known about. Cisss locking out that first player in out through the connector, and Phelps is being held. He can't play into this. Imperial have got to make the tough decision to give Heroic this round. They're too entrenched. They're too set up. And in the 3v4 retake, Imperials don't fancy their odds.
It's a micro detail there. Tessis with a jiggle in jungle. If Henny hits that shot, if Tessis goes too far into the fight, that's a 3-on-3 with the flank ready to go in Palace. But Henny misses it and they cool off the round. One step too far and that could have been a very different position, but there was too much on the line. The money had to be saved for Imperial, and Heroic finding form right near the end of regulation. Double orb kept on.
I mean, Heroic want to do good on that huge, turning point 4K round that Nerds gave them.
Can't be for nothing.
I want to try and make sure that all that effort wasn't in vain, and they're now at the point to do so. The money on the line for Imperial.
What a heartbreak it would be to lose this round, lose all of your economy after a wonderful comeback, some clutch rounds, but they come at a cost economically. Ikedar's waiting for someone to shimmy into his crosshairs, scoped in Palace, smoked in Palace. 3 A players here for Imperial. And the map goes dark, losing mid information. Gotta see, probably Tessis go back for that bomb. What a shot for Nerds as the smoke blooms. Now they can boost in. Nerds up to his usual tricks. Yeah. Remember the bomb, folks.
Still a ways away, but man, this is this is where Nerds began this streak for Heroic in the first place. It's on the back of his lurk out towards jungle. He's now back in this position again. Now that one is free. No way off it up on a silver platter. 1 kill from Henny's Orm. Will that be enough to change the tide here as Decenty secures another? He goes hunting for this player up in Palace. Goes looking for Nikodos. They try to flush out Nerds, and Henny will manage the job. Very well recovered from Imperial thus far. Decenty still has more to do, and he might not be up to the task. As smoke spam, Decenty turns, head on a swivel, and that's going to send Heroic packing. Nikodos can't win this one in the 1v3, and so Imperial keep the competition going. A tie game at 11-all, the dying lights of this one, and Imperial are looking to leave an impression.
The hype from Henny as well, screaming off of that round win. What a play. Decenty dropping that player ramp and making Tessis so scared to go through that smoke. If he watches that back, he'll realize he could have, but the spam is just a little misplaced, and it's Heroic who have to cool it off this time. Cooling down maybe even 11 apiece. Imperial hearts pumping, smoke, molly, they're running through the ramp side. Henny hits his, back in the site, Decenty with another, and it's falling like flies for Heroic. This is not how you want the game to slip through your fingers.
This is their one moment, their one chance to call this round off if they want to, right? Smoked out over towards ramp, and they can take the pace right out of it. The initial results were pretty disastrous on that attempt to go fast out A. But they reclaim a kill, they get out in the 3-on-4, and they now got a second chance at running this round back. A man down, no util to work with. The odds are certainly not in their favor, but it at least gives Kitsan a little bit of time to try and cook up solutions here.
They even still trust Vinny on solo B, right, which is very risky, but he's got the best gun for the job right now. Decenty picks up the AWP. He's very low back in spawn. 26 kills on the young player at his first major. Making a statement right now for Imperial at a pivotal time. Map point on the line. 4-on-3, Heroic go contact.
Still 3 strong here for Imperial, and that is a clean kill to open it up. When you see Nikodos going deep, he's not the guy left to his own devices most of the time. He's not the guy left out on a limb. And so now with more spots coming in, Imperial know they're in the right place. This round is theirs, and Kitsan silenced from that swing out of Phelps. Imperial not just battling for the lead now they're battling for the game as they take Heroic down a peg.
Who had this in their calendar? A 2-0 run and 1 BO3 away from the elimination stage for Imperial? That's the possibility right now. This is not the team we expected. They did it at the Americas RMR, but doing it here in Copenhagen is a different thing. entirely and over the level of opposition that they have taken.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
versus
heroic.
Yeah, two very battle-hardened squads. Ones that take the edge in terms of experience by miles. This is where they're meant to do their best work.
It's CS2, it's a young man's game, and right now Decency is showing it. No Way showed it in that previous matchup against Ents, longing it out to overtimes. 3 rounds down in overtimes. They never gave up. Why stop now?
This was the hero that even got us believing in Heroic again, so he's looking to fill those boots. Over in mid, it's Shush and it's Kicksan, kills a piece. Suddenly Heroic looking like favorites in this round. Henny still lurks back towards CT, but he's got to go absolutely huge here. Just him and the big green. Vinny watching on from the short side, but he's not going to get given a thing.
Safe round.
This one's Henny or bust as he waits back in the spawn. He's terrified. If someone could have flanked all the way through the jungle, could be coming up behind him. But he's got to look forward. He's got to try break away back into this round. Vinny making noise in mid. And he's still yet to be located. But when that first shot's fired off, they know where both players are. Smoke out. Nothing being offered to Henny's orb. Spots that man over in Sandwich, but he doesn't catch a whiff of that player under the palace. And so Vinny cut down at this one, decided in overtime.
Hey, they've been there before, haven't they? But that felt so set up for Imperial to succeed, and Heroic still in this game. They had an 8-4 lead after their CT side, but finally streaks started to get put together for Imperial, something they couldn't muster in the first half. And immediately timeouts come through. Of course, you hit overtime, you get an extra timeout. It will get used by Imperial. Take a breather. This is surely stressful for Heroic, right? How many rounds relied on Nerds on Lurks, and only one showed up. It was a big round, no doubt about it, but all the others have come up in favor of the Brazilians.
I mean, that last round there, Imperial, it felt like they tried to just go for the throat, right? They tried to shut that round down in middle, and they were very keen to fight for this control, especially after Phelps opened up, but it was just one step too far, ultimately. Now they might look to cool it off a little. When you get into OT, the nature of the game changes, and Imperial are acutely aware of that after how they started here at the plant stage for the major, rather. So, Imperial... What's it going to look like now? Teed up with 2 players in middle. They want to try and fight for this. They drop down into lower. And even though that flash comes in, they don't shoot on the back of it.
Wow. 2 players on the fast flank. This is only a fake out right now, but they're going to confirm it. A B player does not need to fight. Nade Molly goes in. There's a guaranteed backstab. And when you kill Nerds again, you know that's it. There's nothing behind him. They can reinforce A. 4 players are out of position, but that's only for the moment. Heroic didn't jump on the opportunity, and now it should be impossible. Oh, that boost was a nice idea. It forces shot early, but Shush still gets the entry. Tesses knew he had players trapped down below. He'll make use of that information. I said impossible. I should have said improbable, because Imperial now are on the back foot.
Oh, no way spam. It lands a dink, but not the kill. And so that plant is allowed to come through. Decency with a bit of a recovery here.
Good nade.
Also that first player nade just short, but Decency continues to put up numbers. Nearly 30 kills deep in this first round of OT. He's somehow cooked up a double to give Imperial a fighting chance here, and there's No Way rising to the occasion as well. Nikodos is now going to do this alone. They're on the bomb. Every shot counts, and as he swings out, he'll land the first, but the defuse is held, and so Nikodos, it's just for the glory. The round goes the way of Imperial.
I mean, what can he do? He swings wide, he dies. He has to pick his targets one by one and hope that they're not sticking the bomb, but perfect play from the captain. And the cover was there.
I have to know how Decency got away with that double kill. That's mad, you know. He's posted up back in jungle. He's dealing with players trying to cross out of the site. He's nading them over at Tetris. And it's that late peek from the ladder room that he's somehow ready for. He's somehow aware of that. Great head on his shoulders here to even get Imperial to this position.
Yeah, and like we said, there's loads of experience for Imperial on this map. There's second most played to the exception of Nuke, but this is the best opponent that this team has ever faced as a roster on Mirage. And they're playing to the level right now. There's no doubt about it. A nice active play to start to get all that information, and even though Heroic flipped it back in their 4v3 favor, Imperial shut it down in the post plant. Nice shot from Nikodos, keeping his wrists warm, but nothing more. First of OT goes to Imperial. Heroic go back to B.
Vinny has been the solo B defender in so many of these rounds. The guy's sitting down bottom of the board for Imperial, and so Heroic are now looking to try and bully that a little. That was a really good chance for Nikodos to get the opener, but it just sails on by. So they'll have to make do without it.
So many rounds, it's just Vinny and B, no support. The cat player deep in middle, Phelps is holding under. And they haven't really been able to bully Vinny in this game. Even though his score isn't massive, we haven't seen the punish play for Heroic. Ooh, that's a little awkward, but recovered with a top mid kill. Nerds doesn't look up, and a 5v3 with Vinny in a perfect off angle to win his fight as well. He tucks back, the orb rotates in, and Heroic get turned into dust.
And imagine how this makes Heroic feel. They've not gone B in a long while now, and the one time they try to get there, you have such a good setup from Imperial. 3 players strong. You spot that AWP in the market, you spot a player on the catwalk, and you've got Vinny in the site. You've barely even played to that side of the map, and the one time you do it in this second round of OT, they're triple stacked there, ready to shut it down. This is, you know, screaming out to Kicksan that Vinny's actually in his head right now. He's got a great read of the game, and that's showing through in how Imperial have been, you know, posed across the map to deal with these execs that Heroic are running.
The 2 rounds Heroic have showed face in mid early but not committed have been rounds that Imperial have taken mid back. Think about that A flank from Phelps on yes around that Imperial lost, but right there as well they see the boost and they go and take middle. Decency with a big opening kill in this one, but they do make it behind the box. Be warned. Phelps up in ladder, a strong position as well, a 5-on-4. And while it was Imperial so often on the back foot in overtime against Ents, well, this could be a clean CT streak on Mirage. Just got to make do with the advantage. Phelps next. Cisss coming through. Connector smoke broken, and Henny hits his through his teammate. Just like that.
Alright, 1 kill to the good, at least out towards the catwalk, but look at this movement. Decency hops out the window, tries to go and shut this down. That might be the kill that gives them a way back in. Another kill from Cisss, and suddenly this B-play looks to move through. They know about the player at bench. Nade is out, ready to blow that smoke open. Kicksan won't secure it. It's Cisss instead. 3 kills in the round from Cisss. Gonna get that bomb planted. A 2v5 that Heroic are looking to cook up here, and it's all from Cisss. A 4th in the round. Cisss, any more left in the tank? It's just Henny left to deal with now. And that AWP is not his friend here. He's just got to hope they overpeak this, they overplay this, and they're not going to. 2 bullets in the AWP for Henny to try and make a difference. And jiggling and wiggling, and now running him down is Kicksan as Heroic pull back a 2v5 to at least get 1 on their T side of Mirage.
Oh, Decency is going to regret that catch up for rounds, right? Especially if they lose this game now. What a sick play from Cisss. 2-on-5. Catches the punish as Imperial try and close it a little bit too eager. And Heroic shut it down in the post part as well, not jumping the gun either. That's got to feel good. Showing something at the end of their T side of overtime. Script is flipped. Heroic, so much success and regulation on their defense.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, a few things to account for here was when Nerds got that 4K, it felt like it really re-energized Heroic. It brought them back in, while Cisss has just done the exact same thing there. However, you know, I think the Imperial that we saw throughout
masalahnya knockback-nya doang. Makanya harus di-magicin itu.
So, there's a good chance this T side doesn't hit the same as that first one did.
Well, so much of it relied on Decency getting, I think he had 3 multi-kills at A that just won them rounds out of their 4 rounds.
Kalau nggak ke knockback-nya nggak keluar mah, tolol anjir.
Pressured out under, but it's a B hit right now. The attention's getting drawn. Nikodos is in a good position to stop this, but they're not actually inside of the site. Oh, that's awkward. The flash is a problem, but Nikodos, can he solve it?
Cisss given room. They don't even check for him. They knew he was over at short. And so he gets out with that one for free. Ouch. Good kill back from Decent. He was unperturbed after that feed in the last one.
GG.
Locked out through the smoke.
Bisa begitu anjing.
Henny over here all alone as his
Bisa
teammates
bisa
fall like
bisa
flies.
bisa
He's
pilih
now
emang
solo,
barangnya.
there's
Iya.
Henny. That one's
Oh,
free.
kibat anjing
Don't
mencet
give
itu
him
yang
any more.
keluar,
Through
Cok.
the smoke, Shush walks it through the market. And so Heroic, they bring us back to a tie
Terlalu
game
kalah
here.
sih
You do
GG,
it
Cok.
right now, right? We've been enamored by the comeback of Imperial, the potential
Mainnya
of
langsung
this
gak hebat.
Brazilian 2-0 run, but Heroic now just need to do what looked so easy in that first half of regulation. Clean up the streak on CT side. 2 more rounds, and all of this potential embarrassment could be avoided.
Salah.
14 apiece. 30 kills on
Mainnya udah
Decency.
hebat. Oh, GG,
But
Cok.
what will it mean?
Itu ada yang satanik sih lu ya.
Very aggressive up and at the top of mid.
GG anjing.
He's just been all over the map. He has been hungry. He's been taking every fight he can. Sometimes playing first on lurks. Can't jump the gun here. It's a good position. This flash won't do much about it. He's still got that under control with Nikodos covering. They're really going to take mid this late. It's really only Vinny. And he's got to go back with the bomb.
I mean, with window open as well, right? Like, you're not making it easy for yourselves here. So middle's where they're
Yang
looking
bayangan
at.
dia.
You've got to worry about Cat, you've got to worry about window, and
Enak
it's
tuh.
aggressive in middle. Never even spotted Vinny dead.
Jadi
before
nanti
he gets
bayangannya
the
dia
info.
versi yang udah berubah apa tetap multi juga yang bayangan.
Wasn't ready to go under. Now he knows, but it's all too
Udah
late.
berubah,
Now
enak
noise.
anjir.
Maybe Nikodos hears it. Maybe it doesn't matter. They're flanking the bomb.
3 players left over here towards A for Imperial. And Nikodos brings it back round on the AWP. He spots this con man and is going to deal with him. Some nice shots from Nikodos to tee Heroic up for match point here. Burning in the molly. He's going to be forced back towards the connector. Holds this line. Flash will wreck him. That's a kill back the other way. But remember this lurk earlier on. Nert started this journey.
Gila,
Started
GG.
barking on the
GG,
This was
GG.
meant to be the defining play of the round. And it will mop up the kills it had to. Heroic match point locked in. As Nerd's head in his hands, he knows that was a bit of a whiff.
Happy it didn't matter. Happy his team were there to help. And a helping hand goes a long way for Heroic. 3 players coming in through CT. Close that one out. Yeah, the mid take was a bit of a shame for Imperial. Would have been nice for them to stall it a couple of seconds so Phelps could get ready. But Henny just lobbed that flash so he could rotate quick and bring the bomb back. But there was loads of time. And Phelps couldn't help out. Maybe catch Nerds turned around.
15-14.
Either way, it goes on to be match point for Heroic in this BO1. As it felt was inevitable after their CT side. Well, it just took a little longer. But Imperial hang on to this game. Nikodos going for the hero play out under. I like this attempt at a pick, but no one's here. It's good info at least. Can Heroic pad out the A site? Can't sit here forever. Nerds is here. Right place, right time. Looking for the right results.
I mean, it was in the regulation T side. This is where Decency was able to win Imperial rounds, right? It was on these kind of fast exec plays out into the A site. He will be required to do that again if Imperial want to run this back in another OT. Smokes it down. They've got that veil to move into the site and get up behind. Slam on the smoke. Which way? They'll take CT. Phelps and Vinny both with a killer piece. Bomb now planted. Imperial have got the advantage in the 4v3.
Mana Crystal, Cok?
We would love that right now. They know Heroic is surely retaking CT, but
Mana si Benny gak main?
deep back in Palace. Decenty's playing for the round win. He's playing for the double overtime. With this very passive
Apa?
position,
Mental
Heroic
gak kuat.
forced the play.
Anjas.
And here's the flash. Tries to take that fight to CT. Gets
Ada
the
psikolog
info. There's
deh.
2 players there. Now they know where Cisss is, but they've got to try
Tadi
and mop
apa
this
besok?
up. Decency now
Apa hari ini?
to fight through the molly, through the flame. games. He's burnt to a crisp.
GG anjir. Di mana yang itu Indomarko gitu? Indomarko. Indomaret kan? GG anjir kepala toko ini.
What a devastating way to fall there at the final few seconds. A disadvantage retake with Imperial with perfect positions, but great util for Heroic and great, showing from Imperial. Ultimately, they show up in a level we didn't expect today, but they still fall down to 1-1 as Heroic take the dub.
Waduh, mainnya nggak hebat dong.
Heroic doing what Ents couldn't earlier, beating Imperial in OT, but I gotta say, hasn't Imperial given us the most fun Counter-Strike to watch so far this major?
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. Day one of Imperial, a win and a loss, but a whole lot of excitement, comebacks into games, crazy plays individually. This time around, unfortunately for them, I have to praise the calmness that Heroic displayed once getting to overtime, because they had plenty of reasons to be frustrated. They threw away a couple of situations. We have the bomb in front of Vinny in mind. We had some weird rounds that happened, but once Heroic hit that overtime moment, when they won their round 13, that situation they turned around, it was it. They were just dialed in. Respect for that, respect.
Yeah, respect. It was a fantastic game of Counter-Strike. I agree with you when you say that Imperial has been the most fun to watch so far. Again, we came into this game and we expected Heroic to be the top dog, so to speak. We expected them to win against Imperial. Fact of the matter is, Imperial have now shown again that they can and they are capable of playing against some of the best European teams out there. We have Heroic as one of the teams that maybe, potentially, could make it to the playoff at the major. Obviously, they have to move on from this stage first, but fact of the matter is that Imperial came very, very close. You said it yourself, in overtime. They won the first 2 rounds, and it took that one win for Heroic to get going once more in OT. This was dangerously close for Imperial to be a 2-0 situation right here, and I don't think anyone saw that coming.
No, absolutely not. I think some people are breathing a sigh of relief for their pick'ems if they're still alive, actually. Specifically in overtime as well, we were looking at that Henny shot that he absolutely should have landed, really turns around that round as well. And for Imperial altogether, Decenty was doing so well, and you said he was buying time for the rest of his team, but he unfortunately couldn't count on them to close it.
I mean, he was the first one to get activated truly for Imperial. You have to realize that at some point in this game, Phelps and Henny combined for 0 kill and 14 deaths. That's the start of the game for Imperial. Then you have Decenty, who was very quickly up at 15. He's giving them a couple of rounds where very obviously everyone is not really rusty, it's not the right term, but hasn't exactly warmed up into the game. He finishes extremely high, and he ball time for the rest of the squad to come back alive, and obviously they're gonna be gutted about that loss. Let's be real, they had plenty of situations. Even the last round is very telling, like a 4v3 situation that Heroic just march on 3v3 protocols. It's enraging if you're Imperial.
I feel like even in this loss for Imperial, though, you can take away positives, right? You talk about decency. We saw no way in the first game, so you're looking at the 2 youngsters coming into the stage, and they both had a fantastic showing. They both had one game where they carried their teammates. This time around, it wasn't enough for Imperial to win the game, but it bounced well for the rest of the tournament. You have the 2 youngsters, the 2 question marks of the lineup coming into it, and they're doing well, both of them.
Yeah, listen, I wish I would agree with you, but the problem that I have is that I think had Imperial won this game, I would have had them in the elimination stage. I think now they won't make it. And that's how harsh it can be on day one of a major. And that sometimes is the difference. This ability to just conquer the last BO1, have that 2-0, and then have so much leeway for you to qualify. And now, no, you're going to be in a 1-1 pool with harsh teams. I don't know, I feel like this could have been the end of the miracle run for Imperial right here, right now.
You know what, I can see how you would think that, but they won a triple OT versus Ents in their first game in the major with, players that have never been at a major before. So, I like to see the glass half full. I know Rich is usually kind of like the opposite, right? Maybe drinks too fast, I don't know. But for me, the glass is always half full in terms of the positivity in situations like this. However, Heroic, excellent position to be in. Of course, Kixon said we want to make it to the playoffs. Well, now you have the red carpet laid out for you in terms of getting into those best of 3s. And if I'm looking at what's happening across the board, I can see it happening that they get, at the very least to the elimination stage.
I think it's a sign of class that when you're a team of the caliber of Heroic and you're going into a game like this against Imperial, I'm not going to stand here and say I think Heroic played a great game of Counter-Strike or their best version. Yet you still come into overtime and you make the most out of it. That's a sign of class for me. If you're a team that aspire to be a playoff team, aspire to make it into the Copenhagen arena, you gotta be able to win when you're not playing well, and Heroic did it.
You know who's a sign of class? Goddamn nerds. He is a sign of class. That was a masterclass from him.
Bisa gitu ya, anjing.
Was spectacular from Heroic at all. It was messy as it gets.
Keren, propeller.
Game of margins and details. but Nerds is the one that makes the best out of these sort of weird situations. He finds timings.
Ya,
He's super
gila.
proactive in timing-wise. The last round is a good example too. Who he
Baru
just
juga
searches
nyampe,
targets.
Ngap.
And Heroic allow him to take these risks to be disruptive. As far as I'm concerned, he is the architect of that win for Heroic.
And you can count on him every single time when Heroic has been playing. As of late, they get another win on the board rather. We'll take a quick break, but when we come back, we will get on to Legacy versus Cloud9.
Can be connected. One pillars, 2 ramp. I have con for you. I have con for you. One city, one more city. Down city, take it. I'm slow on short, really slow.
Mike's gonna flash and peek here.
Man,
I think he's slower.
Can they be jungle? No, I don't think they're jungle.
They heard me, Damian. Come with me.
I'm
running.
I'm going out short
I'm
now.
gonna search it. Just touch. I'm
Smoke for the bomb, guys.
gonna flash behind and peek close.
I'm picking his I have jungle here.
No one.
Dead.
Flashing above.
Dead.
Nice.
Pop.
I was holding the bomb.
Needing ramp. I only pillars, you can defuse.
One flashing ramp and short.
Yeah.
Pick it someone. Sandwich last. Nice.
Come on, please.
We have it.
Please, 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 please.
Your channel.
Okay.
Pick lagi.
World is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with one.
This is very interesting. Welcome to the Paranormal Research Center.
This all is commanding of the spirits.
We could be looking at an army of ghosts.
That's no stuff.
That orb prophesied to bring about the end of humankind.
The second ice age.
Iya anjir. Kiri kanan soalnya.
Coming into the opening stage here at the PGL Major Copenhagen. I've got Brumich with me here from Cloud9. Now, I have a bit of deja vu here, Brumich, because we sat in Romania after Katowice and I said, what the hell happened to you guys? And then you went 3-0 in the RMR. You're just coming off the back of what I would say is a disappointing Blast Showdown again. What the hell happened there?
I don't know. The start of the year was crazy for us sometimes, you know, because I think when we come to tournament on Blast, we got first win, our mindset was pretty good, and after one loss, something going wrong, and I don't know how to fix it, but you know, it's next tournament already, and we will see what happens, and of course it's major, everyone wants to prove the best.
Looking at Cloud9 though, we have 4 major champions on this team, right? You are hungry to deliver and perform again for sure. But do you feel this version of Cloud9 is a team capable of winning? Because we consider you guys, when this came together, to be like the super team.
We never seen that, like Cloud9 winning with me, so then I came, we didn't win one tournament, so and of course we don't have a sniper, but I'm doing this job in team, and I think like it's a lot of problems, but I think we just need to enjoy our game and like you know, have some fun. Of course it's serious tournament, but I just want to feel, you know, easy and you know, enjoy my game, because it's first tournament, then I can play with all on the major, and of course it's a little bit funny for me, and we will see what happens 2 days, and I think everyone is really hungry for this major, because first major in CS2, and every player, every team just want to show them.
Now I know we laugh and joke about you warping, but you've obviously been trying to practice this, right, and obviously put it into a position where you can benefit your team as much as possible. How are you trying to do that? How are you trying to turn yourself into that IGL AWPer? I know it's not on all maps, but I mean, it's a majority of maps, and you are heavily using it right now.
I think the main thing I'm using open city side, so the 80% my opening is city side and 20% it's T side, I think. So you know, it's not harder for me than I was the normal player with AK or M4. I think it's kind of same for me. And you know, we still have something new on the tournament, so.
Okay, so you have been
I'm saying it's every time, you know.
Yes, you do. You like to say this, but we do see changes, different players picking up different ways of you guys going and do it. And this major, right, it does still mean it's still the ultimate goal for you guys, right? But I'm still worried about just where the team's at, AWP-wise, the role-wise and stuff. How does that not sit into your mind? How does that not come back? Because everyone talks about it. It's so unorthodox. I know Groove, I know you've told me, tried to tell me, we're doing it for talent and now to the major, but afterwards, if it doesn't work, something's got to change?
Bro, I don't know. You know, like I said before, I don't want to think about problems or some bad results or like how tournament is going. I just want to play my game, do my role, IGL and AWPer, and just enjoy this, that's all.
Well, I hope you do enjoy it. Hope to see you go far. Best of luck, my man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Time for Cloud9 versus Legacy. I really identify with Boomage in that interview. He says, I don't think about my problems. I just want to play. He's just like me for real. I don't think about anything else.
I think you should be thinking about your problems.
You
Not
should?
you in particular,
Okay.
but at least for
Called
Cloud9.
out, I know. I'm not
Like
very
me,
stable,
for real,
but...
for real.
No.
Look, for this team, we saw the game they had earlier against Ecstatic was a pretty close affair, right? But I think it's kind of evident that there are some problems in this team when it comes to roles. Boomage says, you know, I just want to have fun and op, but you're not an opera. Let's be real about this.
Yeah, let's see. I do think, you know, if you look at that opening game versus Ecstatic for Cloud9, right? We have seen Rebels sometimes at the beginning of a tournament, they are in danger of losing those games that they should absolutely win, and it wasn't really dangerous one. Ecstatic actually went on to beat Mongols, right? So that was dangerous. Also, Hobbit was at the top of the leaderboard again, and maybe even more awe-inspiring, Axel was not at the bottom.
No, that's definitely a great sign for him. You know, for Exile, it sets the low bar for sure. But I think Blair is right when he's saying there's some constructional problems when it comes to Cloud9. And one thing that annoys me a lot is that we see them play well occasionally. We saw them at the Arma beat Vitality. You think, okay, they destroyed them. In a best of 3, you think to yourself, okay, we can win a best of 3 against Vitality. In a best of 3, when the pressure's on, then we can allow ourselves to have expectations for you coming into tournaments. The next thing they do, almost lose to Ecstatic. Now, it was a win, and the way they came back in the game after being down 8-10 was smooth, you know. Fantastic retake in towards the A-bomb side on Ancient where they're down and it looked like they were going to lose the game. So you can look at it glass half full, glass half empty, and I know exactly what you want to do in that regard, Shocks, but the fact of the matter is that Hobbit on your screen right here, he played well, Cloud9 got a W, so hopefully that was supposed to be the bad game, and from now on and onwards, we'll see the better Cloud9.
Yes, Hobbit performances, by the way, when they're good, and they are almost always good, they are absolutely stellar. It's insane. You gotta make something happen when that guy is fragging like that. But let's talk about the op issue, and I can parlay it into Legacy very easily, because what is the situation we have here with the both offers? We have coldzera on the other side as well. Would you describe him as the purest of pure offers?
I never thought I'd say that coldzera is the best opper in the server here, but he is kind of right. All op memes aside, I was very impressed with that game coming out from Legacy against Furia, right? Obviously, Furia were the favorites in the matchup. We were talking about his Fallen, coldzera, kind of, you know, going head-to-head. And Cole was not just calling a really good game, but individually, just late rounds coming out from him and his team, that was just a fantastic CS from the Brazilians.
I would definitely agree with that, and I agree with the sentiment that Cold Zero is the best AWP on the server, and that's a win condition coming in for Legacy this time around. It is for everyone playing against Cloud9. If you can establish dominance or establish presence with the AWP on pretty much any given map you're going up against Cloud9, then you have an edge, you know, against the opponent. So for Cold Zero to play well, not only in the game we saw earlier today, but the past month he's posting a 1.17 rating, I believe, on average, you know, with the armor, with this major as well. The man is going back to form, and honestly, it excites me.
It's really exciting to see that at a major, particularly. I think Lato was, of course, at the top of the scoreboard as well earlier, and it's interesting when you look at Duma and Lato specifically, 2.5 years ago, right, back in Stockholm in the major with Godsent then, and then we were talking about how, hey, these players could have promise, but they look a little bit nervy. We're 2.5 years later now, and now they have this project. It would be cool if they are able to parlay that into a 2-0, perhaps into an elimination stage. I think it would be very unexpected.
It would be
like it's forever talents, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's these guys kind of like journeymen, so to speak, right? There've been names where everyone's kind of aware of. Have been watching Counter-Strike for the past few years. For them to kind of find success in this, some people might call them a motley crew led by Cold Zero, it would be absolutely phenomenal. We do have the map coming up as well. It is going to be Overpass. It's a map that Legacy do play quite a lot, but again, Pim mentioned this as well. The level of opposition they've been having over in South America, it is not at the caliber as the teams that Cloud9 have been playing. So you have to look at those numbers, these percentages, with that particular caveat in mind.
I just got throwback to Antwerp. Do you remember when it was Overpass and Cloud9 was playing Imperial for the last spot?
Yes, I
Going
do.
into
Yes,
the into the next stage.
Very different lineup, though.
That's crazy. Yeah, but it does, you know, there's shades of that, but of course the lineup is completely different. Just to say that it's dangerous.
It is dangerous, you know, and especially if you're Cloud9, they've shown inconsistency. They've shown they are currently not a team you can rely on. The same could be said about Legacy and their Overpass. We saw it 3 times during the qualifying in the Americas. They won once against, I believe it was Nouns, and then they lost 16-3 against M80 with a stand-in, and they lost 13-2 against Pain Gaming. So in terms of showing certain amounts of consistency when it comes to a map like Overpass, we got nothing. Like, you can't count on Legacy, you can't count on the way they're playing on Overpass, especially if they start at the T side. They did it against Pain, they did it against M80, they couldn't get anything done.
No, it's difficult indeed. So Cloud9 then, of course, you can say they are the favorites in this matchup. You don't know what you're going to get for Legacy on Overpass. They have 4 major winners. There's only one on the other side. Blah, are you willing to say very clearly there is no chance for Legacy whatsoever in this matchup?
There is a chance. There is absolutely a chance. I'm looking at the CT side. I'm looking at Axel has been struggling playing that A-bomb side, that Battle's position. You're talking about Boomich with the op, which I'm not really believing in. There is a chance, but Cloud9 are going to take it.
No chance.
No chance at all. We've heard that go to the wayside before. I'm wondering if it's going to happen again. Casters?
Well, Cloud9 weren't exactly left ecstatic after their debut here. They had to grind out the win there. On the other side of things, Legacy left flying high after a win over that Furious squad in OT. Right now, the pressure is on here on Overpass, the chance to be 2-0 up at the end of this. And for Cloud9, I am curious to see, you know, which is always saying they've been cooking. I want to see what they've been in the kitchen doing.
Yeah, serve up a plate. Give me the good stuff. Seasoned and sourced Legacy. They spot that long rush, and Lato has to go all the way back up. Its neck is on a B rotation. Cloud9, they're going to get into the site. Legacy are all going to be short side of the toilets. This is a very weird round already. Julie's cut down up close, but there's another pair. There's often 2. There's often 4. Barton makes it work. All the headshots, and it's only Boomich back at the bomb site. Barton ducked down low. And Boomich is not given that kill right now. He can't seek it out either. Bombs loose. 1v3. And Legacy. Oh, yeah, he just wants a guaranteed kill. Not going to give it away. Legacy playing this very safe. Boomich can still hunt this frag, but they should swing if he dies. And he is patient, but unprovided with the kill. He's got to go seeking his fortunes. Barton obliterates him.
That's crazy. That final shot out of Barton, a thing of beauty. I mean, the first 3 were pretty good as well. Hell of a pistol round there. Put forward from Barton and the Legacy crew, man. That's some real heat brought to the server immediately.
Yeah, I think this Legacy lineup is so interesting. Another Brazilian roster we didn't expect to make such a run, but it's, you know, the old formation of a Godsent squad who made it to a major. They were in Stockholm as well. They went out literally last place, but it was this core of Barton, Lato, Dumao playing under Taco instead, and now reunited with a different player from that legendary lineup in Cold Zero. So I think it's a very cool story. These were meant to be the next upcoming big Brazilian talents, and while they showed some face in that old God-sent team, they split up for the most part, passing off to Red Knids, Latin Dumao, 0-0 Nation. Now they're back together, and the results are there. And much like Imperial were moments ago, looking to make a double upset run to 2-0.
Well, this one should be nice and easy. That's looking to be the case. coldzera mopping them up over here in middle. Trying to farm up a bit of cash early on. And he's going to get all the gold. coldzera, 4 kills and lots of money made. So he's laughing all the way to the bank at the end of that one.
coldzera with a G.
There is this, I do this kind of prevalent theory that if you are around Fallen long enough, everyone just looks to become him. They just, everyone gets the IGL itch all of a sudden.
Yeah, I can see that.
We had that with Vinny earlier on. coldzera, Taco. Hell, Art even in his own team.
No, I'm open. Nice start for Legacy. It's T-side of a pass. I'll give that to Cloud9. Don't want to give them too many things here, though, Harry. A team that have been under some of the most criticism in Counter-Strike right now for the way this super team have formed their roles. But the one thing that we do like is Boomich is leading. It has been exciting. The flash just avoided, but the spray is ugly. At least recovered for a kill. The AK is cycled out of there, though. And yeah, the criticism for Cloud9, well, we'll have to see here in Copenhagen if it's well-founded or not, if they can make the run of dreams. Keep in mind how they got here, man. They took down Vitality in the RMR to make a quick run through. Woo! Nice shot for Dumao. In that game as well, where they took down Vitality, Perfecto didn't get a single orb kill. It was all Boomich. You know, because sometimes we see on map dependent like Mirage, Perfecto sometimes going to grab that orb, but I think if someone is going to do it, I just want to see Boomich commit. Don't dilly-dally, don't flip-flop. It shows even less confidence, I think. If you're orbing, then orb. Here's all of this. Going for the booster. Flick is nice. He's got a player trapped to the side. Nekus has dropped his gun, and Hobbit just runs him down. They lost the bomb earlier in the round. Forget it. They are running their way into A.
Yeah, coldzera hears those footsteps running away, but with the MP9, he's got to do wonders over here in middle. It's not helpful, but Cold still moves in. Cloud9 take the space. They've got all this control inside of the site now. Fast trap over towards long. coldzera is here pretty damn quickly. But they are anticipating this man in the back line. They might go hunting for Dumao. They try to run him down, and Hobbit.
Okay.
I love that.
They said they were cooking, Harry.
It's coldzera left up in this one. Perfecto right here and ready to deal with him. Instead, it's a kill. Ooh, Hobbit. Low on health, but Cold's low on time, and Hobbit locks it in. Keeping up appearances is Hobbit here. Had a great start to the day, and looks to keep the good times rolling in for Cloud9.
Just so important to start strong on T-side overpass, and you get, if you're not the pistol, your first gun round while they're still on bonus MP9s. That's a very difficult round where Dumao's going to regret giving up the bomb, and Nekus is going to regret dropping his gun. A couple of crucial mistakes for Legacy, and they come back to bite. That's insane. We love to see it. Confidence out of Cloud9, and hey, 4 major winners on this roster, damn well better be confident.
I have really enjoyed watching Hobbit as of late. He's playing with a big degree of confidence, it feels like. I mean, considering he's not the default name you look to in this roster that was meant to be the start.
He was the next to get cut. That's what the layman was saying, right? Gone with Hobbit, get in an AWP player. His major win was the longest to go. And Axels is still yet to be founded, a player we're waiting to return to form. If it could be here in Copenhagen, it could spell a great sign for Cloud9, who are trying to do a very difficult thing in performing consistently at tier 1 without a star AWP player. We haven't seen that since Liquid and Nitro, I don't think. Even then, he had his flashes.
It's specifically on this map. He loved an overpass off.
I mean, who doesn't? Warp an overpass. Mwah. coldzera, show us why. Rotating down B, Cloud9 coming in.
Oh, Dumao.
That's a bomb.
That one is free. I never knew about him. And him and Barton continue to find success. Electronic going to try and restore a bit of order here, but smoke in his way. And if he walks this, he's a dead man. Dumao gets that one for free.
That was a fake as well. They were going to go up con with 20 seconds. I mean, there was time if Axel made it through short, but that's very optimistic considering they were out monster. They didn't have short control, and they had con control. So they're like, yeah, Axel, just bring the bomb through connector. Like that's not a dry run strat. That's a mid round that has gone disastrously.
He's nearly lost his main gun again, but he was able to find it right near the
Someone
end.
unbind G.
Yeah.
Just use the E key. It works, right?
Oh, don't get me started.
Well, Legacy will take that. Confusion. Dumbfounded. But around, nonetheless.
Maybe something a little more up-tempo here for Cloud9 as they're fast grouped outside of B. No attention given to mid or connector. So they're looking for this short control, but on the jump check, Neckers has seen them moving out into short. Smoke blowing open as Lato looks for a fight here. He was kind of the guy to keep an eye on alongside coldzera in that matchup earlier on versus Furia. Not given the chance to get involved early instead.
Oh, I love this.
Jumping MP9, let's go.
So accurate in the air. But Perfecto is holding with a scout. He sees him, he's out. Martin pushes off the back of that play, and Cloud9, last thing they're ready for, they're waiting for heads over the wall. That wallbang doesn't work, Electronic. They remove that. Cloud9 getting desperate. 40 seconds of the bomb coming back through spawn. Spots.
Gonna get past the coldzera AWP, which is easier said than done.
The jumping double from Cold.
Well, he's gonna plant his feet firmly on the ground in this one.
How does he do it?
coldzera, there's the first. That AWP just goes through the motions, will give a little more control up as his teammates move in and look to silence Cloud9 on that attempt up into the A site. They don't even make a dent here. That one kill to Lato is all they've got to go off of. So for Cloud9, it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I didn't see for sure, but it felt like Legacy blocked that smoker stairs. Otherwise, it's an egregious miss, but it did seem a little out in front of Dumpster. Dumao's just able to stand here and just spray. His teammate was a truck, so maybe it was blocked. If not, Cloud9 back to boot camp because that's another round on the A site. 3 players in position. Nice kill for Cold. Disappears before the smoke blooms. And it's hard on a map like this. You don't want to sound the alarms too early because it's over past T-side and there's always going to be some teething room, or teething issues rather. But it's a great start for Legacy. You can't deny that. They're playing with bravado. They're making plays. coldzera's 8-1. I'm not going to call anything too early, but the groundwork is there for Legacy.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, and this is one where, like, even though Cloud9 have always, like, looked to play it, the results, I mean, much like all of Cloud9's results, really are pretty hit and miss.
Sure. High highs, low lows?
Yeah, I mean, you know, this was one of the maps they were able to win over Vitality back at the RMR, but then, you know, they've had fall downs to teams that like a bit of overpass squads, like Saw, for example. So, you know, it's hard to really find, like, the rhyme and reason. I feel like with Cloud9, it's very just dependent on how they're feeling on the day right now with this iteration of the squad.
Sure. They hear that. Gotta watch out. Nade's out for Lato. The Tech-9 spams. Hobbit somehow still standing, and in fact doing more than that. Putting Lato 6 feet under. It's gotta be someone. It's gotta be Hobbit now in this round with an M4. Hold alone, calling for Neckers to rotate up, and Legacy make an aggressive mid-round move. But if they wrap T-spawn, that will take just too long.
Mainnya hebat.
Cloud9 are getting closer to the
Mana Lusan nggak lanjut?
It's re-aggro. Along with Cold Zera, both of them moving up, and now he's seen a lot of bodies over here at Shaw. Tries to get out of there, but it's just one. Cold Zera gonna do the heavy lifting now. One on the AWP. Cold on a tear, and there's the rotate up from Barton, getting there just in time to bail out Cold Zera. Not that I think he needed it, he was absolutely destroying Cloud9.
That Tech9 was about to tear through the fourth, there was no doubt. 11-1 for Cold Zera, two-time major winner. We have many in the server today. My oh my.
11-1 on Cold Zera, man.
Yeah. Roll it back. Get that info, jump spots. Cloud9 uppity pace in the connector. Relatively little punishment from either team. Legacy play with a setup at long. Unorthodox, but still valid. It allows Lato to essentially be anti-flash while still covering the toilets. Clear. Perfecto with a nice shot on that boost up. That's something Cloud9 need. Let's see what Boomich calls. 5-on-4, all the time in the world. Legacy are getting curious.
They're going to go into the man with the same kills as all of them combined. So let's see how that works out for them. Cold Zera on the line. The AWP delivers. One more man ready to trade this, but Axel doesn't realize it. He's actually getting baited into the double setup at long. He will clear Lato out. And so Axel's finally on the board. 7 rounds in, he gets his first. Cold Zera is still hanging around up close, and on that flash pull, Cold looks to go for the throw. He locks Axel out of it. And so A is Cold Zera's domain. They are not getting in there. The answer has to be found down on this B site. Barton, low on health, 8-1 on the board. Great performance, but does he have the room to lock them out of this site? Might not matter. Doomau arrives just in time, and for Hobbit, the kind of one guy that's done anything for Cloud9 thus far. This is a 1v3 that will not be easy. They're just flooding him immediately, trying to run him down in the site. Hobbit, quick on his feet, a reposition around the pillar. And it's a 1v1, the two top performers, Cold versus Hobbit. Time ticking off that bomb. Cold Zera drops on in. Hobbit is fully repositioned out towards shore. And so the big question now, is Cold ready for this? Smoke in the way. Hobbit misses that chance, but the time has gotten away from him. Cold can't win this anymore. He's going to run in, get on that bomb, but the spray from Hobbit locks Cold Zera out of it. Hobbit 1-on-3 to put a second on the board for Cloud9.
Hobbit, the hero, man, and he puts him on his shoulders. This has been a guy to look out for in Cloud9 in very recent memory, and even today, over ecstatic, sick little clutch, pulled out of nowhere. And Legacy might be put down to their knees after that one. Can Cloud9 build is the big question. Had quiet starts from everyone but Hobbit. Playing with a little more intensity now, fast through the through the B short molly.
But, you know, I mean, even this now, right, it's fantastic that Hobbit's able to offer up these rounds. It's just, you know, the criticism leveraged against Cloud9 is the lack of AWPers. What they do have is a fantastic team of riflers, and right now, none of them are arriving to the occasion with the exception of Hobbit. It can't be a one-man army.
How are their Mac 10s, how are their Tech 9s, because sure, they're in the site, but they have to hold on to it now with worse weaponry. The only benefit is look how far Legacy are away.
Yeah,
they might
Cold
even throw
is,
in the
still
towel.
paranoid about mid.
Cold basically can't play this retake. It's a 4v5, it might be a full save.
Unicorn round?
Hey, they're rare. They do exist, Harry. And it seems like no deaths. Legacy simply get out-positioned on an instant B execute. Good grenades for Cloud9 as well. They bounce double HEs, triple HEs even on the wood pillar, and so they know they can rush without having to clear certain positions. That makes a monster play easier. That's a round out of nowhere. It's a round where no one dies. A Legacy want to keep their economy in good standing. However, it might have opened the door for Cloud9, who after winning a round, still have Mac 10s and techs. Now they can upgrade.
Unfortunately for Cloud9, not every round could be won like that.
They do great, if so. And they all upgrade, so that's a bit of a disaster for Legacy because they would love to just get that instant reset. You don't get many chances to reset T economy, but that would have been one of them, winning a clutch. Oh, Rambush is, the molly is huge. Dumal still makes it relatively unscathed.
And he's here, like the mental timer for Cloud9's kind of throwing off, right? You mollied short, you wouldn't expect this. Axile certainly didn't. Just the one and done this time as Boomich also arrives on the board in round 9, gets his first. It's an important trade onto Dumao. He's 1 round from that exact position over on short before.
No way he's going through this smoke, right? That's very early in the round to make this play. It's just tucked up close as Cloud9 spam it. The bomb is resetting spawn. We've seen Legacy make nice mid-round moves for information. Let's see how they fare in this one. It's Lato connector. Still such a heavy B hold. They don't have any info on A. If Cloud9 went up long, if they ran it, they would get the plant. We've seen Cloud9 win rounds to pacifism from Legacy already. At a certain point, someone has to move, and it might be Lato coming up connector. Still nothing to be seen in middle.
Even this, though, it's a scary path to try and rotate, especially when you've got no info to what's happening up on this top side the entire time. Coldzera, come on. The game is calling you. You can feel it in the back of your head.
What a great call for Cloud9.
Lato. Oh, can he catch Hobbit? All right, this has got a bit of intrigue. Coldzera gets here just in time. Playing on the edge of the smoke around the molly. Ready to come through when Lato takes the contact. Cold attempts it, tries to run down the bomb planter, gets them off, but not quick enough, not for long enough. The plant comes in. Cloud9
Bantai-bantai, cok,
anjing.
Tag9 Mac 10.
A nuisance throughout the entire round, and he's not showing any signs of
Lompat,
stopping.
anjing.
Lato, thus far, he's just kind of hit all these timings he's had to, but finally, one bridge too far.
It's not for them.
Martin takes down the first man. Boomich makes some noise over at long. He knows where he is, but got to deal with him quickly here because time is not on bar inside. He runs down the double long post plant, and so that one is recovered in the 1v2.
Boomich plays it as well as he can, calls the bluff on the stick, thinking this young player, this inexperienced player, he's not going to do it, and he's right, but the fight comes through for Barton, and somehow Cloud9 don't close that round. Despite the positional advantages, the late rotates.
Tapi kadang-kadang mikirnya nyebar gitu, Son.
But my oh my,
kayak gambling gitu nggak sih?
For Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's one where, because we said this earlier on, it's like if you paused at like the midpoint of that round in the 4v4 when Cloud9 are all the way down long and everyone else is in mid or B for Legacy, you would have been like,
soalnya kan kadang-kadang kita juga sering ketipu kan.
Win that round. So that's actually insane that Legacy battle back in and it all
Wah, anjing, ternyata ada 2 cok di situ ya kayak gitu.
That round is a non-starter.
Electronic, he's having a bit of a mare today, isn't he? He was really slow to start in that static game as well. Right here, his team were putting a lot of pressure on the B player so he could go for a pick, and just nothing. Ugly spray. Barton 11 and 2. Like, that's a, you know, sure, lack of experience. Only 1 major for 3 of these players, but at the same time, they are, you know, meant to be the next big thing, or they have been for a while. Very strong, individually capable players on Legacy. So don't be surprised to see Lato and Barton popping off. They're doing their best right now. Ekis has to concede the site. It's going to be another retake for Legacy.
Oh, backstab for Coldzera. Just fantastic to see him looking like this. I mean, he showed it off already in the Furia game, but to keep it going here versus Cloud9 is a real treat. 5v3 in the retake, and Cloud9 are so claustrophobic. They are boxed into the site here. One kill out of Lato, that's going to start to send them in. Flashes, wreck Perfecto. Boomich can't hold on, and Perfecto locked out of it. Legacy stick the landing on a retake without losing a single player.
5v3, and they still slow it right down, but just enough to get all the util in, to wait out the Cloud9 dumps of smokes, and then to, you know, have Cole just locking them in with an AWP on the flank. He's not playing actively. He knows that Cloud9 can't come back to him. They're scared of that AWP. For good reason, because coldzera is playing a phenomenal game right now. I don't think he's missed a shot. I haven't seen him miss a shot with the AWP. He's been in the perfect positions, with the exception of one round. He has looked rock solid, 14 and 3, Barton right behind, Legacy lead in the front. And now they're playing with confidence.
The Hobbit one-man army, it doesn't work. It was a fellowship that got the ring to Mordor. A fellowship of 9, may I remind you, a Cloud9. And right now, it's just Hobbit.
Oh, that's ugly. That felt like it needed to be more with guns now dropped available. Cloud9, but wait, they swapped in the smoke? Dumao is right behind. It shouldn't matter. Hobbit getting this timing doesn't do anything.
Adu mechanic kita coy, adu mechanic coy.
It certainly does for Dumao, who hears every footstep back.
They've got no idea. How could he even be here? They say to themselves, trigger discipline works wonders. One more man right around the corner. Axile will at least deal with Dumao in the back lines. A 2-on-3, is that enough of a chance here for Cloud9? They've dealt with the danger man, and now they've got to follow through.
It's just a disaster. Like you said, felt like there was no gap. Hobbit was connected. He cleared it. The timing was perfection. What do we have here at the long side? Neckers just leaves back. Setting to rotate. coldzera saying, I've got this. Trust in me. I will deliver the goods. And I can't blame him. Smoker long, he is playing retake. Okay, this is like the best case scenario for Cloud9, given where they are. They can get a bomb plant with this setup. Going to be a run boost through. He hits head. No, it's perfect. Footsteps made. Rotate should be summoned. 20 seconds to stick this bomb.
Legacy have felt fine leaving this down to the wire in the retakes, though. Oh, spam connects. coldzera tapping back with the USP. Legacy still a man up here, and then they've not been bothered waiting for these smokes in the past, so they're going to do that again. You don't want to give anything away for free in this 3v2 retake. You want to punish every kill that Cloud9 get. 2 out through the bank. Neckers deals with that. Axile running low on ammo. Got to do it with the Tech-9, and he can't finish the job. Neckers runs him down and keeps that round in check for Legacy.
That setup felt perfect. The spray was beautiful for Axile. 2 headshot angle kills coming out of the bank, but it's the pistol and the bottom fragger of Legacy to lift them up and win that round, stop that clutch, kill Axile in his tracks. 8-3 now, and no more excuses on T-side over pass. Cloud9 have had chances, they've had opportunities, they've had powerful post-plant positions, they have converted almost none of them. Legacy are playing lights out. They're so confident. They're making the perfect moves. Again in short water. This is like the 3rd time Dumal's done this.
He just gets here every time.
Cloud9 have no idea. They've got to check.
Surely, right? That's what you're telling yourselves. Surely they've got to, but they haven't so far. Feels like because of that run boost, it's just like throwing the timings off. They always think they have the real estate. But that's not even the guy you thought you would get. Electronic. This guy's like famed for his walkouts through Monster. He's often so good here at walking and trying finding impact, but this round is none of it. The util keeps him at bay. As Perfecto moves in alongside him, reality is dawning upon Cloud9. 3 is looking like all they get. Unless Electronic can do something down here at lower. Bomb retrieved in the meantime. Perfecto goes back to grab it.
Are they going to push? Will it be together? Right now, re-aggressing just one player. He sees the barrel. He's got the kill. Easy peasy. Bomb is late, and it will find nothing. Legacy writing exactly that. 9-3 against 4 major winners on Cloud9. Manny Screen has 2 in his cabinet already. And this is a team that no one expected to cause any commotion here in Copenhagen. Not only a win in their pocket, but looking to take down one of the top dogs of the opening stage.
Yeah, and they haven't looked stressed at all, have they? I mean, you know, outside of a couple of rounds, I mean, think about it. Like, one of the 3 rounds that Cloud9 have was a 10 alive, just outposition the opponents on a kind of weird, you know, quasi-buy for the side of Legacy, where they were just so far removed, they couldn't justify going for the retake. So there's like one gifted round in there, The other two were Hobbit, single-handedly winning rounds for Cloud9. They've had nothing to go on here. Legacy, meanwhile, they've looked very composed. They've not felt stressed in these retakes. They've been willing to kind of play into the late stages of the clock and steal rounds away. I don't know, this is night and day between these teams right now. And sure, you know, there's always a world where CT side, you dust yourself off, you kind of get back on the horse and you look good, but
now or never.
You have to win this pistol. You have to win this pistol if you're Cloud9.
Gamble going the wrong way right now. We got Legacy lining up and execute on this B-bomb site. Smokes go in. Hobbit with a flash, poised from the heavens, out it goes. Good shot. Perfecto finds first blood. The Julies come hunting, gunning. Perfecto finding every kill. Forget the Julies. All you need is one. And it's perfection in this pistol round. Can he close it? Cloud9 swing together. There's Electronic. And coldzera, he has been unbeatable in this map, but finally a step too far.
They'll swing them together. They lock coldzera out of it. And so that pistol that they had to win, they will. Cloud9, can this be their second wind? They successfully lock out the B play without Legacy even making a dent.
Legacy can't get ahead of themselves, that's for sure, right? It has been overall unimpressive from Cloud9, but that's, you'd be silly to neglect the skill on this roster and the experience. And that's without taking into account the effect that CT side overpass will have on this game. Legacy are going to have to work hard for it. No bomb plant, they still B-rush. It's anti-meta. It's the last thing Cloud9 expect. No Molotov in the monster. Look how much room they've got.
Yeah, they've been given so much room here. Will that be the gift they were looking for? Propelled into the site. They've spotted Electronic playing around the bridge smoke. They start to spam him now. Pressure being applied. No plan yet as Molly's rain in from the heavens, but all the kills are coming up for Legacy. Hobbit tries to creep in. Hobbit tries to be the hero, but he's cut down, and it's just Boomich left standing. This force buy for Legacy against the grain. Not what you're used to seeing without the bomb plant. But it's worked out wonders for them.
And that's exactly why it's worked out. Because it's
Legacy bantay-bantay. Padahal
you expect some respect in this game. Look at the names on Cloud9. You wouldn't force by Tech9 armor and go for just a one flash pop into B. That's insulting. That's a middle finger from Legacy. And as a result, Cloud9 are not prepared and they pay the price. 10 rounds for the Brazilians.
10 rounds for the Brazilians.
What did Cloud9 do now? I mean, we said, you know, the way back in was winning the pistol. They did that. And then they fall down to the force. They're not even going to be bringing guns out. If they force in this next one and then they lose, the game gets away from them. So, like, what do you do here?
Oh,
even the decision you're left with is horrible.
My, oh my.
And, you know, one of the things you've been talking about is, like, you know, the majors, both of these teams possessed a number of wins. And I think, you know, yeah, Cold. The thing about that conversation is, you know, those majors were a long while ago, you know, like past his kind of peak as far as it looked like. That was over half a decade ago now.
Yeah.
And so, you know, these aren't the sort of numbers you were used to seeing out of coldzera for the longest time. That's why it's so sick. That's why this Legacy squad looking lights out is such a romantic idea.
And it's not just him, even though he's had phenomenal impact on this map specifically, but the numbers are matched by Partin. Dumal's right there. Neckers has put together even a great call there on that T side.
And Lato was the guy popping off back in that Furia game.
Yeah,
it's
this
this mixture of, you know, new and old. And even then, you're kind of hesitant to call the rest of those Legacy members new, right?
Sure, but, you know, that's the conversation with all these Brazilian teams. We said in the last game, Harry, this is the most represented country at the major. And when we looked at the Rio major, it was Brazilian teams going 0-3 in the opening stage, right? It was 0-0 Nation falling early. It was Imperial disappearing in front of our eyes. But now, this shuffle, this combination of old and new, well, it's talking the talk, it's walking the walk, and right now it's looking to upset Cloud9. They almost took down Heroic as well, Imperial. It did take down Ends. What a day for Brazilian CS.
Hobbit dies immediately, but this is all a fake over towards the top site, and how devastating for Cloud9 because they've fallen for it hook, line, and sinker.
Gotta go.
They're going to wait for that molly. As usual, fine, leaving this to the late stages of the round. They get past Perfecto. You won't have time to do a lot of clearing here if you're Legacy. You need to get that bomb in. Salato's going to try facilitate the plant here with short smoke. He feels all right, but Boomich, he'll want to come through this. He'll want to fight to deny that plant. You can win this right now on 1 kill, and they'll manage it. Robbing that round from Legacy on the low buy, a round that they had to win if they wanted to keep this dream alive. And so they've at least managed that on the side of Cloud9.
Okay,
it's back and forth. It's tit for tat to open this one up.
The pendulum swings, Harry. There is no guarantee yet, is there? Even though it felt like that might have been enough for Legacy on a force buy, Cloud9 say we can do it too. coldzera felt like his luck was about to win the round, but jumping through the smoke to stop the bomb, that's exactly what Cloud9 needed with seconds to spare. Oh, this is uncomfortable. This is sweaty. This is tense. And this is finally the first timeout called by Legacy in this game. Doesn't that speak to how they've been feeling in this match? The game plan has gone perfectly until now. But, I mean, these KDs are just disgusting. Avert your eyes. It's the Hobbit show. Some of the stars of Cloud9 obscured in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's uncomfortable, right? Like the guy who wasn't really meant to be your star is like your best player. All the guys who are meant to be stars are like mid.
Mid's being nice.
Yeah, you know, I think optimistic, I'll say. And maybe there's still a recovery yet. But once again, Legacy go back into a fast B play, and look at this. They've already snuck all the way in through short. That kill is free. Electronic with the reply, with the response. Finally, something out of Dennis over here towards Monster. 3 quick kills from the man. And that's kept Cloud9 in this round after all.
Okay, they want to get cooking. They don't want to just commit. Even though triple entry into B, you feel like you have the bomb site. It was so early in the round, but they'd rather just spread it out and look elsewhere. They weren't together. Cold feels like running through Monster is risking too much. What if a play is heaven? But now you look at those KDs, Harry, and you compare the numbers. 4 and 2 on these two Cloud9 players. 11 and 17 for Legacy. All of that must be forgotten. Cloud9 need this round. In a group, they're going to read this about as rightly as they could. Reclearing the A site. Right as Legacy set up. And poised for trades as well. This is nice stuff for Cloud9. I don't know if Legacy will feel confident enough to plant for the bathrooms with so little info. They might have to go hunting for this frag. Well, I'll give it away.
Oh my God, they just missed the timing. They just cleared it. They just think they cleared the site. They didn't. And now Legacy are giving chase to them. This is madness. They're set up in the bank. You can plant for CT. Yeah. coldzera has got the line now. And Cloud9, that check being a millisecond too late, might have just thrown them through a loop. coldzera, right place, right time. As he puts up a second, it's all left on to Boomich. Catches Dumao with his back turned, but he's got to get past Cold. He's got to get past the Cold with hot hands. It's a dink on the first peak. Boomich, now's the time. Detectives chase, and Boomich will secure the round for Cloud9. coldzera's eagerness is his downfall there. As he tries to chase down Boomich, he pushes tab. He sees who's alive. It's a guy with 2 kills.
Oh, jumping the gun there a little bit, right? That smoke definitely puts the fear in you. That's why he's so aggressive. He never wants him to get a chance to even tap that bomb, let alone stick it. But perfect flashbang for Boomich and Cold cut down. Rise, you felt like, as you said, Legacy made the perfect timing play. It couldn't have been better after Cloud9 cleared the site. But they still win it, don't they? 6-10. Buying back. Desperate here. It's worked before. Axel and Connector this time has something to say. Short-lived. 4 on 3 as Boomich's orb makes its first appearance in the map in round 17.
Wah, ibot bantay-bantay.
Lined up with
The Rock.
Yeah, sure.
I like my idea.
But that smoke means nothing. This fake means nothing. And Cloud9 now have to rotate players B. It's too obvious, right? Heavens or A-side smoke for Monster, I presume. Down it comes. So Legacy cordoned off right as the XQ was about to come through. It's a nice mid-ground move for Cloud9. They have all the information. It's forcing Legacy out water instead.
Or even pushing back into the site. This is really nice, right? Before, they didn't have the resources down here to fight from within the B site. Might not matter as Doomau opens, but they can't get past Perfecto.
Where was Lato?
Just a little too late to the party, really. And now bomb dropped in the smoke, a 1v3 on his plate. It's a big ask. Perfecto, he hears him down in the water. Salato goes looking for this kill, but Perfecto is not willing to give it up. 3 kills in the round from Perfecto. He starts this half looking great in the pistol. He's finding his footing a little bit more in some of these rounds. And so Cloud9 is slowly but surely waking up.
Yeah, this is definitely one of Perfecto's better CT sides, or better anchor positions, B site overpass. So it's reassuring to see. He did it in the pistol with a big 3K. He's done it again in a crucial round where he's on his own at the back of the site. So Cloud9, okay. You know, we love to hate, but they're fielding something here on this CT side. Some very tight rounds, but squeezing some juice out of them. Axel aggressive again. But it's only Glocks. Make it quick, make it easy. Make that money. Oh. Yeah.
A bit of an MP9 montage over in mid. Love that for Axel. Had a very troublesome time at the start of this map. Slowly but surely, that supporting cast around Hobbit has arrived. Right now you have Electronic up there alongside him. Perfecto in there as well. Axel and Boomich only got their first kills in the map in the late stages of the first half.
Keep 5 alive, please. Oh my god, that's a despicable kill. No more, not today, not on my watch, says Axel. 8 rounds for Cloud9. They sit very close to the Legacy 10.
Yeah, and this is starting to hurt for Legacy. They've certainly had chances, much akin to Cloud9 in that first half. You've had these moments, and I think Legacy, they haven't had as many, but the spots they've been in, they probably feel like they should have won this game already, right? Really, I'm talking about that round where Cold and Co push into bank, and it feels like they've hit the perfect timing. They can't dwell on that now, but you will be left with this inescapable feeling that if just one of those rounds had gone different, this would have been a done deal already.
Yeah, they close that 1v1. Feel like Cloud9 are dead in the water. Like last game, if DCT didn't jump Cat Harry, what would have happened?
Yeah.
Would have been GG. Those little micro decisions that feel inconsequential in the moment can cost you entire tournaments. Hobbit, one of the most experienced men in the server, finds his opening kill, and he's afforded the room out. Even takes the orb. Lockdown. Nothing more. Not a new role. Reflash for Exile. Good timing there. Blind. Oh, it's ugly. It's really ugly. It is disgusting.
Oh. Get the MP9 back out, man.
Oh, dear.
That is rough. Okay, you hope that that's not the undoing of anything in this round, right? At the end of the day, you're still in the 4-on-4, you tell yourself. You got some info, but now you lose Hobbit up in the toilets. Boomich, last defender up on towards this top site. Cloud9 still with 2 down on B. And Legacy, they see it. They've still got 40 seconds left to make their mind up. They're not dedicated either which way. Cloud9 are taking a gamble. Yeah. They're bringing everyone down lower.
Save or commit. Either way, they do it together. Right.
Even though they hear that smoke over on A, they're so dedicated here that would have never changed their mind. All that means is that Nekis won't even be involved in the B play. So his teammates are walking into a 3-on-3 right now. An even odds bout in a round that felt like Legacy had it in the bag. They go right into Perfecto.
10, 9,
Cold Zera
8.
running with the bomb.
No,
There's just not time for this. Nekis out in heaven. Nothing to say in the round as Cloud9's gamble comes up top trumps down at lower.
And again, it's all Perfecto. 3 players, sure, but he puts on the only 2 kills that matter. They'll win the round. They'll force that bomb to save, and Legacy kicking themselves an opportunity
bermain seperti Benny.
With Axel missing his spray on long, with Hobbit's orb removed in the toilets. And you can't really blame them. It is a gamble.
Kalau
for
udah di
Cloud9. It's not
Rook
like
sih ya,
Legacy
Rook
made
udah nggak bisa
a
nge-throw. Cok.
blinding error. They didn't want that bomb to rotate. Maybe Nekkis could have been with them, but he was set up to win the round, a round that never should have been so easy for Cloud9. Okay, you can feel the cracks showing now. It's not even a buy around these guns, just relying on the two bottom performance of Legacy to carry them through this eco round. Feels like an unfounded claim. Cloud9, 2 on A. Info on short.
I mean, you felt like this is one of these rounds where at least you're going to have to follow through, right? In some of these moments, they've actually kind of outbrained themselves of Legacy, right? And I think it's because the slower, stripped-back style was helping them a lot early on. But in rounds like this, you have less to lose, more to gain. Cold Zera, bit of gumption, bit of follow-through, double for himself.
Anjing Tech9 cok, bantai-bantai.
He's looking good, and Nekkis with the response. 2v2. Smoke in the sight. Dumao looks for the bomb plant. They try to deny it, and they succeed. Nekkis locked out. And so even as Legacy get those kills to send them in, they can't get past Axel. He buys time for the rotates. And this one, now it's a tie game. Cloud9 are believing all over again here.
Excellent call to rotate for Cloud9. There was no doubt in that decision. We've seen those rounds where, you know, you get 3 entries and then Cold calls it off and they go back and they mid-round it. Not today for Legacy. They know they can't afford to mess up that situation. 3 entries, we're going to take that space. And Cloud9 are already there. Very confident rotation. And they win the ante. They always meant to. But Legacy made it interesting. 20-9 on Cold Zera. Cloud9 level the playing field. Remember how dominant this game once was. It was 9-3. Cloud9 won pistol, but then Legacy picked up a force buy. And the game felt as good as done. It's been these low economy battles that have made the biggest difference in this map. But now, rounds will decide for 11.
It's a good thing that flash worked, because Electronic and Perfecto just jumped into each other and got stuck in the opener monster.
Or Legacy overcall this round.
Once again, you know, they're leaving a lot of options open here, right? That's one thing they've been very keen on, is going for these kind of rotates in the mid-round. They're trying to push and pull Cloud9 around the map. But they're going to need someone somewhere to apply a bit of pressure, because right now they've had 3 players over on A, holding for any sort of aggro, waiting to see if they're fed anything. But it's not even like Cloud9 are aware of that. They've not seen a single Legacy player.
Again, the right rotation. Hobbits come up.
Dumao, this could be the moment. Oh, instead, Electronic further off the angle. Gonna get the drop on Dumao.
Still 3A. Not for long, though. Oh, Hobbit doubles back. Can this one player at B do enough? They're calling them back to hit the B bomb site. There's only 15 seconds.
This is so... They've been fine playing it to the extremities of the clock, but as we've gone deeper in this game, it's really starting to betray them. Last time, 1 kill was all it took for Cloud9 to win the round. They deal with Barton, but Cold will get that bomb planted at least. This is going to be Legacy's final stand here. Cold Zera whittled down and finished off as Cloud9 overwhelmed the B site and now take the lead.
It's absolutely desperate in this game from Legacy. They are feeling the pressure, they are feeling the burn, and they are indecisive at 20 seconds on the clock. They don't know what site to hit. Both of them are covered in opponents, and they can't even close advantages when they've had them. Cloud9 have performed the comeback. They've taken the lead. My, oh my, this was 10-4, sorry, for Legacy. 7, 8 rounds in a row. 7 rounds for Cloud9. Numbers not the strong suit, but right now they're putting them on the board.
I mean, you know, Boomich might not be blowing your mind in terms of what he's bringing individually, but you have to say that the gambles, some of the stacks, some of these calls, the way that he's been able to read Legacy on this CT side has been fantastic. And, you know, one of the big questions there was, could he do that when you're so far down, when you're so on the back foot? Your individuals have looked kind of shaky to open up the map. Sometimes even if you had the right read or the right idea, you just couldn't get the kills to make it happen. But the longer this has gone on, the better it's all looked.
Yeah, rotates have been the best aspect of the CT side. Legacy have never walked into an empty bomb site other than that 2-on-2. And even then, that's cutting it close. It has always been a stack for Cloud9. Felt like 3 players every single time. Can Legacy just keep this a little more simple, a little more explosive?
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to get, right? This has got like the similar vibe, the similar start to when they approached this top site with just Tech-9s and like one gun.
They almost won it.
They wanted to go for a bit of follow through there, and coldzera got that great opener, but then he gets locked out by Axar.
And look at the setup in this round. Cloud9 a triple monster at the start, so the sooner Legacy go, the better this play is going to look. That's a nice block on short side. Boomich is jumping, Axar's on his own. If Legacy make this call after this smoke and commit into A, this might be their best bet yet.
Smoke's going to start to fade now. Axar up close, was able to repel the A play last time, but this time it's just the one and done. Boomich has not been required to offer much individually on this CT side, but this is a moment where he's got to hold his own. The AWP finds the first, tries going back in for more, and Lato will deal with him. 3-on-3, Legacy are following through on the top side play, but they don't get past Hobbit, not right away. Electronic able to lock them down, and Lato left in this one all alone as Cloud9 scramble in a second man, and he can't get past Perfecto. Cloud9 match point from 4-10 down. They've embarked on an 8-round streak to get here, and they're just 5 kills away from going up 2-0.
Phenomenal recovery for Cloud9. The grit, the determination, the belief. It was all there, even with some, pretty horrendous mistakes of their own, some ugly whiff sprays. The 2 weakest players are on this top site right now, and still Cloud9 are pulling up rounds on A defense. Solid rotates, hype from Boomich here. As Cloud9 can taste victory, all Legacy can taste is desperation. Spam through the B side. It's going to find Neckers early. They want that AK out of there as well. They know that might be the only one. That's a desperate move for Neckers to run an AK into Monster. 4 Galils now for Legacy. The dream.
Axar's had some big whiffs here, but he's also had moments of brilliance, and this is going to be the latter. Double kill, locked in at the top of Con. Legacy, I think they've had this feeling for a while. The game was in their hands. It was theirs for the taking, and that somehow they've managed to let it get away from them. Cloud9 embodying that it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish here.
Absolutely.
And they are finishing strong.
No way out of this one. Dumao down with the bomb. Lato up top. And Dumao's about to lose exactly that as Legacy rely on one player and an impossibility. Cloud9 from all the way down, backs against the wall, stand tall and pick themselves up. They will take this game. They will sit 2-0 up and only a single best of 3 from that elimination stage.
Indeed. We're right here next to the Cloud9 side, actually, and they were screaming Vamos. So.
I got a little confused there for a moment.
Me too. I was like, what just happened? But they were 4-10 down, but they absolutely rallied it back. And I hate to start with the negative, but that T side out of Legacy. Pimp.
We knew it was an issue coming into the tournament. We kind of highlighted it coming into the game that I sincerely hope that Legacy would start on the CT side because then we could have a competitive game. We knew it was bad, but we also knew that during the Americas Arma, those issues were exposed. So you'd reckon they would work on those coming into this tournament, figuring out how to play a T side on overpass. Let's just put up some numbers right here, Blur. At the Americas Arma, they played the T side against Pain Gaming. They got 2 rounds. They played the T side against M80 with a stand-in. They got 1 round. And against Cloud9, they got 1 round.
So 4 rounds in 4 rounds on 3 T sides.
In 36 rounds or something like that. You're talking a 10% win rate on the T side. That is completely unacceptable if that's a map you, first and foremost, are playing a lot. Second of all, they were picking into the map. They were the ones picking overpass at the Americas Arma. So that's a bit of an issue, and honestly, Shocks, it's not a cool look for Legacy.
It's not? What is it that's going wrong then in those T rounds? Where lies the problem?
The calling. The calling, we were praising the calling coming out from Legacy early the first game. We're calling that, we're praising the calling coming on the first half as well. This T-side, the number of times was like just panic rotating back to the other bomb site with no time remaining. There's not even time to get to the bomb site. Forget getting to the bomb site, having to clear all the angles, trying to wrest control of that bomb site. And there's so many rounds with just panic calls coming in. And this is all the way from the very beginning. You're in 10 rounds. Like it's like 10-4 or something in your favor.
Yeah.
Why are these panic plays coming in? Why couldn't you slow things down, take things a little bit more methodically? I will also say one thing though. There was one more problem for the side of Coldzera and his man on the T side. Perfecto was magnificent on the CT side. We're talking about some of the players going missing, but he stepped up to the plate. It looks like 16 kills, the kills first.
Tapi dia sinerginya nge-press yang harus nge-press level nggak?
High pure impact.
Apa?
And I think you can say it across the board, right? In that
Pantas human anjir.
the fact that Legacy was running around.
Dia emang kejar kemenangan itu.
Oh my god, it's been a long day. Like chickens with their heads chopped off, maybe.
Biar cepet-cepet 12.
But for Cloud9, of course, you can only beat what's in front of you and deal with the situation that you have. And it is really good for them that they find themselves 2-0 up so far, the first day of the major.
Yeah, I mean, they've been under a lot of pressure in both their games. We saw against the Static, they had to dig deep in order to get the win. Same could be said here against Legacy. Again, it probably would have been a different storyline had Cloud9 started on the CT side. I think we would be standing here saying that they were in control, they're playing well. So sometimes that kind of does screw with the perception of the game. That being said, though, you're 2-0, you're heading into the best of threes tomorrow, which is where Cloud9 had their strength. The map pool is somewhat decent. We saw them beat Vitality in a best of 3 a couple of weeks ago at the European Arma. So I'm not too worried for Cloud9. They'll make the next stage. Question is how.
Yeah, I agree with you. And also, even if you go back to the T side from Cloud9, right? It almost feels like a lifetime ago because of how close this particular map was. The T side was non-existent, man. Like you had Hobbit winning a 1v3, him getting a 4 kill to win another round, and a 1 round where they just called a fast B play, and it was a bit of a unicorn round where no one died. So the T side from Cloud9 was also a bit of a struggled city. It was just that Imperials was way, way worse.
They were way worse. There's no way around it. I think it's a great point you brought up with Perfecto. It's great to see him playing well, especially on the CT side. And I guess if you put on a different perspective as well, not only did Cloud9 win this game, but if you're sitting at home right now and if you're Na'Vi, if you're FaZe, if you're G2, you're looking towards Cloud9's overpass and thinking, okay, here we got striking possibilities. So it's something they have to work on, at least for the future of the tournament.
I mean, yeah. If you have a really strong Opera on Overpass, I think maybe...
But they don't.
No, there are enemy teams that are going to play versus them maybe in that next stage. So who knows, indeed. But hey, my buddy's back. My Displate. And Blatt, you're very excited about this as well, aren't you?
Yeah, you know what's really cool about this thing is you can actually turn things around. No one's really tried this. You can actually... I hope I don't break this live. I'm going to do it, but you can actually take it out. Oh, there we go. I can turn it upside around. I mean, I don't think this makes sense with Overpass, but... I think it's pretty cool.
It's nice. Maybe you can do like an exercise if you're trying to learn some strats or whatever, and then you turn it around, and then you get disoriented, and then... No, there's nothing in there.
I don't know where you're going with this, but I really appreciate the effort.
Okay, no problem. We just wanted to highlight how easy this is to take off and to turn around. Maybe there are situations where it is one that is turnable.
100%, yeah, absolutely.
Maybe. But you can put whatever you want up here, of course, all kinds of scenes from movies or whatever you may be interested in, but specifically also from Counter-Strike. You get up to 33% off if you go over to display.com/PG. It's not that hard, actually. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. If I can do it, believe me, everyone can. So display.com/PGL to get your favorite and to decorate your apartment. And it's super easy. You can switch them out.
What's your favorite map, Shucks? Is that Overpass?
I don't think so. I like Anubis.
Okay.
Personally, it's very colorful, you know.
I respect that. That's
no,
great.
but I like Mirage as well. I like maps where it comes down to like gritty CS where you can like frag and win, basically.
You didn't say Vertigo, and just for that, 10 points.
No, I would never say Vertigo. But Anubis, all the colors are so nice. It reminds me of Valorant, am I right? Just kidding. Of course.
Wow.
I just wanted to upset you all
you actually said that in a
So we're going to have
major.
to go to break. It was just a joke, okay? Please don't be mad. We'll be right back with our last match of the day.
Get her out.
Get her out. Tweet it around.
I'm going.
Metal posters from Displays. Hang your Displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
next bet.
It's time to dequiz another bomb. I've got Soros Aros Dos with me here now. I want to ask you first of all your nickname. I Google translated it when we were online.
Yeah.
Rice pudding, sweet pudding, or do you just like it, or how does this work?
I do like rice pudding.
Okay.
The real translation is rice pudding, but
The real-
people call me sweet rice. It's
Sweet rice as well. Okay, okay.
People can call me sweet rice. It's okay. I don't mind.
Can we do English commentary now and just sweet rice? And we
Yeah,
just...
it's okay.
Perfect. All right. From now on, I'm calling you sweet rice.
Go
So
ahead.
sweet rice, get ready to dequiz this bomb. Get your
Okay.
hand on the mouse.
Let's go. So,
You click the big yellow button in the middle, and then it will start.
dequiz the bomb.
Dequiz the bomb.
Okay, I'm ready.
Go.
Let's go. Okay, first question. What is the cap damage of a Molotov after the first 3 seconds? Oh, hard question. I'll say 12 damage seconds. Wrong answer. It was 8. Who has the top ranked player in 2017? I'll go with Cold Zero. Okay,
Nice.
we win. Who is the player with the highest rating on pistols during the 2023 season? I'll go with Zaivu.
I like it. Nice.
Okay, I win. What is the max damage you can take from a nade with fully armored? I'll go with 57? 57?
Cool,
Right
hell
answer, let's go. How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb without a defuse kit? It's easy, 10 seconds, let's go. What is the bonus for planting the bomb? I'll say 300. Right again. In which month of 2024 is the first CS2 major gonna be held? What month is it? May? It's May? No, it's March. I don't even know where we're at. Which player from Denmark appeared in the top 20 rankings in Device, I think. Right answer. What is the max damage you can take from a nade while unarmored? I'll say
Yo, sorry
98.
pergi anjir.
Right, let's go. What is the
Nge-heal
real
terus,
time of
Cok.
the op? Oh, this is hard, I don't play with it. I'll say 3.5. Oh, 3.7, almost. Which country produced the top ranked player in 2016? Is it Brazil? I don't know. Cold Zero? Right answer, let's go. Which player is the youngest major winner? This is it's KJB, I think. Right answer, let's go. Which team has the most major titles in CS history? I don't... Astralis? Right answer, almost there. What caliber is the op in CSGO? Point 338, 420? I don't know. Let's go with 330. How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb with a... It's 5 seconds.
Gimana tuh yang nge-press
Which CS player
level?
active on as the most
Bantai-bantai.
major one under his belt? Device. Oh, Dupree.
Iya, udah lu bantai-bantai
With
jadi.
Vitality. Who is the only player from Israel to have appeared in the top 20 rankings? Stick of Flames, James Spinks.
Lu
Who
iya,
has
lu
the top
bantai-bantai
ranked
kan
player in
maksudnya.
2015? I don't know. Olaf Meister? I'll go with it. Right answer. Let's go. What caliber is the AK in CSGO? 7...
Wah? Oh.
760... I don't know. What? 756. Oh no, I was right. Who is the only player from Estonia to have appeared? Robs, let's go fast. Need to win. What is the real load time of the AK? I don't know.
Iya kalah. Padahal udah bagus tadi.
2.4. How much money do you get for a kill with Glock or USP? 300. That's easy. Who has the top ranked CSGO player in 2022? I say Zaivu, but it was simple. Who has the top ranked player in 2013? Forrest, get right? Forrest. Get right. I don't know. How many seconds does a Molotov last? 8 seconds? Wrong answer as well. Oh no. What is the minimum amount of AK shots to devour terrorists on a pistol? I'll say 3. Kevlar is 4.
It's at Kevlar?
With Kevlar.
Oh. How much money do you get for a kill with a knife? 300. No. Oh no. I almost enter again. Unfortunate, almost defused it.
Almost. You were so close
2
twice.
times. Yeah.
So close.
Apa
It wasn't meant
penting
to
OP
be.
anjir
Copenhagen
soal.
has exploded. There'll be no more sweet rice here.
I'll be back.
You'll be back. You'll be back on the server. That's the
Yeah.
main thing. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
One more to go over here on the A stream. Gamer Legion versus Saw. Gamer Legion is right next.
Dulu kalau lihat di WC udah admis kumnya dik pitap tikcan mana
Of course, you all know the story. You've heard it. A lot weren't supposed to be here, but they are here nonetheless, and they did win their opening game versus Amcal. Saw on the other side, now 9 games won. It was an Iberian matchup as they beat Koi earlier. But where do we stand with these two teams? And do you think the teams that they are meeting now are a bigger challenge than what they did at the top of the day?
Look, I think it's two teams with very different trajectories coming in, right? Saw, like you just pointed out, 10-game win streak right now. They've been looking absolutely
Is it 10
brilliant.
now? Since
It's actually 10 right now. Especially considering the fact that, you know, they were 0-2 in RMR ever since then. They haven't lost a single game, and they seem to have activated at the very perfect time. Gamer Legion weren't even supposed to be here. And here they are.
You know,
Very different stories.
I'm gonna ban it. It's banned.
What?
You're banned.
You can't say it anymore. I'm banned.
You're banned.
You can't say it anymore until they reach the playoffs.
I feel like it's a good matchup in the sense that we get to learn a lot about these two teams right now. We posed the question whether or not Gamer Legion maybe were a bit hindered from the fact that they came in late to the tournament. Maybe they were doing roster changes behind the scenes. Maybe they were looking into acquiring new players to the lineup. We don't really know.
Yep.
That being said, though, I think we get a real test when they're going up against Soul Gaming. You said it yourself, 10 games in a row. They've never been better. Like, this is the best you've ever seen from any of these players in the history of Counter-Strike. Winning 10 games in a row, the way they've done it, that's massive for Soul. So if Gamer Legion can take them down, then maybe we have a case to be made here that they were ready for them.
I don't want to take anything away from Gamer Legion from the win they had earlier against Amcal as well, but Amcal did kind of give them Overpass, which is their best map. It's a map they pick every single time as well. So when it's going to be a different map, a different playing ground, things could be different here.
Despite that, it was a very messy game, though. You know, it was
from Amcal, yes.
Well, I think, and also Gamer Legion being kind of pulled into that drama as well. Volt, though, had a fantastic first game, but it is interesting to see. I gotta say, I am a bit partial towards Saw because it's one of those stories that is kind of larger than life if it keeps going. You know, you set it up already with the games they've been winning. I've been sharing in the banter already on X every time they have won, saying Portugal caralho, because it's just so fun to see. But if you had to describe the way that Saw has been winning these games and the way they like to play, Pimp, what would it be?
Well, I do feel, and that is with the uttermost respect to Saw as well, we did see them lose 2 games at the European RMR, and they were lost of confidence. They couldn't get it going whatsoever. We then heard about this team talk they had. We heard about them, you know, looking each other in the eyes and saying, listen, let's just go out there and play our brand of Counter-Strike. Right now, they're riding on a wave. They're riding on a momentum, and that's a big part of the reason as to why they're winning all their games. Sure, there's some quality behind the players. There's some understanding of how to play Counter-Strike, but I want to see what happens when that win streak ends. What happens when you have to bounce back once more? Can you have another circle? Can you have another conversation where you look each other in the eyes, or is that the real level of the Saw boys? We haven't seen their ceiling just yet, but one thing is for sure, winning 10 games in a row at the most competitive era of Counter-Strike ever, that's not easy.
Yeah, and they did it on land, they did it online as well, right? So, and you just can't call them online, because we saw them do it at the RMR as well, where it was some very convincing wins overall. But yes, I agree with Pip. When the cracks start to appear, will they be able to patch it real quickly?
Yeah, and here's of course the key to that.
No
Just
overpass
don't
right
lose.
there. No overpass right there.
Nope.
And Gamer Legion are going to be like, okay, now where do we go with this one? Vertigo. Is that a Vertigo available? Okay,
You called it up by saying it in the last segment. that you hated it.
Yeah, sure, I hate it, but doesn't matter what I like or don't like. Right? Game of Legion, honestly, I think they're going to be okay with this, right? It's a map that they have played, albeit not so much. It's a map where it takes a little bit of success on it as well. For Saw, though, it's one of their weaker maps, so to speak. We haven't really seen them play this one as often as we've seen them play their nukes and their overpasses, so this could get interesting. But that being said, I think I've seen enough from Saw and just solid fundamentals for them to still be the favorites here.
I think we have a close game out of here. There's no doubt about it. You know, you have Saw right now riding on a momentum. You have Game of Legion, who, had you asked us a month ago, you know, a month and a half, you'd say Game of Legion is going to win this game 9 out of 10 times. That's no longer the case. So in terms of the two teams and how they're matching up right now, you have Saw playing and overperforming. You have Game of Legion perhaps a little bit below where they used to be. It should make for a good game.
Yeah, I guess it's you're frowning.
Yeah,
What are you worried about?
I'm just looking at Saw's last map on this map, and they lost to a team called System 5.
You don't know who they are?
I do not know any single player on this team. It was online, you know,
Yeah.
there's a caveat, but still, that paints a pretty ugly picture.
Yeah, that's damning. But maybe they worked on it a lot. Who knows?
You want a hot take? I think
Yes.
Saw's win streak is ending right here, right now with Vertigo. Game of Legion is no slouch on the map. They're decent on it, and I think they're going to end the win streak of Saw right here, right now. 10 is good, but it's not going to be 11.
You've heard it. Pim says that the win
Spicy.
streak is over. But you know what fans love to do? They like to prove specifically Pimp wrong. So maybe Saw will do the same. Head over to our casters.
Well, if there's one thing for sure, it's Saw have been choked out in this veto. Inferno and Vertigo as the last two maps in the BO1, well, those are the ones that Saw have been losing in BO3s. And what have we been saying all year, Harry? It's Saw, they're a BO3 team. 12 wins on BO3s this year. Every BO3 they've played, but this is a BO1.
Yeah, you know, BO1s is the one time that Saw have looked vulnerable and beatable. It's when you put them in the BO3s that the light really shines. And as you say, Vertigo's been one of those problem pieces. Still, this one starts with Kios and Snacks aggro over to Shaw. Arostos, kind of the front man for this squad, able to light up two. And with a bit of help from Story, Saw actually flipped this one back in their favor. Game of Legion arrived for the retake, but a man down. A day late and 50 quid short here for Game of Legion. Hoping to get gifted away back in. Story doesn't have to fight from here, and Saw are not going to go over peaking in this post plant. They've got no reason to. Tap on the bomb. That's going to get the first peek out of Arostos, but he sees that they're not sticking it, and so the pistol is picked up cleanly from Saw.
Yeah, map aside, right, this is still a team that we have a lot of eyes on right now. I think if you called it before the RMR, or even a day into the RMR, you would have said no chance. Rather, this team would be an interesting one. They went down 0-2 in BO1s, and then they made a 3 BO3 run. You know, in some cope sense, like the teams they beat weren't incredibly impressive, but they used that in the spring showdown, beating Cloud9, beating OG, beating Liquid. So Saw on a hot streak right now.
Yeah,
I think that has to be taken into account. And the opposite for Game of Legion in the sense that they didn't even know they were going to the major until about 48 hours ago. Pulled in as a last-second replacement. These factors do matter, and even if the map favors Game of Legion, I think the momentum of the moment favors Saw. Can they harness that in this must-win BO1?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to say in the Eternal Fire game, so I'll throw mine out there now. I've got a lot of hype. I'm a bit of a Saw fan right now.
Top 8?
I think,
that's right.
honestly, you know, for me, they're like a real dark horse team to do that, right?
Sure.
Like, I think they certainly could. They're playing a very exciting brand of CS, and I feel like they've really found themselves here. This is a nice little nade stack into the ramp. Hang on a moment, this one isn't meant to get exciting. So thankfully, some normality is returned, courtesy of Arostos. Now just Snacks left in this. Snacks in a USP, surely not. Right, we'll get run down. And so they stick the landing on the conversion. But yeah, you know, one of the things we were talking about, they haven't lost to BO3 this year. That's crazy. That is mad. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it's very easy to home in on the winning streak that they're on, which also encapsulates a few BO1s in there. But man, it's in the BO3s that this team's got some fantastic longevity. And I think you've got some really exciting pieces. Story on the AWP, someone who can just step up and dominate games. Then you've got Arostos as this, you know, prominent star within the squad. Guys like Ujerks as well up there alongside him, but sometimes has a tendency to go missing. And then it's all held together by Mutiras, someone who's just been around in the scene for so long now, finally getting his big payoff with the best looking squad he's had.
Yeah, what is it, 5 years in this org? Been around the block and back again. doing laps, but still lacking that major run. And it's never felt like there's a better time for Saw to do so. See so many teams of youngsters make incredible runs to get here. How far can they go? That's awkward. Covered by Isaac. Not really required. He didn't even fire. Kiels just takes that clean. So they don't know Isaac's pushed down deep, forcing a reposition for Saw. Back to spawn. Back to a new site perhaps. Isaac getting aggressive, dangerous. The bomb is here. Oh, he spots it as it walks backwards. Huge info, and he doesn't have to overcommit. This rotates will come back to the B site. 5-on-3. Gamer Legion not playing their hand just yet. Cards face down to the table.
Oh iya, memang bagus itu. Iya. Dia suka banget itu main itu.
Just going to block the top of ramp, and that's enough to send Saw looking for other options. Mutir is trying to take some space ahead of time. His teammates are running. He's hoping he kind of offsets the timer a little bit there as he sneaks out through short, but Ball holds on for the kill.
Apa ya satu lagi ya?
It's a save, I think.
And you know, I mean, Gamer Legion, there's a lot to talk about with this team, but I think one of the things that is kind of exciting is they're a team that, you know, one of the things that's been prophesized is, you know, there could have been changes on the horizon. We're not really sure, but while they were away, while they were out of the major, and then get that last second call up, they're showing here with this 5.
Yang si
This
Mipo,
is going to be the 5 they
ada
even
tuh
move
Mipo yang
forward
cewek.
with post this event. And I think that actually makes them kind of dangerous. It's like, you really don't have anything to lose. You weren't meant to be at the party, so hell, may as well try and steal the whole show, right? Get a bit of hype going, a bit of groundswell for this 5.
I like that. Gamer Legion, the gate crashes of the Copenhagen Major, and hey, yeah, nothing to lose in trying at this point. Yeah, there was definitely always going to be a post-major shuffle. Who knows? A Gamer Legion were looking. The thing is, I don't want to, for sure, Nine Pandas own the spot, but at the same time, Gamer Legion
Tapi colorful mahal banget.
Double BO3 day, they were right there.
Tier 0 anjir.
We've seen, you know, the core in a.
Harus pakai key sih.
Major final. So let's give them the respect they surely deserve. They're not going to throw away this opportunity at a last-second call-up. Oh, that's awkward. Isaac caught.
GG anjir. Definisi tidak menyia-nyiakan kesempatan. GG. Ini Gamer Legion kan yang kemarin lolos tuh yang Nine Pandas kan udah lolos major, tapi nggak bisa ikut major gara-gara FIFA. Akhirnya diganti tuh. Iya, akhirnya diganti tuh sama Gamer Legion. Anjing, game pertama udah menang aja.
Playing catch up with Mutiras and the boys, but they get around just in time. So some early problems here for Saw on Vertigo.
You know, we saw them allowed Nuke to start their day against Movistar Quite. I know that's a regional matchup, Iberian sensation, but at the same time that felt mental. Like Koi must have done like mega prep for that game to allow, because then they know the map's coming through. If they want Nuke, they can get it. But they may have mega prepped. It didn't matter. They got 4 rounds. I just felt like such a mistake with how good Saw have looked on the map. But as we said at the start of this one, Vertigo, Inferno, these are where the holes have shown for Saw. Gamer Legion, you have a great track record on this map historically, even if you consider Volt in his previous team at Paris of ITB. This was their go-to as well. So there's things to like here for Gamer Legion, without a doubt. And what a weird place this would be to end the day with Gamer Legion 2-0, Harry, given the situation they came into this event in.
Yeah, bro, they're carping all the DMs. They are seizing the day and the moment. So Saw take a early pause, an early timeout here. They don't like the way these first few rounds have gone.
Barely blame them. There's been a bit you know, just getting dragged around the map, denied at both sites. And this ramp control has been nice so far for Gamer Legion. I also like that, you know, the second round eco strat where they have double nades, I think maybe even 3 nades set up, and they're playing a contact. They just blow sort of smithereens, but still saw convert it. Now we're leveled out. Day of upsets, but I wouldn't say this game is any clear favorite, any guarantees. Makes it all the more exciting for all 10 players, knowing that this is your opportunity to start your major run very well on day 1 in Copenhagen.
Acor was looking right at them, but smoke's in the way. Gonna re-smoke down through short, let Snacks play behind that. So we've gone looking for this ramp control, and they've slowly but surely whittled through the util. They're going to try and flash Snacks in. Now they trade places in the smoke, and Roman will deal with him. Volt's got no idea that they're already deep up through short, and so gets out with one short, but he's got to do a lot more, does Volt. Damage done downrange, but not the killing blow, as Roman offers up another. Kios moves in, the lone defender of this top site, and Aros Dos, it's nice and easy, able to deal with him without breaking a sweat. It's a nice return to form from Saw. On the back of that timeout, they bring the guns back out and they find success. They shut down that attempt to take ramp control. Gamer Legion pulling that in. Felt crazy, right? Yeah. They smoke off down towards the T-bridge. They lob in that flash for Snacks, and Saw is just ready for it, and they kind of ride that momentum up through ramp.
And you jokes realize, like, when you get that deep kill on Snacks that you've traded in the smoke with, the Gamer Legion have no idea you're up yellow already. So he can just swing in. It's well, second domino.
Sebenarnya sih paling worth it tuh ini anjir, beli Battle Pass.
Third round for Saw.
Battle Pass yang level 1 aja.
3 apiece, a back and forth beginning. Yeah, just random spam. That works. Saw playing a pack. You know, I love watching them on T sides because they're often grouped. They trade very well. Don't see super lurky CS from this team. Aros often will be, you know, be 4-1s with him being on the other side of the map, but for the most part, Saw are very good at trading kills when they entry sites. Bringing a nice bit of teamwork into this recent run that Saw have had across the RMR all the way from the Open, and including the Showdown run as well. Yeah, it wasn't just one, back-to-back events. Like the way the Death frame this, and that you have Saw, who are young and hungry on the come up, and you have Gamer Legion, who are, you know, not performing. Well, they're performing lower than their peak, but their peak was pretty high. If you consider Paris. That volley's nice. It lets them get out from under B and not worry about a regressing player or an AWPer. But Gamer Legion will fight back with util of their own.
They might still have to worry about that re-aggression. Story up and in, but straight into the maws of Kios. Able to offer up 2. Isaac lending a helping hand. Ollie's going to force him forward, but smoke in the way will get him past. Volt dead in the meantime up at the top of ramp. A missed shot from that AWP that rotates over. And they should go back and try and join up with Roman here as he's keeping the pressure on. Wasn't able to capitalize after Acor's miss. So instead, just slows it right down. Last time they attempted this, Mutiras was caught pushing up through short. Instead, Roman waits patiently. Acor on the line, but Mutiras should be good to trade this. He will. And AWP knocked out of it. One more back from Ujex, and suddenly this one's got legs on it. Kios is low on health as both players go for the throat here. The one man left inside of the site, and he will hold on. Mutiras all alone, 30 seconds left.
Ready to swing.
Soon as he takes contact, that second man was ready, but not needed as Kios, the one-man army, puts up 4.
Sick round for Kios. Controls those bursts very well on the B site, and even when they try and re-aggress on A, he has to call it off. His 2 teammates fall, Snacks and Acorn.
Laporannya besok gue kirim ya, San
He
ya.
managed to tuck him behind default, completely unexpected from you, Jerks. Will finish the
Aman.
round as well. Doesn't even need Isaac. Nice work. Definitely the player under the most criticism right now on Gamer Legion. But performing
Mana lu udah ngirim email ke itu
9-3.
tentang masalah penalti itu?
Anchoring. He's going for the boost up. Oh, that's all good, but no one player. Hopefully should have managed slows him down. And Isaac feasts.
Ya serba salah gitu, coy.
He'll do it again. Nice headshot,
Iya kan?
Isaac. 2 kills on B should be enough to
Masalah
set him
itu
up for a retake.
tidak ada di kontrak, anjir, itu yang bikin gue bingung makanya. Kecuali dia ada di kontrak dan dia harus membayarkan penalti tersebut, baru lu strong situ posisinya kan.
Trapped out by the molly for now for Roman and Mutiras. This is a rough spot to be in. Now getting planted. Roman trying to repeat Story's antics here as he plays up close around the smoke, looking for Acor, begging that he can just get this kill to try tip the scales back in Soar's favor. He will secure it. More players on the other side of this smoke. Roman doesn't want to spam, instead tries to wait for that fade, and that will see him silenced by Snacks.
Yeah, that was just so close under the smoke to finding Acor earlier. He just didn't have enough time on that smoke fade to fall back to generators.
Yeah,
his teammate tries to play by his side and trade out, but too wide for Matiras. Nice hole again for Isaac. I mean, this is not an easy side to play. We saw players like Axel fall off massively on Vertigo coming into CS2. On this exact position, Isaac has gotten multi-kills twice now. Both times Soar have come and committed. So that's going to scare them off. It's going to send them back into these A hits. They have very limited util in this round. Gamer Legion have been fighting to contend for rounds. Look at Kios making moves, man. He's got through ladder. He can fast flank. Ooh. Firewalkers. He really is fast flanking. Spotted, and he's given a second chance to escape. Sure.
Darts out up the ladder. Quick as he arrived, he's gone. Acor now, chance at range just to end this round before it even begins. Uncontested on the ramp, it's an Orpa's paradise here. It's a long old sideline and he just gets to pick and choose his battles. He wants more. 2 doesn't feel like it was going to be, oh my god, all right. Mutiras and Arostos rather respond with this quick turnaround to find the 2-on-3. There's re-aggro in at the top of ramp.
They love this.
Arostos not looking in the right place, but still going to get out with 1. It's left to Mutiras again in the
Iya,
clutch.
first top up kan lu.
1v2 asked for, but a double re-aggro over on short. You're not ready for the double punch. Surely Mutiras can't finish
First
that
top up,
final kill.
Ipan first top up
And
gitu,
so
San.
Bolt will
Gue udah
walk that
dapet.
round over the line. The back-to-back decisions to re-aggro into ramp from Gamer Legion.
They keep doing it as well. Not even just twice there, but they did it in the previous round that they won on A with Kios getting 4 kills. Gamer Legion
Enggak, lu
just
cari
desperate
kotak yang paling bagus.
desperate to chokeslam Soar out of the server. You can't hold your default for long. They will find
Lu cari lagi, ada yang kayak ini nih, kalau saya ingat gue tuh kayak ini, kayak lampu Aladdin gitu.
It's giving up picks on A, but those are 2 crucial trade kills on that ramp aggression.
Enggak, itu benar yang kunci, tapi kayak lampu Aladdin, ada nggak lu?
In control of this game. Soar calling it 2 timeouts already on the T side.
Coba tuh yang sisa 1 tuh, yang di sampingnya 14. Di sampingnya 14, sampingnya 14.
Need some reward.
Yang mana?
Acor as well getting to shine with the AWP a little bit there as well. We haven't seen him do too much yet, but that one was a nice example. We know Acor can be such a threatening piece, especially on CT sides, like he showed us in Paris.
Cuman kalau buka yang dari sini, dia bisa dapat yang gembel, ada yang bagus, gitu-gitu, yang bajunya robek lah.
The footsteps are heard, come running up.
Iya benar, maksudnya random dari sini tuh. Itu apaan tuh yang kayak telur naga yang di bawah tuh?
I mean, they spammed this out before. There's no way you're ready for him doing this again, surely. Smoke's fading. Yeah, Aristotle's
Yang kayak
holding
di-
for it. So Snacks thought he
Iya,
had a golden opportunity there to kind of press the issue down through ramp. Ends up giving up that opener.
Gross. Can't do that
Kayak
again
telur
now.
naga.
That's twice
Itu
he
dia
got
kayak telur
punished.
naga tuh tadi.
This
Yang
is even
satu.
risky.
Bukan.
Over the top of the smoke.
Tes bener yang pakai
He was
kunci.
trying to deny the bomb. He goes up as well.
Ah, cuman bentuknya kayak telur naga gitu.
Brings him back to reality.
Kayak ditutupin gitu.
This is very weird. The smokes will start to fade soon. They replenish one. That will allow for the plant in.
Yang itu
5-2. Gamer Legion might have to call it here.
Iya, itu
Saw
apaan tuh?
somehow with Mac 10s.
Lebih GG lagi anjir.
Find a fourth.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think even the fact that they're forcing up here felt pretty wild,
Bagus
pretty
itu anjir.
surprising that they're trying
Nah
to
itu
punish
tuh
that
cipet
weak
bagus anjir.
CT economy right now.
Apaan tuh
But,
tier
this was
tier
a
0
high risk,
apaan
high
tuh?
reward round for Saw, and they managed to get all the reward, man, all the gold.
Tier 1-nya?
They run off with it. And so this could be their way back into a more respectable scoreline in this first half.
Hah? Wah anjing GG. GG. Itu yang bagus dah. Iya.
Try push the boat out a little bit more.
Timingnya juga bagus. Kalau emang suwe-suwe dapet yang bawah.
They keep a 5 alive round and they let the opposition get out with 2 saved guns there for Gamer Legion.
That's just making sure they can buy last, no matter what happens, right? Like making sure that even if Gamer Legion respond here because they got the save off, that Saw can fight for 5. This is a competitive game. This is right down the middle, right? Gamer Legion in control, on the better half. Saw just enough to work with. Again, the Galils and the Mac. And a little for later, perhaps. 4 players on A. Gamer Legion fighting for ramp.
They course straight through that, through the molly, into the fight, and Ujerk's caught in the crossfire, in the crosshair. Another one from A-Course AWP. And this time, you know, in rounds prior, he's hung around after the double, wanted to try and get even more out of it, but he will up and leave. Rotates away on the AWP.
It can be loud on the rotate. They had the boost up. They do dismantle it, but looking to maybe play a retake instead. Boost would have been nice to keep, but it means they can use 2, maybe even 3 players to re-push B, because you know Gamer Legion, they're not just going to sit there stacked. They're going to go for more. They're going to go for the throat. Do enjoy watching them play the CT side.
Oh, Aristos does as well. They go walking right into him.
Uh-oh.
Giving a freebie, one more out of Roman, and Aristos boosted up into the fray. Reclaims the advantage. This was a 3-on-5 that Saw have somehow put in their favor. Aristos lining up a flashbang. They try to peek in with it. Holt's got nothing to do, nothing to say. He waits for Snacks to move in a position. Nade goes out, but it's not going to do a lot of damage. Materia's on the wide plant. And so this is Saw gunning for a 6-6 half. They're able to win this. There's nothing left for Gamer Legion. And so letting this 5v3 could mean a hell of a lot in the outcome of this game. At least
Riddle lagi anjing. Gembel dong.
Roman with a lovely double alongside Arostos to open that up in the first place.
You can only deal with what they throw at you, and Saw deal with it very well. But that re-aggression on B was so split. You had a player on left side fighting wood, you had a player on right side walking across the beams, and then you had an AWP on top of default that doubted his position after his teammates fell and got caught retreating. That molly forced his repause. So excellently played by Saw, but Gamer Legion will be kicking themselves for letting Saw back in at the end of the half. It was back and forth anyway. Now Saw establishing control and looking for 6 on the T side on a map that has been middle of the pack at best for Saw. But this is a team that many had to make a heroic run here in Copenhagen off of their recent form. And you want to know the best part, if Saw were to win this game, they would immediately be in not only a spot to qualify, but they would have 3 chances in BO3s.
Yeah.
That, as we've said, is their best bet. You lose today, you're fighting another BO1 down to maybe 1-2, and you only have 1 chance.
Borderline replicate the RMR run.
Yeah, this is such a lift up. Just going 2-0, you have so many opportunities. And while it does occasionally happen, it's such a rarity to not make it through.
Macbeth lah tapi.
It's often due to the pedigree of the team.
Iya ya.
See which
Cuma
of these
bintang satu doang
rosters
ya.
can convert it. So just trying to get back in this half. Make it 6-6 on the A hit.
This could still get messy. A lot of damage done early, but that kill from Arastos has suddenly opened up a route to another bomb site here. And even as Gamer Legion attempt to scramble rotate, well, Sora one step ahead. They've got Mutiras set up in middle. They're deep within the B site. They're ready to cut down these players in rotation. And Mutiras will do exactly that. Hand-delivered double kill over in mid. And just Volt left is the last man standing. Saw recover this T side after all. And
Just waiting for a lurker.
Blood is playing for the save.
His last round. He was waiting for a lurker. There was U-Jokes on A, but he just ran back. Guaranteeing the round, guaranteeing the half. 6-6 for Saw. Bolts, accept your fate as the Portuguese side come through with the goods here at the end of the T half. Sigh of relief, I think, with some of those very dangerous economical decisions being made by Saw.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of, you know, they kind of risked the half on the back of that force buy where they had the chance to break through the money. And that's why we say, you know, it was kind of the high risk, high reward play, but it worked out for them. And it teed them up to go 6-6 and split this half right down the middle. The Gamer Legion now, you know, they've had a bit of a departure from the high-flying start that this game was. Things were looking so good. There was a world where they could have just ran away with this on the CT side, but now it is a grind.
Yang fearless ini. Even kan? Lo tinggal beli doang.
Pistol going to be looking like for Game Legion. We've got a Molotov. A smoke. Bare bones. Making an A play perhaps. Two players running the bomb waiting.
Isinya apaan aja
Joining
emang?
with them, they're waiting for the double mid push. And it couldn't come at a better time. Sort of given up this area. They've got to stack the A site as the smokes come in. So probably think there's more here. There actually is. Ooh, Snacks caught. The bomb's going back to B. There's only one man in.
Arastos, quick kill off of the dualies.
Both up. Gross.
And this was the guy you're meant to be keeping an eye on. Arastos nearly gets the wall pulled over his eyes there.
Apaan jarang main? 2 jam main sehari kayak gitu anjir.
In the pistol, two players left to be as Acorn.
Itu kan panjang sampai Juni kan? Battle Pass yang ini.
They get out with one. Throws the bomb away.
Off the map.
Now getting run down. Snacks out through mid a little bit later. In with the backstab, and now they know where he is, and they're all looking to peek him together. Snacks is locked out. And so this is a big streak.
Battle Pass yang murah aja, yang benar-benar cuma buat Battle Pass-nya aja, nggak usah yang beli yang sampai ada nama-namanya gitu.
Finding success across the board. Pistol round now locked in. They're up in the lead, and with no plant for Gamer Legion, likely an eco round to follow here. So Saw, the good times are going to keep rolling in before those rifles come out for GL.
Positionally, that was perfect for Gamer Legion. That's the worst part. It's Arastos believing it is an A hit, pulling back, and then spotting the mid split. Great double kill from him.
Oh, Snacks with the Zeus.
Olympus skin as well.
That's how you know he does this full time.
It's a professional. Sneaky beaky. Up at the top. No one's on gap, so I hate to break it to you. It's not this round.
Don't give in to temptation.
No one's even close, luckily. I'm not worried yet. Ooh, I'm a little worried. It's a Paris on his own. He's got to find a multi. 2 will do, but can he make it a third? I want to give this gun for free. Gamer Legion can't run down that reload. They're just hoping he oversteps. Jerks calls for support. Someone needs to help. Story pushing in. He calls waiting, but again, Glocks. They're only Glocks. Shoot back, and they will. Saw revive themselves in that round. It's up to this first buy for Gamer Legion on the T side.
Yeah, they have to hit the ground running here, the Gamer Legion. Actually, good results at the beginning of the half here, even down to when they played that like nade over the crane, some nice ideas to try and break through, and they were able to kind of right their wrongs early. securing that rifle round early on. So let's see if they can do it on the T side. It's going to be a grouped hit over towards B to open up. This is where Aras resides. But only armed with the MP9. He does have his work cut out for him. The util to try and slow this down, but Gamer Legion are already ahead of it. They are hitting this site quickly, and so reinforcements have to come through for Saw. The MP9 brushed aside as Volt and Isaac deal with those first two players in.
Felt like
this one is already too far gone.
It felt like they wanted to swing off of that molly on default, knowing that would displace Gamer Legion, but the molly it hadn't even landed. It was still bouncing, and they both swing very early. Like 2 seconds difference, and they would have caught Gamer Legion in hot water. So, yeah, Saw weren't expecting the rush that quick. They definitely got caught off by the pace, but even so, the gun jumped. The gun round won by Gamer Legion.
And I do love that they just kind of press the advantage there, right? They know that they're going to be up against the bonus. They know there's still going to be these SMGs in play, so they just kind of run it down with a up-tempo round in towards that B site, and immediately, you know, this sets a bit of a mind game now between Mutiris and Snacks. You're going to be constantly paranoid that that's something that Gamer Legion have got up their sleeve. These faster B plays, these up-tempo pushes through the ramp.
Yeah, nice little explosive opening gun round. They got a lot more to do than that.
I mean, even the guns they save mean that they come out of this now with an SMG in this follow-up buy round. Timeout called for Saw. That's all of them used now.
Ooh.
Gamer Legion could take control of this game here and now if they're able to pick this one up and, you know, kind of capitalize on the slow build of CT money that Saw are going to experience. They could very quickly find themselves back in pole position.
Bit of a nail biter, this one. So uncertain where it's going. Favorite off of recency bias. But experience reigning true on Gamer Legion.
Oh my god, are they actually just going to run it back?
Bad lads.
The B play again, Snacks lobbing in the util. This time Aras has one more player here to help him in the form of Mutiris, but they're fast, up through ramp, trying to run down the point man. Aras full blind, trapped in a corner, withstands the spray, don't know how he's still alive. Mutiris gets the first kill on the back of that HE.
A lot more reserved.
Aras even swinging out for one more kill. Double out of Isaac, even though he's blind, wrecked by the util, but Saw respond to this aggression with some of their own. They're willing to meet Gamer Legion in these fights at the ramp. And now it's all on Snacks. Backstab out through middle. They've seen him in this position. In the pistol, in that first rifle round. They're ready for the backstab. Can't underestimate this guy. They feed him the first. Who's to stop him then? They're just not looking to give away this opening fight. Jiggle from the default player, and now they know they're right in their assertion that it is that backstab, and they're going to lock him out of the round. So a nice response there. I like what Snacks is trying to do by calling the back-to-back B rushes. Right? We spoke about the kind of mind games that facilitates. I think he was accounting for the fact that Saw wouldn't expect it twice in a row.
Yeah, the util was spot on this time though, right? Double HE in, then the molly on default. Still, we have those Gens players swinging pretty early, but they swing together in a 5-on-3. It goes 3-on-3 for a second, and then Saw just obliterate Gamer Legion. They flood into the bomb site, so that was a nice rotation. And this time they weren't caught off guard out of the gate, right? They were jiggling with nades. They knew it was coming. Good read from Saw, and clutch denied despite damage done. Oh, Story risking it. You know he wants to go, and he'll go home. Snack sends him through the smoke. Now they walk B 5-on-4, but there's still two CTs in close proximity.
Oh, the timing on that. Awkward for Arostos. Still going to get the smoke out ahead of time. Flashes from his teammate trying to set him up, but Arostos playing to contain here. Trapped fighting and can't find a kill. Lots of damage done to Gamer Legion, but if no one capitalizes, Saw will never attempt this round. Util goes in, even more damage dealt, but it Snacks up close around this smoke. Looking to lock Saw out of it. Smoke shots have been their friend here. The backstab from Roman spotted, and the save call comes in. But only one man lives to tell the tale.
That's devastating with the amount of damage that Arostos and co do on that B hold. All 4 out of 5 players rather below 37 health. That's really gonna hurt Saw. Even the HE doesn't land on the bomb. Gamer Legion just there a second later. And Roman not guaranteed to save either. Goes into ladder, he won't clear this, surely. Oh. Just about.
Terrorists win.
It really hurts to lose for Saw. Gamer Legion. We're liking what we're seeing out of Snacks. Gets a crucial entry, just calls the B hit. Something prepared out of spawn.
I mean, the more they keep getting away with these kind of up-tempo B plays, the stronger the conditioning this is going to provide gets, right? Like, eventually there will come a time where you see Gamer Legion look for that round control heavy, where they look to take the space, and they've been building up a real idea right now that B is the object of their desire.
Quite off a triple boost.
Up and over for Roman. Oh, one in midair. Tries his hand at the spam.
Cheeky. Already. Molly doesn't tick. So at least confirm they've left. Oh, he fell off. Story can reaggress though. Legion is still here. They haven't gone too far. Just trying to give the illusion.
I mean, this literally is the conditioning that we just speak about, right? In every one of these moments, it's kind of been back to B for Gamer Legion, and you can see Saw, they're fully buying into that, right? They've rotated everyone, with the exception of Story, away from this A ramp control. He gets the spot. Gamer Legion this time look like they want to follow through on the A play. So this isn't, you know, just a one round in isolation. This is like rounds of work.
Yang gokil yang tadi yang di spray itu anjir, tau nggak lo? Dia cuma lompat-lompat doang
They don't have the kit. They have
Kagak mati cok anjing.
This is a nice idea. They need to stop the bomb from planting. They need to put pressure on because Gamer Legion have the util. They have the weaponry. And they're using it.
Cuma bisa bilang why doang ya.
It's only Roman left up on this boost. He can't get a clear kill. Can't get a clear sight. Bomb is moving in. Nice spray back. Those AKs are lost. Saw have to pull back to grab them if they want to contend for this round. But they are getting picked apart through the smoke. They can't last long here. Oh, careful. Can't run down the bomb though. So much cover. And this should be 9 rounds for Gamer Legion. Lock and key. Another save for Saw.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's not a round that they were ever meant to win. They come into it with the hero gun, and they pull out a lot of gimmicks to try and, you know, disrupt the Gamer Legion game plan. Doesn't pan out for them. A tie game now, and Ujerk's not even this save is guaranteed. Hunted down by Isaac. One shot would do it. One shot would remove this save gun, and Isaac's going to make that happen.
A level playing field now. That's been this game the entire way through, right? Trading pockets around 2-3 at a time. No one ever truly running away with the momentum. We had some risky economic decisions for Saw pay off in the first half. Now they will have everything they need. But no one has either team right where they want them. Looking to bully B with 2 players boosting.
Isaac on the jump off, and Arostos with a really hard task here. He's alone, even though Materials is kind of nearby. It's not close enough to offer much of a helping hand. Story instead going to rotate in with the orb. Some pressure applied to B early has forced Saw heavy towards this side of the map. Arostos, cleanly done through the smoke, walking under his stacks. Gonna get spotted. Ujax tries to punish this, and the AWP wasn't posted in the right place. Acor not able to get that trade.
Can't waste this opportunity now. 5v3, they're pulling out of the bomb site. Gamer Legion will reaggress elsewhere, but Saw taking this one a little bit more passive, playing the time. They've got smoke. Oh my goodness, it is dropped at least. It was pinned. It was ready to go, and now Gamer Legion need to do the same. Through the utility, into the Lion's Den. They're blocked as well. No way, Saw are going to push back through this gap smoke. That is so risky. 25 seconds, Gamer Legion on the ramp. They have to play.
Roman making such a ballsy move there, walking that short smoke, not going to get all the reward for it. And even though they've dealt with Roman, there's no way you were ready for two players to be doing that. Mutiris comes in as the right-hand man and locks them out of it.
It just feels like so many of these rounds come down to these almost random timings, right? Like who pushes not too early, not too late, and catches players with their back turned. Are we pushing gap? Are we flashing back on ramp? It's a mind game right now of where the T's are committing and where they're faking. Vertigo looking more like a chessboard at the moment. Continuing to trade rounds. Saw out of timeouts, but they all make use of Gamer Legions to their own benefit. At least Gamer Legion have the money to sustain that loss. Saw were set up for an eco round here if they were to lose the previous buy. Gamer Legion can afford. But one more at least. But this is the most pivotal round of all. Loser will have to accept their fate and take an eco.
Laker was gifted with a great ramp spawn. He's taken that orb there early. Looking to be involved, and I mean, just look at how fast he is. Look at these spawns, man. How deep he's able to get at a ramp before anyone from Saw is nearby. I've seen him use that in the past to try walk his way up through yellow. Oh, spam connecting off the MP9. Not often you see the MP9 spamming the AWP through gap.
Oh, he just wants a clean kill. He can't get anything through that little gap in the yellow. Oh, he saw something, but not enough. Now the AWP announced. Still big info. Saw didn't know certainly there was going to be an AWP in play. That's confirmed it. They know not to come swinging in off the top ramp dry. It's a good replenish. But it will also give Gamer Legion a bit of room if they want to fight for gap.
That open. I mean, that's the thing about the waterfall smoke. It's thin, right? It's easy to get that nade to clear it all. So they walk in behind it. Roman just leaves ramp right as they move in to take it. He's walking out, back turn. That one's free. Rotate's getting scrambled. Mutiris and Ujax battling back, trying to maintain control. Story gets there just in time. And so now it's Isaac, it's Acor. 2v4 as this begins. Acor's going to finish the job, and it's just Mutiris left to beat. An island out towards CT, tries to swing out on the bomb plant. He's going to wait for the stand, wait for Acor to move out into the open. That's where Mutiris thinks he'll get him, and he will. Locks in the 1v1, and Saw keep the good times rolling in as they repel that A play.
There's worse problems to have than being blocked by your teammate swinging out elevator. It means you have everyone in position, and as soon as Roman gets caught unaware, every player of Saw comes swinging. CT, Ellie, Heaven, Gap, they're all there to fight as a unit. My oh my, Gamer Legion walk into the stack and they get shredded. A very nice 2v4 attempt, a very nice 1v2 attempt, but the pressure of sitting in the bomb site with the AWP, Acor had to move and he walks right into the trap. 11 rounds for Saw. That bomb plant means everything for Gamer Legion. It means they have options, but will they take them? Only a half buy for now. I respect it. They believe in their gun rounds. But Saw set up with a prospect of match point
Something that's been really interesting to me is, in spite of how often, Gamer Legion look to go for these B rushes early, they haven't, Saw haven't really given Arostos much more help over towards that side of the map. They have a lot of trust in him over there to just keep playing this solo B hold. And that's given them a lot more freedom in these other areas of the map to get involved, to try and battle for this ramp control. Arostos, this time in a forward position. And so he spots that there's no one here right now, no one on this B side. Sora clearly anticipating a bit of a change to the game plan here, but it's just another one of these ramp takes out of Gamer Legion. They've got the util to do it, even a Molotov, to burn out this player behind the sandbags. Roman, his future in that position is not guaranteed.
Does have a smoke for it. Buying time would go a long way here, but Gamer Legion probably just chase down every target they see with these Tech 9s. It's gotten so far up ramp right now. This could completely catch Saw off guard. The util makes it clear. They re-aggress. We need that sandbags, man. Roman pokes his head out with a kill. They can run him down. As said, the smokes are in the sight. There's no one to help Roman out on an island, stuck on his own. Can't get anything more done. Guns to be gifted. An opportunity and a headshot through the sandbags for Story.
Yeah, blinder of a shot from that AWP, but got to be even more than that if Saw want to hold on here. They gave a good bit of room to Gamer Legion, and that might be their undoing. Crossing, Isaac lands the dink. Arostos at 1 HP in this retake. It's Story right now trying to make all the difference. They go back for the bomb, but they're both looking at it. And so that's an easy double out of Snacks. Down to this 1v1 now. Smoke on the bomb. I mean, 2 players died to get this smoke in. And so it better be worth it. It better be the smoke that lets Story clutch. Snacks has outpositioned him. And so just sticking the bomb, it feels like his best bet. Shots are missing. Snacks can't get him off in time. And Saw snatched 12 away. Right at the 11th hour, they move on to match point. And so the death of those 2 players to get that smoke on the bomb was not in vain after all.
What a perfect swing for sure. You thought the Snacks did it as well. Just baiting the footsteps up ramp, forcing Story to chase him. And a couple more shots through that smoke. A couple more seconds. That might have been Gamer Legion winning the eco to avoid match point conceded. But no, Sora right there. We called them a BO3 team. They haven't lost one this year. 12 straight. It might be BO1 success instead to start Copenhagen. They are right on the edge of it. 5-on-4 for Gamer Legion does not last long. Orb cannot trade. The escape route is open. But don't get ahead of yourselves. Gamer Legion is still here fighting for ramp.
Tries throwing a shot down range to deal with the gap player, but Ujax fast on his feet, staying mobile, dodges that AWP. Aggression in the mid-round. Considering they lose Arostos over towards B right at the top, it's kind of crazy that they double aggro in through mid. Story silent on the flank, but maybe looking the wrong way. Had to flick back there. And so that's the advantage. Return to Saw. From a 5v4 start for Gamer Legion. That one's a little overzealous, actually, Ujax, you know? But, oh God.
Dear, they knew the orb was A. That feels crazy. They almost lose every fight. Gutierrez holds on to B. That forces the decision. They have to commit to this A here, but Story was already low. Can he get here in time on this flank? They're both dedicated to covering the plant, so give Story a bit of room. But they will go back. They will catch him on this long angle, and he shouldn't have had the health for that. A-Core, another clutch attempt against the match point.
He's got to deal with Story. This guy's just been harassing them on the flank out through middle. And even now, Gutierrez isn't going for the bomb. He's not trying to pressure this from the top of ramp. He's wrapping the short side. It's Story putting up a hat-trick to send them 2-0 up here in the opening stage. And he does that all on no health. Saw looking good in the BO1s.
Yeah, they're the real deal right now. And you remember that RMR, they were 0-2, Harry. They had to pull it all the way back in BO3s. It's the inverse for Saw coming into the opening stage, the first major for this squad, and right now they are sitting on the edge of the elimination stage, the top 16 against some of the world's best, and we've seen this team fight to the level of their opponent, take down big dogs recently in Cloud9 and Liquid, and now they've got one more BO3 to go through to top 16.
Yes, they do. I had to run back here because I was close to the booth just trying to see how they would react. And actually, it was pretty kind of not, I want to say we totally expected this, but pretty cool, calm and collected, even in that winning moment. I think Sovereign, and we discussed beforehand, Pimp, you said it, this is where it may end. And if it ends, I'm worried for them. Well, it isn't ending yet.
No, and they're showing it on the different map as well. Vertigo being one of the few question marks we had coming into the tournament for Soul Gaming. A map they haven't played in quite some time, and as you said, coming into the game, last time they did play it, it wasn't a joyful experience for them. So they're adding to the layers of Counter-Strike they can play right now. We've obviously seen what they did during the European RMR. We saw them in the qualifiers online as well. They're now on an 11-game win streak, and they're starting to add different maps into the pool as well. I'm starting to get super excited about Soul.
I actually, I kind of almost agreed with you there. I know we had to rush into the game when you said that this is the map where probably going to be Game Legion taking it away. It's a map that they have historically looked pretty good on, but even the fashion in which they were winning these rounds at the end, these messy, ugly, Vertigo-esque rounds, they still really pulled it out, right? It's not as pretty as a Counter-Strike, so to speak. There are a lot of little individual mistakes being made, over-peaking, post-plans are messy as well. But even in scenarios like this, where it's not clean, it's not some clinical fashion, they still get it done. And that's, I think that goes to show the depth that this team possesses.
We also do owe it to the game to say the Gamer Legion had plenty of opportunities to make this game closer, maybe push it into overtime or even winning it outright. It was, as you said, a very messy game, a very scrappy game. There was a certain amount of clutches. The Snacks 1v1 that came down to the smoke diffuse as well. There's a lot of rounds that could have gone the way of Gamer Legion, and then the story would have been different. But regardless of that, again, as you said, it does feel like right now, Saw can do nothing wrong. You know, they can do no wrong whenever they're on the server. Even if it's a messy, scrappy game, they'll find a way to win. And as we said about Heroic as well, when you can win when you're not playing your best brand of Counter-Strike, it's a strong sign.
Yeah, absolutely. And we love to see it, of course, for Saw. Now, one best of 3 away from the elimination stage at the Major here in Copenhagen. That is such an insane turnaround. And you said it in the green room, Black, kind of the inverse of what happened at the RMR for them.
Yeah, like you're down 0-2, right? And like you pointed out as well, Pim, they had an interview where they mentioned how there were tears. They had to have a heart-to-heart, and they're like, all right, from here on, just play our game. And playing their game seems to be working out damn well for them, right? 0-2 at the RMR to, making it 3-2, winning everything in the Blast Showdown. They played as well online very recently, and now 2-0 in the first stage, the opening stage of the first CS2 Major. Talk about turnarounds. This has been quite impressive from the Portuguese line.
Is this where they go 2-3 then? And bow out?
You said it, not me, all right? Just don't come at me, guys.
I don't think they will. Yeah, I don't think they will. They played too well. As you said, they have to lose 3 best of 3s now in a row in order to exit the tournament. I think some of these players that we have on our screen right now as well have shown that they have individual classes. It's not just about the Saw as a team. It's just not about them, all of a sudden finding a footing together and finding synergy on the server. I think there's certain individuals who's also stepped up massively and shown consistency at a level that we didn't anticipate. So there's a lot of positives and there's a lot of, signs pointing in the right direction for Saw right now. I have a hard time seeing them not making it to the elimination stage.
Yeah, it's cool to see Aros Dolce, but also Story as a good example. Materials gave an interview to HLTV after qualifying, and he was asked about kind of the young players, and he said they're so mature, they're so willing to go for everything. It's great to work with them. And he said, I know it's unfair to rank players, but Story is so valuable. And I think we've seen that specifically at the RMR, but also here, right, together with the other younger players. And that is always so cool, because then you start to wonder, what is their ceiling? Where does their story, no pun intended, lead them? And I think that's one of the coolest things to see in major cycles like this. But we will, of course, see. We will hang on here a bit, because on the B stream, Linvision is still beating Furia. I believe, what are we up to? 11-5. So perhaps they come back. Now, we, of course, want to wait so we can show you all the matchups for the next day. But if Furia completes this comeback, I don't know how we're going to handle it.
Oh, they're not going to make this comeback.
You don't think so?
No, Linvision.
Why not?
What makes you say that?
Because it's Furia, number one, and because it's Linvision, my boys, Friendship with Mongols over Linvision is my best friend right now.
Yeah, my boy since 2 hours ago, since Mongols lost.
Jokes aside, Linvision's nuke was actually very solid. If anyone tuned in and remember that final game they had against the Greyhound lineup with Dexter there, right? This CD set completely shut out Greyhound, who have historically been pretty comfortable on that map. And here for the side of Linvision, you win, 8 rounds on the T side, and you win the pistol as well. That's pretty much 90% of the job done.
anjing.
I don't think they're gonna choke here. We've seen quite a few comebacks already today here.
Lu nonton yang Furia ini enggak, Lean Vision? Dia mau miso. Ini keadaan masih full ini. Emang sih angka skornya jauh 11-5, cuman dia mau miso tiba-tiba lawannya balik badan. Mati. Emang sih di refrag juga sama temennya, cuman ya gitu. Jadi kalah timnya tolol.
I feel like we've been saying it for a long time, but you know, it's a team that just doesn't add up. It's a team that's just not gelling together.
Respect ya anjing.
2 years ago we spoke about them as being a team that could win trophies. Now we speak about them as a team that is potentially
Iya, maksud gua emang sih ajang gede, cuman ya mendingan
I mean, it hasn't been
GG sih emang nge-kill bisa, cuman gak begitu
would have
amat.
wanted them to get a bit more wins after the 1-0 pool, right? If we look at kind of legacy falling apart on the T side as well. But I think there are more upsides to be seen from the way that they approach those games, those teams, and in terms of the grinta in those games and how competitive they made them, as opposed to, unfortunately, the standard we expect of Furia, or that we would. Actually, it's actually unfair because they haven't hit that standard for a very long time.
They haven't hit the standard, and if you're looking at, I was making my notes right, for this event. I'm taking a look at the teams coming in from the Americas. I'm looking at the Legacies, the Imperials, and all these guys. I'm like, all right, sure, you made it from the RMR. I'm looking at the teams that played all domestic opposition, right? All the local teams. So there's always a caveat. They haven't really played as the lineup. Sure, Cole has played majors, has played against top teams in the past and whatnot, but as lineups, they really haven't had the reps against these EU teams. Furia have been just boot camping seemingly half the time in the past few months in Serbia. They've been playing a lot of these online tournaments. A lot of these teams as well have been scrimming it out. They were putting in the work. We're not seeing it in the server, and which is so
we
shocking.
might be seeing it, but we can't actually see it. So maybe if we had a pip or something, it would probably be better to talk about what's happening there, or we should drop it and just talk about everything we've seen on A-Stream today.
Poin yang lu dapetin sama temen-temen lu yang sebelumnya kayak sia-sia anjing.
You're in luck, because that would be the optimal solution. But let's go through a couple of things that we have seen today and which jump out. It was a long time ago now that we saw some of the starts, but these are the most recent ones. Of course, Eternal Fire versus Pain, that was an absolute shellacking. Heroic versus Imperial, that's one of those frustrating ones, I think, when you look at kind of the Brazilian crop, because that was super, super close in OT.
It was a good game, and Imperial have been playing good games today. Their first game against Ins obviously going triple overtime. The second one against Heroic went into overtime as well. There was a world they even won the first 2 rounds. They were up 14-12 just to lose 4 in a row against Heroic. So yes, I agree, the Brazilians so far on day run at the major have played fantastically well, and Imperial should feel a little bit hard done by. They played Ins, they played Heroic, no easy matchups, and they've done tremendously well.
That was for me personally the best game of this A stream, right? I think it was great CS, as you pointed out right there. The Cloud and Legacy game was pretty spicy as well. The first half, you're thinking Cold Zera, he was looking like Cold from 2016.
And 5, yeah.
It was like 2016 all over again. But then the T side completely capitulating, and Cloud and they survive, make it 2-0, and of course finally we saw the Saw game, Legion game, where it was feisty, it was messy, but Saw get it done.
Yes, since that game is still wrapping up on the other stream, I believe we're gonna throw it to a quick break so we can go watch it, and then we can go take a look at hopefully all the matchups we have for tomorrow, and we can run everyone through that. Does that sound good for you?
Sounds great.
Cool. Let's go watch Lin Vision versus Furia, and we'll be back after that.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
But one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good. And they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, €50 off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
Oh sekarang main Gritter udah nggak pakai draw ya? Tapi Hunter GG anjir, dia ada chance buat nyerang 2 kali gitu ya? Iya, GG anjir. Itu RO.
Furia are here in Copenhagen, ready to take on the major once again. And I want to look at, first of all, and the RMRs, you go 3-0, you have the game versus Complexity, you win that one as well. That must have felt great for you guys.
Yeah, really. I think Liquid and Co was a surprise for us to face them on there. So we were not expecting that, but it was good because we got a lot of momentum and confidence, and we managed to play a lot of good maps. So I feel like it was good for us.
Do you feel though within Furia that you guys are the best of the Americas region? If we're putting like you, Liquid, Complexity, those kind of teams in one basket, do you feel like you're the top ones of that?
Yeah, I do think as of right now,
Goblok anjing ngetro jadi 11-8 tai.
Struggling and they need to find their pace and their game. But as of right now, I think Co it's a very good team as well, like very well put together, and us as well. We are doing a lot of work, and I feel like both teams have a good chemistry as well.
And what's going on right now inside the Furia camp? Like how well are you guys feeling in terms of confidence and finding the way you want to play and how you want to come into these bigger events?
I think CS2 changed a lot of stuff, and we had to adapt our play style and our ideas for many situations and many maps, and that's a work in progress. But I do think we reached a lot of goals for this year. I think after Katowice, there was so many stuff that we talked about and many things we played on screens that we could fix. And the tournaments afterwards that we played, we saw a lot of flaws on our maps or our play or some ideas, and we fixed a lot of things. So after we fixed those and played the major, we felt that we have improved way more than looking back into Katowice.
You guys came from the Americas RMR straight to Serbia for a boot camp, right? You were playing there. How was that beneficial for you guys? Because you still didn't play any officials, it was just practice. So what has this done? What is the change up you feel coming into this major because of it?
We had a lot of talk time during this preparation, and I think that's it was very helpful because we had officials to talk about. So if you don't have those, it's hard to talk about screens. You know, it's different approaches are different. The teams we face are different. So when you have a lot of officials to
50 biskuit doang anjir, bisa numpukin banyak itu loh.
Real talks, you know, not like you're talking about you're not sure about that, but
maybe
when
this, maybe that.
Maybe this, maybe it's a screen, maybe it's a little bit loose, but when you see officials, it's different.
And right now we're looking at Furia. People put you guys to be one of the teams that are favorites, one of the teams that should be doing very well here.
Iya, cuman kan lu bukanya anjir.
Form and what you're seeing in the game, where do you see yourselves at?
Bukannya pakai kunci semua,
the whole team, not only me, has a lot of confidence
mau
on the momentum we created
cuman
from the
kunci
major,
yang ada.
and the way we're playing, everybody's feeling comfortable, and
Gak ada
the chemistry
kuncinya anjir.
starts to flow in. That's something we're looking to
Tapi nggak
achieve.
apa, numpuk,
That's one of the goals, when everybody's feeling comfortable doing their roles in the maps, and when that happens, I think the chemistry and the flow, it flows way better.
When we're looking at your goals for this major though, right, where do you sit at the moment and saying, okay, realistically we should be going this far, we should be going back to playoffs?
Apa tahu nanti orang mau buka box itu cuma udah nggak ada, bisa lu jual kan?
Try to think about expectations, goals, because when you think about goals, you set expectations, and when you set those, you pour in frustration if you don't reach or you struggle to reach.
Bukan yang di sel kanan bawah tau
think
nggak?
about the next opponent who it is.
Tau nggak sih lo yang
the
penggambar koin?
outcome of that, if it's winning
Itu
the major,
kok,
it's
tapi
just
box lain kok ada.
0, it's the same thing to me. I just want to win the next opponent.
Okay.
Bukan yang
but
buzzer,
then
yang
let me ask you
buzzer.
this instead. Do you feel like there's pressure
Itu
on a
box
team
lain
like
ada
Korea
harganya.
when it comes to the major more so than maybe some of the other teams here?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely
Iya.
think so. I do think we have a lot of
Bisa
responsibility.
dijual dong berarti.
I think there is a lot of pressure on us, and it's expected. You know,
Yeah.
if people see us as the best team in Brazil, and if you want to be the best team of Brazil, you need to reach goals that the best team of Brazil should reach. So of course there's that kind of pressure, but at the same time we just want to win. So if we just want to win and we are winning, we gonna meet our expectations.
Well, let's
Udah
hope you do.
cuman
Thank you very much
cepet
for all the
doang.
insight, Art, and good luck going into the major, man.
Thank you very much, Banks.
GG dong. Buset. Ada lagi nggak vault yang lain yang bagus selain itu? Tuh yang itu jagger anjing.
Lynn Vision finished it over on the B stream. Blau was just getting back because you wanted to stand close to the booth. I presume. But here we are right in front of Furia, and oh my, you can just see it behind us. But that is just unbelievable to overcome. I think starting the major 0-2 and in that fashion, but I guess you are very happy.
Yang gue bikin bingung kok gue bisa
that 2v5 loss from Furia, they deserve to lose after that.
Apa barang yang mahal di gue?
The final round
Gue
as well,
ya gue.
right? It's just against basically a couple of safe guns and a couple of pistols right
Enggak, gue
there.
nggak lihat
Furia,
lagi.
They've kind of dug their own grave. That being said, they're still not out yet. For Lynn Vision though, I think this was honestly, considering the loss they had earlier today, I didn't pin them to get this win.
500 berapa gitu, lupa gue coba. Lu paling mahal ada nggak?
Massive win.
Lu
That's
ada
a
tuh
massive win for Lynn Vision as well, and we could hear Lynn Vision down here as well. They're yelling a couple of words throughout that game as well. The passion, the excitement they were playing with, it was great to see. That's what the majors are for. Obviously for Furia, massive disappointment. I don't know how to describe it. A team that came in, you know, as the top dog from the Americas Arma. They beat Liquid, they beat Complexity with high hopes. A lot of people have them as 3-0 in their pickings, myself included. Now they find themselves in a situation where they're one game away from being eliminated. Again, just like in Paris.
I was actually standing next to Lynn Vision when they won that round,
Jalur
the 2v5,
Gaza
and I
kenapa
think one of them
dicari
said in
ya?
English, what was that? After winning it.
I
He
heard
said,
it
what
too.
the F? Yeah.
Yeah, he said, what the fuck was that?
Because it happened a couple of rounds before that as well, right?
Yes.
A round that they had absolutely no business winning. We are waiting for the schedule. We're going to get it in just a second because I am very curious to see who Fury, of course, is going to face in that matchup. And the thing is, it seems like it kind of doesn't matter because
Here we go.
it's just not good. Here we go. Okay,
Mau
Versus
dicaos
Ends, of course, we
caos
start with best of ones tomorrow, right? So
Udah berapa orang gue liat buka caos kalau ketemu dia.
There's a lot of teams right now happy for this situation, and there's a lot of teams unhappy about it. Obviously, first and foremost, you look at Movistar Koi. They came so close beating against. They were up 12-7 in that game to go 1-1. They lose that game in overtime, and now they face elimination against Furia in a best of 3. They are not happy about Linvision winning. Ecstatic, however, though, they get a 1-1 game against Linvision, so either Linvision or Ecstatic, two teams that a lot of people had for their 0-3 picks in the pick'ems, will go 2-1 and secure themselves at least 2 chances in a best of 3 of making it to the next stage. For me, those are the 2 highlights right here.
For me, the Mongols Amcal game, I look at it, and if you told me Mongols are going to be playing Amcal yesterday, I'd be like, oh, this is great, this is easy for Mongols. But having seen them here today, I just want to tell them right now, if you guys are watching this, man, just please,
they're not watching.
Please, they're probably not watching. But if you do watch a VOD later on, someone can probably tweet at them. Please, just don't fuck this one up. Please don't do this. Don't go 0-3. Don't break my heart.
For bless sake. Let's take a look at the A-stream matches that we have tomorrow. Of course, we have our very first teams moving on to the elimination stage, but we'll start off with the one-on-one games, Imperial Apex and Gamer Legion Legacy, and then Heroic Eternal Fire and Cloud9 Saw. I love these best of 3s.
Those 2 final games, those are bangers. Heroic, Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire haven't been challenged yet thus far. Heroic haven't challenged, but they've got the wins done. And Cloud9 versus Assault. A little shaky here in Vertigo, but they have so far been unbeaten. I think these are banger.
Yeah, I agree.
Games.
If I'm not mistaken, Cloud9 also did lose to Saw not so long ago online, so that's a bit of a grudge match in that regard. Imperial versus Apex. We've been very positive when it comes to Imperial. They've exceeded our expectations. Apex, a little bit under the weather today on day 1. You know, we expected more from them. That's a very telling game as well. One of those will go 1-2, and obviously the other one 2-1. And I feel like for a 1-1 game, that's probably the one with the most quality right there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to all of those games. I think Eternal Fire Heroic could be an absolute banger. Then Cloud9 Saw, you're right, they beat them 2-0 actually for Blast just a few weeks ago, which is it was online, yeah, but it counts. We're counting all those wins that they had in a row, right? And specifically when it comes to Cloud9 and closing the door, I don't know.
They should win. They should win. But then again, so, you know, they're riding a momentum right now. They're riding a wave. They're looking good on the server. In a best of 3, though, I think we'll see the limitations against Cloud9 online when the pressure's on.
I think they're going to be pushed pretty deep, but I'm actually going to go the way of Saw here.
You are?
I think they had to have
sleep on it, you know. Get a good night of sleep.
I don't need sleep. I don't need
Yeah,
sleep. It's
yeah.
fine. I'm fully on the Saw train right now.
Okay, I love it. Well, closing thoughts for the first day of the major in Copenhagen?
Eventful. Eventful is
Say
the
the
word.
least.
Yeah, that's my word. That's it. That's my closing thought.
Cool.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. You know, classic major with a decent amount of upsets, but also a decent amount of teams doing well. So, you know, it wouldn't be a major if we didn't see teams shit themselves, and we have today.
There we go.
Oh, we did see that a few times. And I think those are wonderful, poetic closing words from Jacob. That's what I rely on him for. Wonderful. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the show. It was an absolute honor to kick off the first day of the major here. And of course, we have much more action coming for you. Tomorrow, we'll be back at 1 p.m. with the PGL CS2 Major live from Copenhagen. Good night. Get some sleep.
Bye.
Good night.
Waduh. Habis sahur mau war. Lentuk banget. Acaranya cakep juga ini yang ini. Apa yang tadi nih ya? Iya. Soalnya gue tadi sempat ke yang Brazil. Ya udah, hari pertama ada yang ditutup. Anjing udah naik kelas si konflik Gaza anjing. Udah apa namanya? Udah make ML dua-duanya cok. Yang di Chaos ya. Bener cok, konflik sama Gaza di Chaos anjir. Ada apa ya? Ngambil Novus ya? Hmm. Diktator. Anjir si ini cakar. Malah mati anjing. MU menang. Enggak turun ya. XP anjing gua udah coba mati 3 kali gua nggak turun-turun ya. 84 anjir. Sus. Kagak turun, Cok. Cok. Nah, turun. Ini nge-like banyak anjing. Baby, I'm yours. Baby, I'm yours. Just chatting sekarang makin ekstrim, Cok. Ada kamera depan, kamera belakang, Cok. Anjing. Kichike. Pang Jep tuh gitu dijat yang pandep komuk, yang kang blektat panjingan gila. Boleh lah. Sweet Kichike. Kichike ya. KICHIKE. KICHI. KICHIKE. Ketemu nggak lu? Siapa? Masa iya Indo? Serius lu? Soalnya fansly-nya gue follow anjing. Enggak, gue di tab, gue nggak bisa nge-scroll ke bawah. Chinese Indo dia. GG dong. Nah iya anjing. Chinese Indo anjing. What the fuck? GG, gue aja yang udah follow lama nggak tahu anjing.
When you are so for me, feel your face on your skin beneath the sheet. Make me grow when your legs are open wide.
Iya, US.
When you touch everything that I must fight. You are my woman. You are my woman. 'Cause you are my woman. time you call my phone, make me crumble every time I'm alone. Make me crawl when your legs are open.
Nomor berkarir kayak gini emang nggak bisa di Indo, cok. Pada besoknya ditangkap. Tanyain Son, Indonya Indo mananya, ngap? Follow. Enggak. Ini aja gue bisa. Bahasanya cuman bahasa Indonesia tapi children's level, bahasa bocah.
As we run around this empty town, and we get drowned, headed back to my house, feeling so wild.
Ini gue chat ya.
You got me calling for that real love, like a whirlwind.
Anjir.
You got that hurricane.
Gue pakai Google yang satu lagi. Oh, pada aku dong.
You got me hooked on your high love, just like a beat in my heart. Oh, you're my hurricane love. Yeah, we just do what we want, and in the end we can break it off. Oh, I just can't get enough of this hurricane love. She's at it again, like a wildfire deep within you. You tell me we're friends, but we just settle to pretend. The way you're taking me up, you got me hooked on your high love, just like a beat in my heart. Oh, you're my hurricane love. Yeah, we just do what we want.
Oh my god, my fucking phone's out of batteries. Fuck my life. You wonder what I'm thinking of at this moment is fucking how I'm overheating right now and I need another drink.
Google gue satu lagi kita chat ya.
Come on, open.
Gue cuman shout out from Indonesia.
Shaky, shaky. Water. I need to pace myself or else I'm gonna be like so mad at myself tomorrow. Oh, just hydrated with water. Thank you. Cheers. No, that's not nice. Don't say that kind of shit. Why would you do that? Don't do that. That's horrible.
Udah, baca.
Indentations of my underclothes. I knew where your hands would go.
Don't say that. Stop it.
Talking to a minute more. Just elongate the syllables to make them into moans.
Don't say that kind of shit, please.
Kalau dia like defensively juga sih inget gua.
I just want to see what it looks like at that angle.
I know the chances of it stay remote. I only think
Gabby!
the fantasies reciprocal. You never know.
Pencil ini berarti ini.
Y'all wild and truth.
Ada pencil. Enggak. Dianya cabut anjing. Enggak.
No, I'm sorry. The chair is too slippery. I just simply cannot fidget myself on that thing. What am I drinking? Water and bubbly.
Baca kayaknya bukan kita belum subscribe ya.
Shout from
Oh,
India. Let's
udah.
go. Shaky, shaky. Cheers to that.
No?
Woo! Rubini, what's up? Welcome on in, homie. Oh fuck. Maybe this one is better because I moved too much on this one.
Lesin kaki nggak ya? Coba nggak sih? Kayaknya sih nyoba sekali doang.
Yeah, I don't move around as much. Don't play
Pasti
time.
gaya
No, oh
cukup.
my god, I hope it doesn't play the twerk song. I came from Rubini. What's up, Rubini? Hi, Rubini. What's up? Hope your day is well. Hope your community is nice to us. You like this chair? I like this chair too. But the problem is I always slip and slide. I'm like, wee! Let's get married and have babies? Okay, sure. Here's my question to you. People casually say shit like, oh my god, I want to have your babies, blah blah blah, but like, do you realize how shitty fucking hard a relationship is? Do I like Amanda's? I don't know what that is. And you want me to check my blood pressure? I'm gonna check your blood pressure. Give me a second.
Ini kaki nih. Gue mager tet doang anjir, katanya 3-nya keras cok. Sedangkan gue cuma butuh sampai 3 doang. Bisa ya saya jalan ya? Hai, yalah kita coba. Pakai 41 apa pakai 45 nih?
So hold your fucking arm out. Shit. No. Okay. Who needs to, you want wanted your blood pressure checked. Hold on. Okay. Hold your fucking arm out. Give me your hand. Hold it the fuck out. Hold your fucking arm out. Let me just like listen to you. Hold on. Give me your arm. Give me your fucking arm. Actually, fuck that shit. I'm not putting it on here. Put your arm here. Good. Alright. Rest your arm right here. Just like keep it here on my hip. Keep it there on my hip. Good. Good. Okay. Fuck, you're so squirmy. Like, hold still, bro. Okay. My God. It's too tight. I'm sorry. Like, I can't do anything about it. It's just the way it is. Hold the fuck still. You're too squirmy. I said hold still. Good. Shit, how high do I have to pump, bro? You gotta calm the fuck down. Shit, 200? No, that can't be right. There, much better. 180? Have you been non-compliant with your fucking amlodipine? When did you last take your amlodipine?
Halo.
When was the last time you took your metropolol and your
Masih.
amlodipine and your hydralazine? You did not take
Masih
your amlodipine.
bergelut dengan salju kah?
Masih dong. Ini ada mau lihat konten sulap nggak?
Mana mau dong.
Doctor is going to find
Saya
out
suka
anyways.
konten.
When are you gonna fuck it? Yes, when did you take your amlodipine?
Kemarinnya lu gua kasih konten kan Bang di BG.
Show me.
Bener sih.
GTM Ikno.
Show it to me.
Enggak, ini mah
Put your amlodipine right here.
Ya apa aja dah. Yang penting ada konten.
Fuck right, you didn't even feel it.
tuh dia. Ini kita mau konten nih, Wo.
Look, let me just like comfort you and just tell you this really nicely. If you don't fucking take your pills, how the fuck are you gonna get better?
Mana? Live.
Look, I'm here to help you.
Live dulu. Ngap.
Bentar.
By not taking your fucking medication.
Gue kayak mau jadiin kaki kayaknya.
Sit down. No, sit down. No. You don't get to go yet. Sit the fuck down. Stay still. Don't move. Breathe. 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 Breathe.
Tahun ini udah ada yang plus 2 sih. 9 juta doang. Tinggal gue lanjutin doang sih. Gas nggak ya?
Breathe again.
Hmm?
One more time.
Anjing.
Good.
Anjing gue udah isi lagi bangsat. Gue udah isi
Well, that's
CC
some good
anjing.
news. Your lungs sound clear.
Kenapa?
And it sounds
Gue udah
like
isi
you're
CC.
aerating.
Terus?
And your O2 stats are
Udah
like
isi
100%.
CC buat 4 LGS anjing, tanya udah ada di ini. Plus 2.
Udah ada?
But I'm really upset.
Iya udah ada di lelang plus 2. 9 juta.
Oh.
White Coat syndrome.
Parah, tarik juga.
Right? Literally, so my
Bang,
dad
tolong,
had like
anjir.
this really high blood pressure. It was like 180 and shit like that.
Empatin apa ya?
And like, he was like,
Waduh.
why is my BP so fucking high?
Nggak
And he's
ikutan
like,
dah
it
gua.
must be White Coat syndrome. And I'm like, no, daddy.
Iya.
Like, if your BP
Katanya
is
sih
like past
ketiganya pasti TET anjir. Soalnya nih
Nyiapin lebihan gitu.
that's a
iya. Tapi kita nggak tahu, hoki orang kan beda-beda.
too bad everybody else
Yeah.
is like this too. Excellent, right, let's go. My heart's beating so fast. I think
Anjing
I'm
buat
having a
main di
heart
Hobo
attack.
doang pakai plus 4.
I take
Biar nggak pakai pot kali ya?
Bethelate every morning at 7 a.m. Oh, you're so good.
Cuak sih. Terlalu cuak anjir ini.
Your heart sounds okay. Your blood pressure's through the roof. That's all I'm gonna say.
Uang jajan gua taruh di sini, cok bangsat.
I took it and my listener put, oh my god, you're so good. You've earned some brownie points. You've made Nurse Kichiki so fucking happy. I guess I'm gonna give you a reward. What's a reward? I'm gonna get you some extra ginger ale tonight. You get an extra can of ginger ale tonight. Compliments of Nurse Kichiki. Go tell your roomie that you got hooked up with some extra ginger ale. I can't breathe. Oh my god, breathe.
Beli Mercy-nya
I thought
berapa
this was
biji ya?
Wendy's. Can I check your blood pressure? Now it's probably through the fucking roof because I
Kaki normal tapi kan?
be rating.
Pakai normal.
Cuma ya kadang suka aneh anjir. Derek
LGS-nya 2 apa 3 nih?
LGS lah, mas LGS.
Iya maksudnya LGS-nya beli 2 apa 3? Soalnya gua mau ke 4.
Itu udah berapa? Udah plus 2?
Iya udah plus 2 nih. Teori irit ya, teori irit.
Ya. Gua viewer nggak mau komen deh bang, takut gua.
Gak apa-apa anjir, gua juga cuman apa isi CC terakhir ini. Kapan lagi lu lihat gua nempa kan? Yang jarang-jarang, yang benar-benar main kiri.
Why the fuck would you put your cherry cough syrup in your ginger ale?
Gua juga main kiri bang.
Ah tapi kiri lu masih kiri kanan anjir.
Kiri kanan gimana?
I don't even want this.
Contohnya apa anjir kiri kanan?
Should I just take this shit off?
Hah?
It is driving me crazy. Like
Masih ada jajannya tapi lu kan nggak yang benar-benar nggak jajan sama sekali kayak gua.
Yeah, I just think this
Iya sih, beli Evan kayak Sony lah beli gini doang.
it is I'm just like fiddling with it. I'm
Oh,
not even
gini
a
justru nggak
student
beli.
anymore. I'm like actually a nurse.
Soalnya zaman dulu pas assaulter harus gini bang. Kalau kagak 2 tombol.
Kaliannya nggak ada tombol.
Iya.
I don't know what it was
Assaulter harus gini.
I don't know.
Gini 5.
Ngupasnya aja 600.
Shit, man. But then this looks weird.
Oh bisa langsung 2 ya?
Why was I even wearing the skirt? Well, let me think
Bisa
about it. Why
sampai
was I wearing the skirt? Hi, Red Lemon. Oh, was it because I'm fat?
Itu si Alfred Riddle anjir. Main mulu.
Itu si Gaza kok dicariin ya sama anak-anak Ether ya? Ada apa ya?
Tukang niban kali.
Hah?
Tukang niban.
Tapi dia kan pernah niban gua.
Kemarin niban lu anjir.
Ada
itu segitu buat-
bocah ini juga, bocah farming juga.
I was trying to do
Kita beli barang penghabis duit ya, upgrader anjing, bangsat.
I've become like an
Ini barang penghabis duit
I
anjir
don't
nih.
even know what I've become. I don't even know what.
Pas 2 doang ya. Salah.
117 menghadap kiblat nih.
Patty's Day, I remember
Iya
now
nih,
because of St.
117
Patty's
di
Day.
tempat emas nih.
Oh my god, I had it on because of St. Patty's Day.
Kebiasaan gua di situ kalau nempat.
Oh my god, because of St. Patty's Day I had it on.
Red Devil ACC ya?
Yo, iya dong.
RB jadi apa?
RB juga di ACC.
Enggak, RB jadi apa nih? Dewan apa?
Konsol.
Gila, konsol segitu sakit ya, gimana? Aura atau Teamster anjir.
Itu udah kanan parah anjir.
Tapi senjatanya masih intens sih.
Iya. Kalau sini tipe C+5 nggak ada anjir. Udah ada apa belum ya?
Belum RRD. RRD susah ya? Apa belum muncul?
Nanti 4 April.
Pasti digas RRD tuh. Bikin senyum dah tuh Bemo.
Kok di sini nggak nyala sih? Aneh. Tumben sini nggak nyala.
So, EXO, thank you for gifting us up to favorite support. I thought I'm your favorite support. I want to be your favorite. Okay, 60. I'll dance.
Enggak juga sih sebenarnya.
My style though.
Cuman lucu aja kan, dia kayak kaget gitu kan, langsung berdiri kan.
Kalau
Dance the way that I want to, because I have to show a fucking
Anjing,
fool
padahal
in
M
both
doang ya.
fucking cameras.
Tapi naruh duitnya banyak.
I'm hoping for the best next 4 months. I hope you are having a good 4 months too, babe.
Bisa sih ini harusnya nih.
This is
4 ya.
green for St. Patty's Day. I remember now.
Gimana Bapak Sony?
Stop. Okay.
Gue lu bilang pencet mah gue pencet.
Oh my god, thank you very much, Milvana. Thank you very much for the raid. Hello, everybody.
Betul.
For Milvana, my name is
Woi.
It's so nice to meet everybody. How was everybody today? How was your stream, dear?
Keras
So nice to
banget,
meet you.
Cok. Monyet.
How was your stream? What were you
Enggak keempat mah sampai normal mah 4 aman.
Enggak pecah, cuma bisa turun doang kan?
Enggak bisa. 4 mah
Fail
udah
doang.
aman, udah pasti bisa sampai 4 mah.
Enggak, maksudnya masih bisa turun kan?
Enggak, pilihannya cuma fail doang.
Fail doang, enggak hancur tali.
Ingat gue sih fail doang ya. Coba kita lihat web ya.
Dude, I wanna like crawl on this desk.
Kayaknya ada deh hancur tali.
Stuff my style.
Enggak.
It's like I feel
Kayaknya
very
enggak,
restricted because I have nylons, a blood pressure cup, booze, and a hot tub with water in it on my desk. What's the content? We're having a St.
Server
Patty's
info
party right
plus
now.
3 coba ya.
Well, come on in, everybody.
Tipe A, tipe N. Normal 1 sampai 4 sukses or fail.
What's the underwear you're wearing? It's not
Oh,
underwear.
sukses or fail,
It's a bikini. It's your mom's bikini bottom. Look at this shit. It's like full coverage.
Iya ya, perasaan dulu bisa turun dah. Maksudnya kayak bisa pecah gitu taliknya.
Enggak, itu yang B sampai 3 doang. Keempatnya antara sukses, gagal sama turun sama pecah.
That didn't just Alvin, that's like that's the fucking cup you got me. That's like my favorite cup.
Gak lagi ada.
I am so mad right now.
Udah mah cukup dah.
That's my favorite cup.
Anjing
See, I
buat
took a
nambahin
shit
hindaran
on my
40
desk.
doang udah.
Ini RF emang, Bang.
Ada teori-teori tidak jelas nggak yang harus kita ikuti? Yang siapa tahu berhasil anjir.
Gue bau kalau nempak, kalau gacha masih ya dikit-dikit lah. Iya, gue waktu itu saking frustasinya emang gue ke plus 1 booster 40 pecah, anjing gue beli.
Kalau booster mah ya emang lu main gila anjing.
Masalahnya plus 1 anjir, gue udah pede banget kan. GS taruh tetik dar pecah, astagfirullahaladzim. Gue baru buat bikin itu, Bang, baru masih anget anjir.
Baru dulu kita
dari hero, iya baru masih anget banget. Seneng banget gue, slotnya bagus banget, slot 7. Maksudnya kayak bisa dijual lagi kan nanti kalau slot 7.
Dibalikin lagi kan rata-rata ya ke game.
Astaga. Enggak main. Kemarin 30 juta kemana itu?
Ada masih ada di bank.
Oh, kirain udah di...
Tadi udah 53. Ini emang gue tarikin lagi tadi.
Kirain di depo.
Tadi udah beri tarik berapa lah? 4 ya? 2,
3.
apa ini?
Gue jadi ikut deg-degan.
Kagak anjir. Cuman ini hoki-hokian aja.
Chat OD gak sih?
Hah?
Chat OD gak sih?
Chat tadi biar masuk ya attackernya.
Lah itu kaki lo ada 2.
Ada 2. Yang satu polos. Lu bilang pencet, gue pencet nih.
Gak tahu.
Ya lu nggak ada yang bilang pencet mah nggak gue pencet ini.
Son. Gue deg-degan anjing. Aba-aba Son.
Apa Son? Iya lagi war. Gue udah HMS-an sih. Yang mana?
Oh my god.
Kan 950 skill yang mana anjir?
Evasion kayaknya lebih cepet.
Kan beda sedetik. Evasion 950 ya. Wah. 7, 6.
I'm just so mad. How
4,
can I be so dumb with
2,
this?
1.
Like I should have just used
Mantap anjing. GG Sony anjing.
GGS. Oke, gue ikutin cara Sony.
Oke. GG Sony.
When I drink my tea, coffee, oh my god, it's my favorite glass. And I was just trying to be fancy. I was trying to make a good show.
Gak bisa berdansa nih lawan
pasar.
Buset ini mah pasar satu map anjing gua tarik cok.
Pasar di kangkangin pelor nih. Hit nggak kena gitu.
Sombong dulu sombong. Sempat.
Anjay.
Anjay. GG.
Satu lagi nggak sih Om?
Hah?
Satu lagi nggak sih?
Wah kalau itu offset wo. Langsung dikasih 4 bukan bersyukur prit gitu ya. Offset gitu ya.
Oh nggak akan tidur gue sampai nunggu awang narik semap nih.
Buset lihat hindaran dulu coy, gila lu.
GM kan GM atas elehin, bawahnya kurang elehin.
GG 90.
Bawah kurang elehin nih.
Iya nih bawah nih. Kurang 20-25
elemental
20
ini hue.
Iya, hue.
Hue.
Kalau gua
apa sih namanya?
hue.
Lupa.
Plian.
Iya, Plian yang hindaran ya.
Nah. Kalau yang Mike Devin aja.
Devin buat spek aja. Dev Pro.
Masih bisa nih jual nih CP nih.
Gas. Udah oke segini mah.
Aman lah ini mah ya.
Yoi.
Kita cari jualan dulu kali ya. Kita login cari jualan dulu.
Langsung cat WTS.
Anjay WTS 50 juta nih bos. Buset dah. Berapa sih tadi lelang?
Coba lihat.
10 juta nih bos.
Buset.
Apaan?
10 juta.
Wah nggak jelas sendirian.
Harus 500.000 dong.
Udah 8.000 orang.
Oh udah 8.000. Ya lumayan lah.
Kuliah dari rumah lu?
Biar panjang aja ini.
Kuliah dari rumah. Lu ngapain pakai tab? Nggak jelas juga lu.
Gak jelas juga.
Emang nih barang ngabis duit anjir, upgrader.
Oh no!
Ini gara-gara alat ini, Cok. Kalau nggak ada alat ini duit lu nggak habis anjir.
Bener juga. Kayak stable ya.
Iya. Anjing pakai gope anjing nih anjing.
I'm done with life. I am done with life. I am done
Bener
with
anjir.
life. I am
Tiganya
done with
susah.
life.
Ted 3 ke 4 ya tadi ya?
I am
Iya 3 ke 4.
done with life. I am done with life.
Kurang ya?
Nah udah ini mah nggak usah pakai pot, Cok.
Iya, udah copot ya.
Pot aja ya.
I'm done with life. Okay.
Hampir konten sulap anjir. Nih
Cheers.
tangan ulet sagu anjing banget ya. Jelek
Trying to be
banget,
cute.
Cok.
Apaan mulut sagu? Oh iya,
Trying to be
43.
fancy. Cheers.
Gimana lu berniat main RP lagi nggak?
Fancy. Okay.
Enggak kayaknya.
Selalu nih, cara kosong ini.
Oh,
Gue cuma pakai malam doang aja.
enggak lah. Ntar kan gue nunggu Tron. Gak tau
Hah?
Nunggu Tron.
Lu tahu nggak? Belatonya menang kemarin siang.
Masa? Berarti ini dong.
Gini anjir.
Air.
Sampah anjir, di sampah.
Guys, I can't do this shit anymore. I need to like turn a new leaf.
Kayak gini mah.
Thank
Satu
you.
lagi ya.
Thank you, Rob. Okay. I'm just telling you, I need to turn a new leaf. I need a new outfit. I need to like turn this shit around. I can't stand looking like this anymore. This is like disgusting. I need to be blue. Can you remove the glasses? You look sad. No.
Dah, kita tinggal tunggu nambang, guys.
Udah auto nambang.
Kita coba nambang, siapa tahu kan udah hoki kaki, hoki talik juga.
Oh ini baru pertama kali kan?
Hah?
Baru pertama kali.
Nambang kan sekarang harus 45, Bu.
Maksudnya kan udah 45 dari kemarin.
Hah?
Ini nambang baru pertama kali. Oh, udah pernah sih.
Udah sering sih, cuman gak dapet talik. Kita taruh sini.
Udah ada IGTM nggak? Berapa kali?
Tadi gue iseng buka-buka box.
Bouncy
Nah,
song.
ganti dulu cara jualan, guys. GG, cuman sebentar doang.
Can't see my butt jiggle because I'm not wearing a thong. I can't wear a thong like this. I'm too scared.
Konten sulap.
You gulp that like you too. Woo! Come on, Rob. Thong would be epic. I'm too scared, bro. Look at the way I'm sitting. If I was standing, I'd wear a thong. I don't give a shit. I'd wear a thong if I were standing, but I'm not standing.
Oh,
I'm sitting.
relocknya lancar ya?
Hah?
Relocknya lancar ya?
Iya.
Kalau pagi.
Oh, fuck that shit. I will wear
Ini gue relock malaman mentah anjing.
I will wear a thong.
Nah, ganti dulu cara jualan, guys. Biar kita
I
ada
am
mekanik.
done with this. We need to sing that song. Let it go, let it go. You know that song? The Frozen song? What is that song called? Shit, we need to find that song. Hold on. Wait, we need to like sing a song to like let this go away. There's a song for this shit. Okay. Oh fucking shit. I don't know
Mention
how to
aja udah, wo.
Okay, what is it called?
GG ini.
Kecewa gua, salah baca info. Kalau tahu gitu mah CC gua.
Okay, this is gonna be to like take this.
Back to the
Sony premi bukan main.
Prescriptions. With Chewy Pharmacy, your prescriptions get delivered. Just fill your cart.
Bayar bulan lo premi.
Okay, ready?
Emang 13 hari.
The office value. I need to change.
Anjing mah murah sepatu kecil. Wah, pada harganya.
Iya, kalau plus 5 baru downgrade ya.
Iya. Kalau N seingat gue gitu, B baru dia amannya sampai 3 doang. 3 ke 4 baru beresiko. Yang paling anjing tuh C. Plus 1, plus 2, plus 3 semua ada chance leduk aja.
Untuk downgrade. Ayo.